All right, so with that, Mr. Basili's good. We're recording and we're ready to rock and roll. Our first item is Timothy J. Kane, Maura Sayre, Arturi Michael D. Kane at 0 Gregory Road for a final subdivision to confirm a 12,071 square foot lot at that address. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I brought up the wrong person. It is Mr. Bristol. Mr. Hegney is a neighbor to the site.
Mr. Hegney is a neighbor. Okay.
Well,
I thought Mr. Hegney lived in Byron.
no, I'm sorry. He is of counsel to the site.
I knew that. I was just making sure you were awake.
I barely, but yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, get used to it, Patrick. Goes with the territory.
Goes with the territory. Yeah, you should talk low.
Runs with the land is better? I don't know.
Oh.
Hello.
All right. Hello.
Good evening or afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Attorney Christopher Bristol, representing the applicants. I guess before I forget, I'm Katie. The bittersweet time. I'm very glad to be here in attendance for your last meeting. It's obviously been a pleasure, and you're wonderful, and we all love you, and we wish you the best of luck. Or I wish you the best of luck. So,
and if he could say it any faster, he would.
I'm on your speed, Chris. I still got you. I can still follow.
I have always been this way. It is. I will not be a great orator of my time. I know that already. My thoughts are much more clear and distinct and interesting than my speech.
Well, we're very interested to have attorneys talk fast. We think that's a great plan. Okie dokie.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Bristol, you
Yes.
have this application for which you would like a confirmation.
Correct. Yeah, it's a final subdivision application. The lot was created in 1967 by way of a filed map. I think we all understand back then you can do those things as long as the surveyor created the lot and conformed to all of the proper standards, as long as you weren't altering any roads, which was not done in this case. And one thing I wanted to point out that the sister lots that were created by the same filed map were all developed as single family homes and with presumably happy people living in them. And I know one of the questions was a sewer or septic, and I think there's a confirmation from the sewer department that that we're in the sewer boundary. We'd obviously have to follow with the proper procedures in order to get that and that get any lot developed with sewers with a sewer hookup. I submitted earlier this afternoon to Jacqueline a copy of the confirmation letter from the owner confirming that receipt and compliance with the sewer comments that were submitted by Rich Feminella. So you should have that in your file as well. And ZEO indicated no issues in terms of its configuration. I think we're good to go. I'm happy to answer any questions.
The only other issue is that DPW had commented that there's a tree in their right
Correct.
of way, and that you should make discovery prior to the filing of any map. I assume you are going to file a map, even though this is an existing subdivision that was made in 1967. You will still
Correct.
file a new map.
Yep.
And you will make that discovery prior to signing.
Exactly.
I see no other outstanding comments at this time. Does anybody from the commission have any comment on this application? No. Okay. Does anybody from the public wish to comment on this application? Please raise your hand, your virtual hand. No virtual hands have been raised. And with that, if there is no objection to closing this application at this time, does anybody object? No objections seen. This application is hereby closed, and the commission would take a motion. If the secretary would like to make a motion, that would be good. Otherwise, someone else can make it.
I can do something.
Okie dokie.
Unless anybody going once?
Yeah,
Okay,
somebody's
we're
gonna
done.
start. Okay.
Okay, 0 Gregory Road, PLPZ 2022-525. Applicants requesting to confirm subject property is a separate, distinct 12,071 square foot lot in the R12 zone. Commission finds upon review of the submitted information that no intent to merge the parcel was found, and the application does not constitute a subdivision or re-subdivision per section 6261 of the subdivision regulations. Zoning issue comments dated 12/9, indicated proposal meets the BZR. Engineering issue comments dated 12/16 with recommendations to the proposal. Sewer issued comments 12/14, requesting applicants submit a signed letter acknowledging the receipt of P and Z comments, and wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire dated 11/10. So therefore, a motion to confirm the subject property is a separate and distinct lot located in the R12 zone, noting the following. A map suitable for the chairman's signature shall be submitted to staff for review prior to recording on the land records. Per sewer division comment, the applicant has submitted an acknowledgement letter dated 12/19/22. Prior to recording the map, the property owner shall verify if any and all of the trees in the town of Greenwich right of way and consult with the town of Reardon on removal. And the standard boilerplate about finding does not imply approval of the lot for purposes of zoning compliance, et cetera, et cetera.
And a block for the chairman's signature. Do I have a second for this for this motion?
Second.
Mr. Levy has seconded. Can't see you, but heard you. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. Levy,
Aye.
and Albin is also aye. And with that, the motion passes 5-0. And we go to the second
Thank
item
you.
in a regular meeting, which is Kyle Freehart at 1333 East Putnam Ave for a final site plan to relocate a trash enclosure and which will affect the parking and also to convert one parking space to an ADA.
I am asking Mr. Freehart, and Mr. Langelis also to accept.
All right, Mr. Freehart is here. All righty.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone.
Hello. And hello, Mr. Langlois. If you would unmute. Oh, I just remuted you. I was asking you to unmute and you, okay, there you go. You're good.
No problem. How you doing, everybody?
Hello, if you feel free to turn on your camera so we can see you.
Sure.
Is this a good, let them start first and then I believe somebody sent in some photographs that we're going to share as well. All right.
Yep, there is a full draft set. I believe the last time that we had submitted for Benjamin and Walgreens was, I think, in the summer. And we modified with the recommendations of this committee to provide additional hedges as well as a review of the existing record drawings. I don't know if there's a share screen mechanism available or not.
Mr. Leroux will do the sharing. The town's a little persnickety about that.
No worries. So the additional drawings, if you have them in front of you, indicate the existing conditions where there is a record dumpster enclosure that would have issues with any loading truck if it were to be placed in that location. So the recommendation is to move it adjacent to the building. And then in that area, we would provide the additional screening as detailed on Exhibit 03. I believe right now, the additional parking space that's not discounted on there in the back there is not actually accessible and has been changed without any other records to a no parking zone, simply because there's a dumpster enclosure elsewhere on the site that would be impacted by the drive. So we're just looking to essentially relocate and dumpster enclosure requirements, provide shrubbing, and then make sure that the site is in compliance.
Okay, now, when I do the math, Patrick and Katie, they are underparked according to if it's 1 to 200, and now they're going to lose a parking space. So we need to word that in a way that it's acceptable that they're doing that.
Yeah, and I think just anecdotally, we can see that the parking does work there. So when you look at the compatibility of uses, which they're pretty, active parking demand uses, and they do seem to work well together. But if, let's say, the fitness place leaves, which I imagine is more of an early morning, late afternoon type of thing, that might be something that would change the parking demand. So you might want to consider any change of use, even if it is an allowable change of use, to come back to the commission.
Okay.
That might be too much just for one parking space, but something to think about.
And just to check me on the correctness of this, so 44,000 square foot total for is the building GFA based on the site plan stats. The 31,500 is a number I should ignore. And then I take that on the 200 per 200 square feet. Is that right?
You divide by 75%. So you take 75% of the gross.
Oh, then they might be okay. I didn't do the 75.
Well, I think I don't have it in front of me, unfortunately, but I thought that the same thing, that it was maybe slightly underparked, but
So how many?
166, so it would be 166. If I take the 75%, it's 166, where 156 would be offered now instead of 157.
So
So,
the current parking codes require, or it's currently parked at 158 for the 31,000. That's what's available on site. There isn't 166, there's nothing more than that. So 158.
no, 166, well, that's what you have the 31,000 square feet.
Yep.
Is total existing, but then there's a note on our staff report that says 44,271 square foot for total building GFA.
Okay. So then
And 75% of that, and then by 200, I get, so you would be slightly non-conforming, and we would just acknowledge that you're increasing the non-conformity by one space.
Understood. Yep. And I think that again, that's key, that it's currently not conforming as it's been approved previously, and we're adjusting it to accommodate for parking spaces that aren't currently adequately parked for ADA. So that striped, if you have the exhibit on 01, there is a non-ADA car that's been used historically since the building's been there for non-ADA purposes. So with the intention to supplement the fitness facility down there, we're providing an ADA space at that location, as well as shrubbing and screening as requested. And we're increasing permeability on the site as well. So we're removing asphalt and creating a more elegant entrance there to the back.
Okay, it's the Walgreens is 31,000 and the total building is 44,000. That's what the difference is. Okay, so now you've got comments that yesterday and today there were people who made comments on the enclosure and what was going on. That was Nick and Mr. McRae and Mr. Lowe. Do you guys want to go ahead?
Yeah, I don't know whether you were if I can jump in, Nick, for just a second.
Yeah, knock yourself out.
I don't know whether you were at the briefing yesterday, Mr. Freehart, were you?
No, I did not get the email invite to that, unfortunately. So if you could fill me in.
All right, so I was wondering why this trash area was placed so prominently in front of or just alongside the front of the building, and why it was not placed in the rear of the building where there appear to be other trash bins, etc. And I wonder if you could, and here are a couple of photos of looking straight back with the rear of the building over there. Yep. And there's another, what's the next photo there, Patrick? You're doing this. Right there, there's a trash bin. There seems to be ample space, and the roadway, the driveway, and I think that's where you're planning to put it. That's the front there. Is that where you're planning?
No, nope. If you go to that photo right there, we're just going to move it to your left about 3 feet right there.
You're going to put it there.
6 feet, correct. Yep.
Okay. Well, then I didn't understand that. All right.
Well, that's still.
But I think your question, Mr. Lowe, is still why are these two?
Right. Why
It's-
we have a very broad opening there, curb cut, and you've got those two bins in the back, and then you've got this one kind of cantilevered at the corner of the building.
Yep. So our goal would be to tuck that in the corner there, put up a brick facade around it, so it doesn't have any impact to the actual driveway there. That is a loading dock, as you can see. So trucks need to service that and drive in there. And if you look at our exhibit 2, we identify the dumpster challenges that even getting to that loading dock on the right side there posed, that has to drive across current parking spots to get to that location, that compactor on the right. So the one that's up there on the right, some could argue is a challenge as well, because that does require cars to get driven through if you look at our exhibits. But totally agree that we want to make sure that it's not an eyesore in this area, hence the additional screening, additional vegetation in the area to prevent it, as well as a brick facade on the actual enclosure.
Well, what one could also argue, I don't know whether these are part of your property, but I assume they are, that the eyesore doesn't stop at the corner here. Looking straight back there, you've got two other bins, right?
Totally understand. Unfortunately, the violation only addresses the bin to the left there. So that's kind of where our focus was in terms of trying to address a resolution there. So I think that these bins, the gates also shut as well. So it looks like this may be post a pickup or something, but those all have wood fences as well to shut and open.
And the reason that this green bin is put at the corner that way and is not flush to the rear of the building is for ease of access, or is that, or what?
I'm not sure why it was placed in that original condition, other than a convenient location that cars were not parking. As I said, the cars on the left there, you've got a red car and a blue car parking in an illegal space. That is an ADA, supposed to be ADA per record drawing. So we're just going to make that an ADA accessible stall there. And then we're going to put in our brick wall and then shield it from there. But its current location, unsure as to why it was skewed and cantilevered that way. I do think that recessing it back into the location with a proper wall and a proper screening would be a much better finish.
And it is not possible to put it back against the back wall of the building, correct? Where where the man is standing, if you push that back against the back wall is what I'm.
Yep, totally. If you look at our exhibit 2, that's where we identify that accessing the dumpster in that location not only impacts the view shed of the fitness center beneath from the view of the mirrors, it also makes it much more challenging for the dumpster to be removed from your actual roadway there.
Peter, can I jump in for a minute?
Absolutely, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Peter.
20 years ago, there was an approved site plan
Yep.
that seems to have been completely abandoned on the site. I would say that if you went back to that 20-year-old site plan and reinstalled what was supposed to be out there and turned your dumpster enclosure 90 degrees so it faced the curb cut, you would solve all of your problems and not even have to mess up the parking. I don't know if you went back and took a look at the thing from 20 years ago,
Yep.
because it shows it facing the parking spaces, but it seems your access issue is getting to the gates. And if you just turned it 90 degrees, you'd have all the access you need to get to the gates.
Certainly. And then that also restricts your loading dock behind there too. So if you acknowledge.
How does it restrict your loading dock? This thing is at the corner of the building. According to your turn radiuses, once you're in the space, there's more than enough room to maneuver your truck to get to the loading dock. And this is based on your turning radius movement drawings that you provided to us.
Yep, certainly. So you're saying that you think that move. So I guess based off the dimensions provided, if you had pull up our submittal, that'd be appreciated. But the loading dock's behind there. So if you go in there, you'd actually see to get to the loading dock and the 2 other dumpster enclosures that would have a conflict with that location. So yep, looks like we're getting there, almost there, right here. Oh, one more, go up if you don't mind. Thank you, right here. So that's where the proposed dumpster was in the top left there. To get into any loading dock behind there, you'd have to shimmy all the way around, go down that ramp and get in there. So the issue is the top left. This one's just specifically showing a dumpster from the top left corner and the spaces that it already has impacts with. You can actually get that dumpster enclosure to work at that location without impacting the stalls behind it.
Mr. Freehart, is this space on the original site plan?
Correct. Yep.
So what I hear you saying is under the upper left condition, even I think Mr. McRae was asking is if this was turned 90 degrees so that the dumpster pickup would occur in this area here.
Yep.
How would that affect the compactors in the back? And I think what you're saying is this parking space is still an issue regardless of this bin enclosure.
For sure. And then also, like I said, the impacts on the fitness center view shed out of there are windows and glazing on the back side of that right there that I don't think originally were in the building. And then as you can see in this instance, that dumpster enclosure is still sitting there in the bottom right corner or bottom left corner, excuse me. And then we're adding screening as well. If you go to the next page, if that makes sense.
Okay, so you're saying there's also windows on a lower level that may not have been realized. But
I don't, those windows seem to be, I thought they're above the level of that trash receptacle. Are they not?
I believe they're standard, 5-foot height? But I don't believe that they're actually above the trash receptacle.
What, is it possible to just make this size of the two dumpsters in the back much larger and therefore eliminate the need for this dumpster altogether? I mean, you've got plenty of room back there, it seems.
We could. I think a lot of the concern was the parking count. So we wanted to make sure that we had the adequate ADA space that was supposed to be here. We're going back and adding that in correctly. And that's a part of the challenge here is both facilitating parking as well as providing a dumpster location. So it's definitely an alternative, but I think right now we're trying to address the parking as well. So, and you can see in that bottom left corner, the elevation of the window there. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
But
So,
those two cars in the front there could stay, and then the one that's on the far back right, that could double in size potentially.
Sorry, which location?
I was the two parking spaces that are shown on the lower left there could stay, and then the dumpster location in the far right on the next picture. Yep, right in there. Couldn't that just double in size, and then you wouldn't have to do? Then you wouldn't have to change to the parking space at all.
Right, you would have to have 3 dumpsters. You'd only have 2. One that's a compactor for the Walgreens, and the third is trash for the whole building.
Yeah. So I think that size and that width over there is already, if you scroll up, is already set to get to that area. So, certainly something to in that area. See how it's already set and compact. I don't know how you would. You'd have to. I don't think there's a configuration where you can stack them or go wider to make you have more of a different variety, as you said, the compactor versus a garbage can. So.
Right. I was thinking one of those skips. You know, like one of those much longer, larger bins as opposed to 2.
I think they're different functions. Those are compactors, and then this one's a dumpster.
Oh,
So
I see.
you guys were trying to redesign this. This has been before ARC several times. And it is going back to ARC for details. Really, the only thing we're here for is to sign off, at least per the staff report, on the issue with this parking space count change per 6/158, that the 1 to 200, the 1 per 200 is being reduced. If you wanted to, what we could do is give some comments to ARC that we're unhappy, for example, that the dumpster is still in view of the street. I believe that's the key issue, right, Mr. Lowe?
I would think so.
And then the screening would also address that, as well as the brick wall.
Right.
Hopefully that's the idea. But I think
Okay,
the parking is the main thing as well. Sorry to jump in there.
But
But
go ahead.
No.
Go ahead, Mr. Lowe.
I would maintain that actually there were supposed to be screening out there as
Mhm.
part of the original site plan.
Yeah, take a look
and
at the
it's-
landscaping from the original as well, Mr. McRae.
Right, I'm looking at it, and I'm
Yeah,
I'm
mhm.
looking at the street view, and I'm seeing where we're supposed to be screening at the sidewalk line is paved on both sides, it looks like.
Mhm. Yes.
So it seems to me that this whole exercise we're going through is easily resolved by just instituting the original approved site plan.
Well,
and we're
but they're
done.
saying the maneuverability doesn't work, and you disagree with that?
I disagree with that because
Mhm.
this dumpster size, okay, it can they can go right around it.
So-
Okay, and we're compromising a lot of different things. Plus, we're saying, okay, this is actually, it's a modification of the site plan, not a change in parking, right? Because it's an approved
Ah.
site plan.
Okay, so you're saying rather than modify the parking, to modify the proposal for what they're gonna do with the dumpster, and then they won't have to modify the parking.
No, I'm saying they've got to put it back the way it was supposed to be. Put the dumpster in the corner, get rid of the window, put the landscaping back in, and we're done. Just go back to what was there approved 20 years ago.
And Mr. Freehart is saying the maneuverability doesn't work in the original site plan.
Yep, we've run drawings, and getting rid of a window is that's a new building addition, as well as just altering and increasing and trying to address ADA. So any middle ground would be great. I understand that there's frustration that it's not. I mean, this has gone through multiple iterations, and I do feel we're providing a new brick facade, new screening as requested. We've reviewed parking that's already deficient at the site. So we're trying to do our best here. We want you on our team. We're looking for it, and we're just trying to understand why this is, I guess, an issue that remains. So any additional assistance would be great.
Anybody have a compromise position that they can get to? I'd be willing to, I'll throw one out. Get that dumpster so that it's not visible from the street, which was Mr. Lowe's point. I can live with the loss of one parking space. The only time that's hard to park in front of Walgreens is at holidays when everybody's rushing in to buy Christmas decorations and the like. That's my experience of it. I don't know if anybody sees it differently. Otherwise, I've never found it to be that tight. Loss of a parking space is okay, but I would say, but in exchange, the way the commission can do that is by saying that the landscaping and use of the site offsets that consideration. So therefore, you get that dumpster where you've gotten rid of it being unsightly. And the question is, guys, do you want to keep working on this, or can we send it back to ARC?
Well, the other thing would be if there's anything in the treescape plan that could be added in at this time.
Mr. McRae, where do you come out on that? Because you're the one you're the one who's most strongly wants them to go back to where they don't think they can maneuver. Can you live with that?
I think they should go back to the 20-year-old site plan. Just institute that. That's what I think.
I also will say, I don't believe the gym existed at that point as well. So that was a fundamental shift of project site increase in that area.
Mm-hmm. Okay, other positions then somewhere so we can move this one along. Does anybody have an idea? Mine didn't fly here.
I don't think it's a bad idea to send it back to ARC along with a message from the commission or Mr. McRae about what his view is.
We could accept, so here's the message to ARC. We could accept the loss of the parking if it is sufficiently offset by additional landscaping and screening. However, our preference would be for something that is more in line or to go in line with the original site plan. You like that?
Sure.
That's good.
All right, okay. Now, do we need to close it, or can we, we've got till January to decide it, but I don't know if the ARC, and we can get an extension. I know this has been kicking around forever, but should we bring it back so we can see how it ends up?
I'd like
Or-
to do that.
Yeah, I thought you might. I offered it. You'll owe me
Oddly
that
enough.
one late. You'll owe me that one later on in the night, just so you know. But I'll go, no, Nick, because I have one that I don't want to have go to ARC. Okay, so that's what we're going to ask you to do. Go back to ARC. We're okay with losing a parking space, but Mr. McRae feels very strongly that you should try to get back to the original site plan. And if you can't, you've got to make up for the loss of the parking place with more screening and whatever.
So just to follow up on that. So
Because you also, it doesn't look to me like you planted the trees you were supposed to plant.
yep, if you go to, I was gonna bring that right up. If you go to drawing exhibit 03, that's where our plants and trees and screening are included.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and so I missed it from the other plans. Okay.
No worries. Also, I am a little bit at a loss as to how to increase parking on this lot.
No, but what Mr. McRae is telling you is to move the dumpster so that it doesn't take up a parking space. That's what he's suggesting to you.
Certainly understood.
If you can't do that and you can convince people that you don't have the turning radius, then do what you're proposing And I know we're playing volleyball with you, and I'm sorry, but I think you're used to it now because you've had this violation. ARC's been seeing you since 2020, right? Okay,
You-
so we'll send you back. We'll write a memo to ARC and we'll make sure that they understand where the commission came out. Number one, we don't want to see the dumpster. And number two, Mr. McRae would really like to see you go back to the 2020 plan, but so they need to be convinced, and they're good at turning radii and stuff like that. So they will address that. Work?
Is there one last question I can pose
Yes, sir.
to Mr. Macri? The provided record plan dumpsters that we had shown also include the turning radius. I would like to know, in your opinion, how we can make that more clear that it's not feasible, and then also doesn't impact the now new, not record drawing parking facility, just so we have a better understanding as to what you're expecting from the shrubbery provided, the screening we provided, the routing we provided, and the overall parking plan that we provided. Any
Mr.
information?
This, right, this is drawing 5 of 6 that shows the turning radiuses.
Yeah, exhibit 02. Yep.
Okay, I think that's it. Okay, so each one of those turning radiuses is a garbage truck, correct? I think
and
probably what would make this work best for me to see is to show the red square cross that you have on this, on the thing. You have it in 2 locations.
Yep.
Show it at scale per your plan drawing. Okay, in the corner on the building where it was supposed to be the first time.
Which is that exhibit there.
Okay, show it to scale and rotate it so it's 90 degrees to the street. So will that get you to the front gates?
That is currently 90 degrees to the street right there. Yep.
So the gate is facing the street.
Correct.
Okay, and then show your turning radius, your radiuses to the loading dock. That's what we're having this discussion about.
So that's what we have in the plans right now.
And it shows you can get to the loading dock.
It doesn't show, it shows you can get to the compactor behind it.
Right, but it's, I think the argument it was, if it's there, it obstructs the loading dock. That's what we need to see. How does it obstruct the loading dock? And I
Okay.
think actually seeing that, I guess the thing is like 9 foot square,
Yep. And then
showing it
third-
2 square with it, that kind of thing. So we really can see how that orientation works.
Yep, and then confused about how the screening we provided in Exhibit 2 doesn't help with the comments about the eyesore. Where here, it's screened completely tucked away and adequate. Just want to make sure we understand as to what that would be. So all we need to do is add an additional line going to a dumpster enclosure, just make sure that we're on the same page.
Right, I think you really also consult the approved landscape plan from 20 years ago. And whatever's on that's not been planted, or any area that shows that's been paved over and not planted, should be reconstituted, because that to me is a site plan violation. You had an approval to do something, somebody had an approval to do something 20 years ago. It seems to have been lost in the years.
Okay. Do we have any information pertaining to the new addition of the building with the fitness center below as well? Because I don't think that was available. All we had was this old site plan that we're
Yeah,
discussing.
I understand what you're saying. We'll have to dig that out for you. There should be an approval letter and an approved site plan. So we'll need to make a note. What you're saying is you didn't, what we're looking at right now is the original site plan, and you must have done a second one for when the fitness center got added. And that's what we should be comparing to. Is that what you're saying?
I think that would be a fair comparison. It's just
Yeah.
that trying to understand. I think, again, obviously we're playing volleyball here and I don't want to take up any more time. I do feel that, this hopefully would be enough. Again, Mr. McRae, I'm trying to appeal to you and make sure that you feel adequate about this. I want to do my best for turning radii. I want to make sure you get all the shrubbery we need, make sure we have a beautiful product. And I just want to understand that all we need to do is in Exhibit 1, we need to add an additional one to show you loading dock.
Yes, thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
Okay, all right. So we need to find for them the interim site plan if there was one, because they obviously don't have it. Okay. And we'll need to tell ARC where we come out. All righty. So moving on, you guys, that was good. We now go to 177 Ham Ave and the public hearing. Where's Mr. Basili? You were all systems go, Mr. Basili. We are now turning to the public hearing.
Yes, thank you.
Hello,
Thank-
okay. 177 Ham Ave LLC for a final site plan and special permit to do a 10-unit set-aside development at 15 Grand Street. And that is 2 studio, 5 one-bedroom, and 3 two-bedroom units, with 30% of them being affordable. And Mr. Hegney. Or Joe Pecora. Or Mr. Hegney, or Joe Pecora, but somebody should talk to us.
You should invite Chris Smith.
Okay, Chris Smith has his hand up. Okay.
Michael Bunder,
Oh, and Mr. Bunder. Okay, hold on.
Matt Pop,
Uh-oh. Oh, I know. what's
John
happening.
Canning.
Wait, that's too many people. You know, we have max capacity. You know, we don't let you have so many people.
It's a +1 situation, right?
It's a +1. Hello, Mr. Smith. And I've got Mr. Canning.
And how are you, Madam Chairwoman?
Hello. Hey, are you going to be running the ABA thing this year?
Yes, that'll be on March 11th, I believe. So look forward to your attendance and participation as always.
Yes. So Mary Jenkins, anybody who's interested in case law and zoning, this is the best seminar that you could go to. The best seminar that you can go to, and it's only every 2 years, and you spend a whole Saturday learning about case law. It is the coolest.
It's
Now
good
you'll
stuff.
Don't screw it up now. All righty. Okay. Hello, Mr. DeAndrea, Mr. Canning, Mr. Pecora, and it's not Mr. Hegney. We keep bringing him up by accident. Okie doke. So Mr. Smith, if you would go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, members of the Commission, Director DeLuca and Deputy Director LaRoe. For the record, my name is Chris Smith. I'm a land use attorney with the law firm of Alter and Pearson. And at the outset, I too would like to join in thanking Katie DeLuca for her service and wish you the best going forward in your new adventure. And Connecticut, as well as Greenwich, will miss your dedication and professionalism. So thank you and good luck.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that very much.
And I appear before you this afternoon, so used to saying this evening, representing the owner applicant 177 Hamilton Avenue concerning this application for a set-aside development as provided by Section 830G of the Connecticut General Statutes. And as a housekeeping item, I understand that the notice letters were sent out, and I think that was all provided. I see Mr. Rowe is giving a nod, so I think for the record that we have that in. What I'd like to do now, we do have a PowerPoint presentation that I think we'll be referring to as we proceed. And if it would be possible to pull that up, that would be great.
You know how okay. All right. You know, we have a very long night, so we are going to ask you to gallop a little bit, even though we spent 40 minutes on one parking spot, right?
I saw that, and I did hear the reference to attorneys speaking quickly. So I will try to move along, Madam Chairwoman. I do have to create a record, though. But
yes, sir. We know that, and we know it's important. Yeah.
What I'd like to do is, if we could please go to the second slide, that would be great. Is just introduce the members of the team. We have Mr. DeAndrea of Rocco DeAndrea Inc., who's our civil engineer. We have Mr. Gerardo Russo, and actually we're going to be hearing from, I think it's Michelle Boender or Michael Boender of Edgewater Group Associates. I understand he will be doing the presentation on that component. John Canning, our professional engineer with Kim Lee Horn with traffic, Matthew Pop, of Environmental Land Solutions, our landscape architect, and myself. What I'd like to do is just review the overall proposal before turning it over to Mr. DeAndrea. And in particular, I'll address some of the 830G components. As you're aware, this is a site plan special permit application that's been submitted in support of a proposed 10-unit residential community to be located on real property known as 177 Hamilton Avenue and 15 Grand Street. Now, the community will provide for a housing opportunity component, and specifically 30% of the units, or 3 units, will be rented or sold to individuals or families at the 80 or 60% median income. And there will be a deed restriction requiring such going forward for a period of 40 years. This is required by Section 830G of the Connecticut General Statutes. That's entitled in part, quote, Affordable Housing Land Use Appeals Procedure, end of quote. And just for the record, like to remind the commission that the applicable standard of review provided by Section 830G requires the commission to establish that the proposal will result in an adverse impact to a substantial public interest to substantiate either a denial of the application or a condition of approval that adversely impacts the viability of the proposed set-aside development. I feel that this is a friendly 830G application, but Madam Chairwoman, members of the commission, I just always like to do that at the outset. I think that that's required for the record with these applications. The format of our presentation will be as follows. First, I'm going to provide a quick overview of the proposal and the 830G components, and then we'll address the site development plan component that you're probably really going to want to hear about. And as to the site development component, we will hear from the following individuals. First, we'll hear from Anthony D'Andrea, again, our civil engineer, who will review the site development proposal, including the site design, stormwater management, parking, utilities, including sewer, and the related infrastructure components. Then we'll hear from Mr. Boender of Edgewater Group Architects, who will review the architectural components of the building design and related features. After Mr. Boender, we'll hear from Matthew Pop, our landscape architect with Environmental Land Solutions LLC, who will review the landscape plan. And then finally, we'll round off the presentation with John Canning, our professional civil engineer with Kimley Horn, and then we'll review who will review the traffic study with regards to trip generation, level of service, LOS, sightlines, turning radii, and other components. And I would like to indicate for the record, I know that Mr. Pecora already was speaking before, but just for the record, that Mr. Pecora is here as a member of representing the owner applicant 177 Hamilton LLC, and Mr. Pecora, as you're aware, is also president of the Greenwich Properties Inc. As to the site plan application, what I'd like to do is if we could please go to the aerial slide, the next slide. Thank you. This shows the subject property in yellow, and the subject property comprises approximately 7,288 square feet. Mr. D'Andrea will touch upon some of these components of the application. I'm just giving a little perspective and background. The property is located at the corner of Hamilton Avenue and Grand Street with frontage on both, and it's located in the LBR-2 zone district. The existing conditions involve having a commercial building located on the westerly side fronting Hamilton Avenue that has a food establishment commercial use. And then just to the right or to the east of that building, fronting directly onto Grand Street, is a two-family, multifamily residential use. If we could please go to the next slide. And the proposal is to remove the existing structures and replace with an infill or adaptive reuse a 10-unit residential community that provides for 10 residential dwellings in a single building. And I would like to point out that this infill or adaptive reuse, and people define adaptive reuse sometimes differently, but I do think this certainly qualifies as an infill development approach, that this is consistent with your draft October 22nd, 2019 POCD in section 2 that's entitled, quote, develop housing opportunities for the future, end of quote, where you specify that this type of use, that this process of having an infill development, which is just what this is. And I've been seeing more of these actually over the past couple of years occurring throughout towns. And I think it's a big plus in putting good planning tool and putting pedestrians or boots on the ground in business areas, and also providing for a housing opportunity component at the same time. There's existing and adequate public water and sewer. The stormwater that will now be collected, it's not collected and treated. It will be collected and treated regarding quantity and quality, and Mr. D'Andrea, Tony will address that shortly. Traffic will not result in adverse impacts. There's sufficient on-site and on-street parking. Mr. Canning will address those issues shortly. There are no regulated activities concerning inland wetlands or watercourses that require a wetland permit. And just as to, if we could please go to the next slide. As to the affordability component, as we're aware, and it's as reflected in your affordable housing plan dated June of this past summer, Greenwich does not qualify on the DOH, Connecticut Department of Housing's 10% list, as you're well aware, with 5.42% of the town's housing stock qualifying as affordable per the list. We did submit an affordability plan to the commission as part of the application packet as provided by 830G. Again, we have, as provided in the affordability plan, we are proposing a 10-unit residential community. It's been submitted pursuant to Section 830G, where 30% of or 3 of the units will be offered to individuals or families at the 80 or 60% median income, and there will be a deed restriction. And as indicated in the Schedule A to our affordability plan, I'll round off or conclude my presentation with the next slide. Thank you very much. Where we delineate the number of units. There are number of market rate units are 7. Housing opportunity units are 3 for a total of 10 units. The number of market rate and housing opportunity units by number of bedrooms are broken down where there is an efficiency. There are a total of 2 units. Out of the 2 units of efficiency units, 1 will be a market rate unit, 1 will be a housing opportunity unit. As to 1 bedrooms, there's a total of 3. We're proposing that there be 1 of those 3 units will be market rate and 2 of them will be housing opportunity units. 1 of those units will be at 60% and 1 of the units will be at 80%. And the efficiency unit will be a housing opportunity unit will be at 60. And then the balance of the units comprise 3 2-bedroom units that will be 3 market rate units. I respectfully submit that the affordability plan that's been submitted with this application does comply with Section 8-30G. And unless you have any questions for me, what I'd like to do is turn the presentation over to Mr. DeAndrea, who can walk through the civil components of the site development proposal. And thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I will make a brief description of the proposal. Chris did a wonderful job describing all the basics. As you can see on the first slide, we have 2 buildings, a significant amount of impervious area. We're on the corner of Grand Street and Hamilton Avenue. Those 2 buildings will be removed, and the building proposed will take up basically the western half of the property. We're proposing to create the parking on the east side of the property in order to accommodate and comply with the town drainage manual. We propose to have permeable pavers for the surface of the parking area, and that will provide parking for 10 parking vehicles. The access will be through 1 driveway out onto Grand Street. The overflow from the reservoir, the storage reservoir under the permeable pavement will be directed to a new storm drain that will run westerly down Grand Street and intersect an existing drain that runs into the town system in Hamilton Avenue. We do that to minimize the amount of disruption, of course, to Hamilton Avenue, and a very straightforward and simple system. The architects and the designers and the applicants have proposed a sidewalk wrapping around the building. We have landscaping along the south side to facilitate entrance into the doorways on that side. Sewer will be directed to the existing lateral serving the property. Of course, we'll comply with the comments of the sewer department when they're finalized. Since there are 2 buildings, one of the sewer laterals will be capped, the other one will be inspected and maintained if found to be suitable. We did receive some comments from engineering. They're typical, if I may say so, anticipated and easily resolved and addressed in the final design. Some of them are detail oriented as to nomenclature and additional labeling, but the gist of the plan is that it will not change. We've used the lid technique of permeable pavers in the rear, and we will work with DPW to address any of the fine points as we move into final design.
my sound go dead or are people gonna? Did you just
Michael
stop?
Bunder next.
Okay, Mr. DeAndrea, you're working on the sewer flows, right?
I had to turn up the volume a little bit. I missed the question.
Sewer. You're
Sure,
working
yes,
on the-
I just said that we'll work with the sewer department as we always do. There is one building to the east that sewer lateral would be capped. The building to the west would usually make the inspection of the lateral, where they make an assessment of whether or not it can be reused in its current condition or whether or not it needs to be upgraded. So we'll certainly address either
Have you,
option. in that regard.
have you had a chance to give him the flows and,
Yes, that came, I believe, from the mechanical engineer. I was not involved in, responsible for that phase, but yes, it was produced.
and the commission asked yesterday, so as long as I've got you here, the 10-to-1 offsetting, can you comment on that?
10-to-1 offsetting.
What the sewer department is asking for is the offsetting of peak infiltration and inflow of INI at a ratio of 10-to-1.
That's something that's been debated. It has never been established as to exactly how that would be determined. I think that generally speaking, we're open to suggestion, but it's an open-ended comment at this point.
That's what I remembered from something else you had said
Yes.
at one point. So do you want to add any further comment to that?
No, I think that there's a room for discussion. I don't know that it's appropriate on all developments.
All right.
I'm sorry, what do you mean that it's up for discussion? Because I thought that the sewer department had made this into a.
This
some
is
sort
their
of policy
policy.
or- Yeah,
right.
so
Let
are
me-
you
let me
willing
be-
to comply with that or not comply with it? I'm just confused on
Let me
what.
just say, since it hadn't been discussed on my side with the applicants, what our experience has been so far is that while it was mentioned, it had a varied number of percentage. So in this case, you just suggested that it was 10-to-1. Another larger project, he was proposing 6-to-1. On another large project, we talked about 10. So far, the dialogue has been just to mention that possibility. And then the issue is now, how do you determine how that ratio will be verified and accomplished? And that's where we have the need for discussion, in my opinion.
Okay. All right, so there's still a need for discussion. Yes, the varying number depends on the sewer shed you are in and where along the line you are. From
Correct.
what I understood, so basically you're saying you're still in discussions with sewer.
We will, I think that the issue, the comment should be made is that we will enter those discussions with sewer. But again, Katie, it hasn't been defined as to how they will identify areas that are appropriate for each individual development.
The
Okay?
areas of INI remediation or whatever the word is. I mean, what do you
Correct. Well,
mean?
what we've discussed with the sewer department from my side and the ones that I've been involved in is that if you can develop a way in which to quantify the amount of infiltration in a particular leg of the sewer main, then let's work to fix it. And it should be done within mains that are easily accessible and don't involve multiple lateral connections. And I think that's where we can work together. But the difficulty that's been put forth that we've seen so far is that how do you quantify the individual section as to how much infiltration is occurring and when are they going to do that? That's the issue for the applicants, generally speaking.
Okay,
But at the
Um,
end of the day, the commission does need some sort of reassurance from the sewer
Yes.
department that they'll be able to issue a permit.
that's exactly right. We've been so that's a big question for us. As you know, Mr. DeAndrea, we're in Horseneck. I obviously you could make the argument we need a long-term solution, but right now we're here with this application.
Well, then I certainly am not the one to speak for the applicant. However, if the sewer department determined that they wanted this particular development to take care of 1 million gallons of water, that would be unfair, in my opinion. So yes, there's going to be a continuing dialogue, and at some point we will accommodate the conditions unless they are unreasonable. So I would turn that over to Chris Smith to respond from a legal standpoint, and from the applicant to indicate how far they're willing to go on at this point, an unknown level of
Yes.
compliance.
Okay, that's, this is a question. Yeah. Okay. You know what you got to do.
And Chris Smith, I think Mr. DeAndrea responded very appropriately, so we will be having that continuing dialogue. Thank you.
Mhm. And Mr. Smith, as I talk, as you know, as we discuss, all of these old towns that have older infrastructure are really struggling with the development. And that's the problem, is how we handle. And some of them are fortunate because it is not their sewer plant. I mean, because their sewer plant is limited, and they, I suppose, could do work to their sewer plant, but we have this line issue, and wouldn't you know it, the worst of the lines always gets the development application. So there you go. Okay, so let's move on. We're now going to go to Mr. Bender.
Yes, Michael Boonder here,
Mhm.
is doing well. Katie,
Thank you.
He's in California, you
been
know.
great with you and knowing you over the many years, and we wish you all the best moving forward.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so we heard comments from ARC and from P&Z regarding the aesthetics, if you will, of the building, and we have already made some changes to address those comments. For instance, on the front door, we added some side lights to it to make it look a little bit more grander, so to speak. We also reduced the size of the windows left and right on the first floor all the way around. And we reduced the size of the windows on the upper floors as well. We ended up changing the ceiling heights on the second through fourth floor from 10 feet to 9 feet. So that also changed the overall height of the building. We couldn't change the first floor height because of the grade going in the back, to keep the ceiling in the back at the proper height and keep a consistent floor line from front to back. So we had to keep that at the current 13 feet. We took the electrical and gas meters that were in between the doors on the north side of the building and pushed them towards the back corner. And at the same time, we relocated the refuse collection bins to the back of the parking lot. Matt will
Okay, so
embellish that.
let me just, Mr. Bender,
Yes.
just to make sure that I've got this, ARC made recommendations and forwarded it to us. The different brick color you have done, correct? With the materials to differentiate the building, this is something you've done. That's their first recommendation.
We haven't done that yet. We're looking
Okay.
into it, see what the
Okay.
possibilities are.
All right, and because you don't have a return to them, and that's fine, because it's an 830G and you have that prerogative, but we certainly appreciate your working with the ARC.
Yep.
Ceiling heights were out of proportion. I assume you're addressing this?
Yeah, that's what I said. We reduced the
Sorry,
upper level floors 2 through
okay,
from 10
right.
to 9 feet. The only thing we couldn't change was the first floor because of the grade going front to back, because we had
Okay.
to.
Sorry, I missed that because I was trying to catch up with you on what their list was. The front door, I
That's
heard you say you changed it, you widened the front door,
We
and you-
added side lights.
and you added the side
sides,
lights. Okay.
Give it
And
a better,
then-
grander look.
And then you changed the windows on the first floor?
Correct. And the upper floor as well.
Now, what did they mean when they said you were concerned that the landscape renderings, they were concerned that landscape renderings didn't account for the limited space available for the proposed plantings? Are you going to use planters? What did you say to that?
Matt Pop will
Question for
address.
Hello, Mr. Pop. Of course, you would be the one to answer that. My apologies. I forgot you were there. What did you say, Mr. Pop?
Matt?
Sorry, we can go back. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get us out of Mr. Bunder. Maybe we'll just go back to Mr. Pop. So the building lights should not cast a glow on the facade. You know that, Mr. Bunder. We have no building up lighting in Greenwich because of the dark sky initiative. Yeah, the
Right.
interior shades, I'm not that interested in. I can't believe you're gonna pick them for people. Applicant explained that it's, okay, one thing is, apparently you're not speaking, and we'll talk to Mr. Smith about that. Apparently you're not working with the trust because we have not asked Mr. Baerlich to recuse himself, and then they liked your signage. Okay, so you're in good shape with ARC. You're integrating what they've recommended to you, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any
On that,
comments from the commission on the architectural? Yeah, Mr. Baerlich, I was waiting for you.
yeah, I don't have a comment on the architectural. My colleagues who are much more able than I will, I suppose, do that. But I did want to ask this applicant. I know Mr. Pecora is very, very well aware of the role that we hope the trust will achieve in 830G set-aside transactions. Having applied to the trust for the sister property in the same neighborhood. I wondered if any consideration had been given to approaching this development as an assisted housing project under 830G rather than as a set aside, either making the building smaller or providing a greater number of affordable units.
I could respond to that.
Mr. Pecora.
I can't make the building smaller unless the first floor were retail. I can't make the building retail on the first floor because I don't comply with the underlying zone.
Okay.
However, I would be willing to add one additional affordable unit to 4, so 40% are affordable, provided all 4 units are on the first floor, and I could go to AMI, 80% AMI.
I can speak on behalf of the folks from the trust, although I know I'm wearing a different hat right now, but I think the trust would be interested, very interested in seeing that request and considering it. If it's completely at your option, what you do with the trust is completely distinct from what you're able to do under the statute as a set aside. But if you're interested, I would be delighted to present that to the trust and see what they had to say.
Mr. Pecora, really the brass tacks of this, in my mind, come down to, oh, you're not going to be happy with me. I'm going to give you back your own teachings. So you have said to me over the years that you think in a multifamily 1.4 to 1.6 parking spaces per unit work. Now here, the big issue is you do have some street parking, and you've pointed out that some is available. If by ordinance some is available, if the ordinance doesn't block the parking ordinance, which does not fall under zoning, is available, and you can highlight that, then the fact that you only have 1 space per unit should be okay. And I think that's the point you're making. And doesn't the safety issue, Mr. Smith, because I know you're going to want to hear me say it, is that the ordinance forbids parking and to enable snowplows and street sweeping and maintenance, and it's for DPW. So we have to respect that safety issue if we can. So Mr. Pecora, since you, I know, are very thoughtful about the parking, where do you come out on that? Do you think
I am happy to respond to that. One, I never said 1.4 to 1.6 as it relates to 1-bedroom units.
Okay, you meant in general with a different
Correct.
mix.
Correct.
And your mix would have been with more 2 bedrooms or 3
Exactly.
bedrooms in the mix? Okay.
So my other projects have worked quite well.
Okay.
With 1-to-1. I don't anticipate this being a problem.
Okay.
The way we manage our parking. Not everyone has a car. Usually in the set-asides, I prioritize ADA. So most likely I'll probably have handicap. Which would then be required to park in the ADA parking space, which frees up another space. And if there's overflow needed, there is plenty of on-street parking, both on Hamilton Avenue and within the area.
So what we'd like if, and I think you have Mr. Canning, so you could do that, is for you to give us the count of what you've seen as available parking that is not forbidden from overnight by ordinance, that what's available to, that would be available for the building. You've done that for us before. I think you did that when you did the other when you did the Ham Ave project. And so that wasn't in this one. We'd like to see it again. It just addresses that that issue from the ordinance that.
I think that's in John's presentation.
Okay, all right. I did not see it, Mr. Canning, so and was looking for it over the weekend, so I appreciate that. Okay, and so you, just for my future, you look at it in terms of bedrooms, is what you're saying. So here where you have where you have 13 bedrooms, you think you find that 10 parking spaces for 13 bedrooms is sufficient for 10 units with 13 bedrooms. That's big.
Margarita, I've said this before. A developer is foolish to build something that people can't park.
That's why I'm asking you the question, because I know
So,
you have that
I
philosophy.
don't think you would consider us
Right.
foolish. So therefore,
Yeah.
I'm comfortable with the parking count.
Yeah, I know you've said that at other applications that you'd be foolish because you can't rent the market rate units if there's no place to park, because people don't like that. And that's the issue, that you kill the market, and you're giving preference to ADA and I suppose to the affordable. Mr. Yeski, you look like you have a question. No, not right now? Okay, just the way you moved. All right. Okay, Madam Jenkins, do you? Unmute.
Yes,
Okay.
please. Mr. Pecora, you said the 4 ground floor units. What are the sizes of those units? How many bedrooms in those?
There's 2 efficiencies and two 1-bedrooms.
Thank you.
Size wise, I mean, it's on the plan. I don't
Yeah.
know them offhand.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I don't think, Mr. Bunda, I don't think we had any other questions for you. You've
Okay.
been to the ARC, they've been through it. I think we can kind of let you be.
So
So
with-
then, go ahead, Katie.
With the 4 on the first floor, there would still be the same ratio of bedrooms from the affordable standpoint to the market, right? Or would the number of bedrooms change?
The number of bedrooms changes because there's no 2 bedrooms on the first floor. So therefore, I'm making both efficiencies affordable and I'm making both 1-bedrooms affordable.
And then the ones on the upper floors, I'm trying to do the math. The ones on the upper floors would be a mix of 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom, right?
Correct. And those are all market rate because I'm providing 4 affordable and 6 market versus 3 affordable and 7 market.
Right.
So there are no 2 bedrooms that would be affordable?
I'm sorry?
Are there
There's
no
no-
2
right.
bedrooms that would be affordable?
Are
One more
there,
time.
No,
No, no.
there would not be, under the, if you went the alternative way to the
Yes.
to the trust, he's proposing to have no 2 bedrooms that are affordable.
Okay.
Affordability would be concentrated, I think, Joe, tell me if I mistake this, because I don't mean to. I think the affordability would be concentrated in some of the smaller units.
correct?
But Mr. Pecora, the the notice for the public hearing says 3 are affordable, but you're going to 4.
No,
No.
the conversation was answering Bob Barilak's question was.
I gotcha.
Would you be willing to add more affordable units if we went through the trust?
Got it.
And I said yes.
Okay.
But the current application is the current application as it is. It's
3 affordables.
correct.
And the 3 affordables is 1 studio, 1 1-bedroom, and 1 2-bedroom, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And then
It's per the affordability plan.
Right, yeah, I just wanted to make sure I read that correctly. And then if you were to go to 40%, then it would be 2 studios and 2 1-bedrooms.
Correct, exactly.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And Madam Chairwoman, Chris Smith, just for the record, the PowerPoint slide did make it, just to clarify the PowerPoint slide that we saw before, as Director DeLuca indicated, there will be, under the proposal for the 3 housing opportunity or affordable units, there would be one each of the efficiency bedroom, 1 bedroom and the 2 bedroom, where the efficiency in 1 bedrooms would both be at 60% and the 2 bedroom would be at 80% under what's before you. So that slide was, just want to clarify what was in that slide relative to what's in the cover letter and in the affordability plan. Thank you.
Okay, alrighty. Then back to Mr. Pop. How did you answer the question from ARC regarding what you're doing?
Good evening, Matthew Pop, landscape architect. Katie, best of luck in the future.
Thank you.
And then just one other comment on the application before this one. I did do the landscape plan. I prepared that. So if you needed that, they contact me. There is a 5-foot planting strip along the south side of the building and on the west side, so on the left side and on the bottom of the building. And that's plenty of room for the shrubs. We do have 2 rows of shrubs. We kept the plan extremely simple. Along Ham Ave, we have a row of boxwoods, and then in front of that, we have a low-growing juniper, just so it stays evergreen. Again, it matches on either side. The corner of the building where the road intersection is, we have a holly to kind of anchor that corner. On Grand Street, we have just a white rose. There's a picture of these plants as I'm talking along the building foundation. And then we do have that low-growing juniper, again, along the sidewalk. We do have 1 tree kind of in the back, which is a Winter King hawthorn. It seems like the tree warden uses that tree quite a bit in town. I kind of prefer that too. There are overhead utility lines on Grand Street, so we can't have a large growing shade tree, unfortunately, to shade kind of the parking lot to reduce thermal pollution. So that's kind of the landscaping plan, extremely quick. Again, just try to keep it very simple. And we do have the 1 tree in the back. I think right now there might be, I think there's only 1 small tree on the site that's probably about 6 or 7 feet tall.
And how did you answer ARC's question again?
I actually answered that question.
Okay.
I actually responded with, if somebody wanted to maintain those potted plants, that's fine. But I think they were getting confused as to how much space there was actually in between the sidewalk and the building. There's actually 5 feet. The building is not on the sidewalk, and there's plenty of room for the plants. We did change the plants to make it a more formal look versus a more residential look, because you are in the LBR2 zone. So I kind of wanted to keep it so that it looked like a commercial building versus a residential building. And that was the response, is basically potted plants are impossible to maintain unless somebody goes there on a daily basis and pull weeds and water. The proposed situation allows me to sprinkler the plants and maintain it like we maintain all our other properties, which are, in my opinion, some of the better looking properties in Chickahominy, landscape wise.
And don't forget that we could do more landscaping on Orchard, but people like Orchard a lot, Mr. Pecora. You can always put your sprinkler, those little tubes from the sprinkler system into the pots though.
If you had pots, you would have less plantings and less.
Yeah, no, the ground is better.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Thank
So
you.
now do we go to Mr. Canning?
Well, just one question, Mr. Pomp. Is
Sorry.
there going to be also a grass strip in front of the plantings, or how does that work?
We're using,
No,
Matt, respond, I apologize.
Maybe you could just make it bigger so everybody can see it better, Pat. How the landscaping is going to work. It's 22, it looks like. Go back one, that one. Can you make it bigger at all? I'm never good at this.
So there is no grass strip.
I can't zoom in on this, Madam Chair. I'm using it
Okay.
on PowerPoint. I
Okay.
apologize.
All right. No, that's all right.
We don't have a grass strip, but we have a very low growing juniper that's probably 6 to 8 inches in height, a spreading plant. So that kind of, I would say, takes the place of a lawn area in front. And you can see
Right.
the plant is, and you have the photos of the plants. It's the top left. Nope, not the top left. It's the bottom left.
Oh, okay, and
Bottom left photo of the plant.
you're going to plant enough of them so it initially covers everything because
Yes.
they grow very slowly.
Yes, we will. I'm not sure if they grow. They look like they grow slow. I think they grow, just as quick as the other plants. But yeah, they do. I think in my style, I try to prefer maybe overplanting to get an initial finished look when the building is done. So yes, so they're probably less than 3 feet on center. They're probably like 2.5 feet on center. So, and they will spread, 4 to 4.5 feet wide.
All righty. Okay.
Thank you.
Can we go back then to Mr. Canning?
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the
Hi.
commission.
Mr. Canning, I'm going to ask you a question that isn't what you're projecting to talk about, and I think we may actually have to go back to Mr. DeAndrea. As I'm reading the DPW resub, DPW is the resub before final site plan approval. As I go through it, it seems to me that the issue is about the site distance, that I'm looking at all these things that they comment and nothing seems like it's a resubmit till I get down to the driveways not having the separation distance.
Sure. So-
And their conditions are 50 feet for multifamily. And then they also have a concern about the tandem parking spaces. I think that we would not, Pat and Katie, I don't think we consider that something that rises to a health and safety issue unless somebody needs to get out in a huge hurry and it's different units since there's a lot of 1 bedrooms. But so those 2 questions, but the first one is the 2 proposed driveways on Grand Street.
Sure.
Can I just respond to that quickly?
Well, it is your project, Mr. Pecora.
Yeah.
You're always allowed
So
to speak.
I think you were getting confused with the tandem. We're not proposing tandem parking spaces. They were proposing that we do tandem parking spaces in order to eliminate the 2 curb cuts.
And I
we
was,
can't-
okay.
We
Okay.
can't do the tandem parking spaces because you would cut off
Got
the
it. Okay.
sidewalk.
Thank
to
you,
the
Mr.
building.
Pecora. I was looking at that parking and wondering where the tandem was and thinking I was just dumb for not seeing it. Okay, so it isn't at all your intent anywhere. But here they're saying, now, what can you guys do? And since you're talking, Mr. Pecora, what can you guys do about the sight lines and the driveways?
I'll let John respond.
Sure.
I
Thank
thought it
you.
was your project, Mr. Pecora. Just kidding. Go ahead, Mr. Canning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just so we're clear, we understood what the commission was asking. We looked at it, but we cannot do it without, losing parking spaces and cutting off the sidewalk. That's the tandem spaces.
Okay,
With
I'm good with that. I
with
couldn't
regard
figure it out, so thank you.
with regard to the driveways, there's a couple of points. The first one is the town code says that you should have 50 feet between 2 driveways on a property, but it's okay to have 2 driveways on 2 separate properties that are 2 feet apart when it's a multifamily residential.
Hold on a second. When it's a multifamily, hold on a second, because we just had one where we made them move their driveways, but they weren't multifamily. The one on East Elm, you guys, we made them separate those driveways.
But Madam Chair, what I'm saying is that your code, for better or for worse, and I think it's a good idea to move them on Elm, but your code, for better or for worse, right now says that you can have 2 multifamily driveways that are 2 foot apart on 2 separate properties. So the point is, it's not a health and safety issue to have 2 driveways that are less than 50 feet apart. So that's the simple, long and the short of it. With regard to the sight lines, we can provide adequate sight lines for the speed of travel on that road. That road is 370 feet long. And when you turn off of Hamilton Avenue, you're doing 5 miles an hour, maybe as many as 10 miles an hour. And when you're approaching Hamilton Avenue, you're not accelerating, you're slowing down. So we have sufficient parking. The town's report questioned whether we should be, and by the way, that's sufficient sight lines accounting for parking. The town's report questioned whether you should account for parking when you do your sight lines or not. I would encourage the board to be careful about that, because if you go into town in the downtown area and you start eliminating parking spaces for sightlines, you're going to lose 100 parking spaces. So we have sufficient sight distance for the speed of the traffic on that short road because it's so short.
Okay, so what you're gonna have to do, I think what the applicant's gonna have to do, whoever's speaking to DPW, is address this concern with the points you've made, because looking at it is, you've all the issues that are being raised that I see as sort of big deals in DPW's mind, and I could be wrong. The other one is the one park is backing out of vehicles in the driveway.
Yep. So that's a condition that exists across the street. It's a condition that exists or will exist with the project you approved last year at 171 Hamilton
170.
Avenue. The bottom line is
And
there's
150. Or
yeah,
one-
there's
and a two-door.
by the way, if this was on Hamilton Avenue, I would have a different answer because Hamilton Avenue has a higher
gonna-
volume and a
I'm
higher
gonna hold
speed.
you to that, Mr. Canning, because
No, I'm making it honestly. That's
okay.
this is on a low volume, low speed street, and therefore it's not a health and safety issue.
Okay. All right. It would be good if you talked to DPW and you gave them that information so that they could, can we get them to sign off, Pat and Katie?
I think the applicant can respond and get DPW to understand the limitations. I think the one thing that will require a little involvement from planning and zoning staff and the commission is about why we would accept the parking layout the way it is with the the double driveways as they described it. And I think the answer is that it's better than the alternative. And so and we have done similar with the sister project at 171. So I think we have an answer for DPW as to why the commission is thinking that this is.
And then while you're at it, Mr. Canning, he addresses, I think that if you guys would just sit down with DPW, because then they say the two proposed driveways on Grand Street would be acceptable provided no street parking is allowed on both sides of Grand Street along the frontage of the property. But then they want you to talk to the parking services people about how you would do that. And I'm not sure why they're saying this, but that they're not clear what the parking restrictions are on Grand Street.
So with respect,
Yes.
there's
You don't have to respect me. It's okay.
well,
You can say-
we would encourage the town to update their zoning ordinance to match the parking spaces on the street.
Well, it's not a zoning ordinance.
What it's the town.
Yeah, that's
sorry.
why I'm pursuing it with you, Mr. Canning. This is not zoning. That's why we need
Well,
to address this.
My point is that's really a town issue, but the bottom line is
But it's still not zoning, and 830G only overrides zoning. So we need to be very specific here that we're talking an ordinance question by the charter that 830G does not override, and that's why it needs to be careful. It needs to be comprehensively addressed. Go ahead, Mr. Canning.
so what DPW has recommended is to prohibit parking along the property frontage. And what we're proposing to do is prohibit parking along the property frontage, primarily because we're providing parking on site. And parking is already prohibited along the south side of the street next to the sidewalk at that location. So will.
You need to work it, I mean, because you see, you're working here with the town charter. If you can get us to the point where DPW is given an answer that we can live with so that we can move forward.
We will
I
do
think,
that.
For the record, Madam Chairwoman, we will certainly follow up with DEP and work, or DPW, excuse me, and work with them as well as your professional staff on these items.
Okay, our professional staff doesn't accept how we, and we're good at, that we do all of our own motions and everything. So we can figure that out. But the question is just, there's an ordinance, how do you work with it? Then there's these DPW standards, and can you just get us the language so that everybody's satisfied, that it's safe? And the first thing, as Mr. Canning keeps reminding us, all we're looking for is safety here.
Correct. Madam Chair, I'm sorry, Chris, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Madam Chair, just to make sure we've covered all the bases, your question regarding overnight parking is addressed on page 11, table 6 of our report. There are over 50 spaces available overnight within 700 feet of the property.
Okay,
And-
great. Because DPW's comment, as you saw, is that they don't know what that availability is, and I did not dig down to see where you had it.
Okay.
Even
And
though you did an executive summary this time. A nice one.
short anyway.
Yeah.
Table 4 on page 9 addresses the projected parking demand based on the unit mix, studios,
Mhm.
1 bedroom and 2 bedroom.
Mhm.
And it's 10 units, 10 parking spaces is the projected parking demand. It's on page 9.
Okay.
And that's based, by the way, on surveys of local parking in the area, including the more recent projects. I'm not sure what the address is now. It was 176.5 at one time, and 303 Hamilton Avenue.
We call it the two-door.
The 2-door, that's it.
It's not the two-door, but that's we all call it. Behind the two-door is the
180
official name.
Hamilton Avenue.
Now
Yeah.
180.
It's the official name we give
I
it
like that
inside
better,
P
Joe.
and Z is, yeah, no, we call it behind, the one behind the two-door is how we talk about it. Okay. All right.
So
Any
you-
other commission, staff, go ahead.
Quickly, so Mr. Kenny, you said that you had investigated the number of available parking spaces on the road.
Correct.
So that's what this is showing. Okay, perfect.
Correct. Correct.
Because I know you had done that for the 180 project, so I must have just missed it on this one.
Well, DPW missed it too, Katie, and I was looking at DPW report, the DPW write-up, and they say it's not clear how much is available. So they didn't.
In all honesty, Madam Chair, I think what DPW is saying is that your charter does not match your parking, and that we, the applicant, should go out and figure out how many people are parking in charter spaces as opposed to posted spaces.
Right. No, yeah, Mr. Canning's absolutely right. I think the DPW has new staff who's involved with the traffic and issues, and they went out there and saw some obvious discrepancies between the ordinance, the parking ordinance, and the signage, and just alerted the commission to that. So
Yeah, they're not wrong, but it makes it
yeah, I
complicated.
don't think they're trying to overburden this applicant. I think they're just, saying,
yeah.
there's a discrepancy here. It may benefit everybody to have somebody inventory that, and whoever, should be doing that is a different story, but.
Well,
if I-
but to
if I
Mr.
could-
Pecora's point, before you do that, Mr. Pecora, to your point, you always like to have, as you said, you believe it's worthy making sure that your building's viable and has enough parking. So,
Correct.
okay.
I
You were gonna
would
say
like to
something?
follow up on the Grand Street restrictions and
Yes.
confusion as it
Yes.
relates to what is currently there and what is allowed on the charter. There is one parking space at the corner within 25 feet of the intersection, right next to Garden Catering right now. That under the parking regulations is not even allowed because it's within 25 feet of the intersection. So we're eliminating that. If
Okay.
you look at the rest of the parking, there was only really one parking space that we're eliminating. And the fact that we're required to put a sidewalk in makes the road too narrow to have parking on either side of the road. And currently, there is no parking on the south side of Grant Street. And Scott Marucci said, Joe, you have to put a 5-foot sidewalk on there, which makes the road too narrow to have any parking on Grant Street in front of our sidewalk.
So there's no parking
Actually
along.
it's actually making the road safer the way we're proposing it.
Okay. All right. So I think where we leave it though is that if you go back to DPW and talk to them, and you go back to sewer, those are the two main things that we have raised as having the potential for health and safety concerns. Is there any other comments from the commission at this time?
How wide is the sidewalk right now?
There is no sidewalk.
And in front of the property?
They're requiring us to put a 5-foot sidewalk along the property on Grand Street, of which there currently is no sidewalk.
But how about in the front though? What is
The
that?
front is this town standard.
Is it 5 feet or is it 4 feet?
I think it's 5 feet, and if it's not 5 feet, we're gonna make it 5 feet. Whatever is code, we're gonna make it.
5 feet.
I don't see the need to put a 5-foot sidewalk on Grand Street.
Code.
It's code.
It's to get from the, it's
To
building
get from-
code, Mr. Levy, to get from the parking lot to the front entrance of the
It
building.
has to be wide enough for a wheelchair and,
You
okay.
you can't make somebody walk in the street essentially from the property of the door is what.
send them to my neighborhood. All right. Okay, so those are the two things that we've got, the two main issues. No, commission doesn't have any other health and safety issues to raise. If it's okay, Mr. Smith, I'm going to turn to the public for comment.
That's fine. That does conclude our presentation, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you.
Moving you right along. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? Again, a little bit of confusion because it's 177 Ham, but it's actually 15 Grand Street. It's an 830G application on 15 Grand Street. If you wish to speak, please raise your virtual hand. Hey. There you go. Wait, when somebody's got, oh, no, that's a panelist. That's Mr. LaRoe. You don't count.
Oh, he counts immensely.
Let the record show, Madam Chair. Thank you that I do
He
that.
just wanted to show what the hand looked like.
No,
Okay, so-
I do have one point that I'd like to bring up on behalf of the applicant for the commission to consider. I did do a little investigating after reading the comments about the crosswalks on the side streets along Ham Ave.
Oh, good point.
And I don't have an answer specifically, but I do believe Mr. Pecora is absolutely right. There is no side crosswalks on the side streets, and I believe it's probably has to do with the dead end streets and the low traffic volumes. So if it's okay with the commission, I think we'd like to tell DPW that that's not maybe necessary for this project, but again, if this town wants to do it, that's on their prerogative. But to put one here and not anywhere else, it seems a little disjointed. So, but that is my little analysis on the crosswalks over there.
Thank you, Patrick.
I actually have two more questions. Why does conservation say she doesn't have a landscape plan? For the greens?
I was trying to get Alex. Alex has not been in the office since she dropped those
Okay.
comments, but perhaps she just didn't, get her set package the way that she likes and didn't see it. But Mr. Pecora absolutely did, and in fact he
Yeah.
provided a revised one before last Friday. So we had both to look at.
And are you going to have anything on the roof, Mr. Pecora? Since it's
Solar
not-
panels.
Okay,
And all your infrastructure, right? Your condensers and whatnot, right?
Correct.
Right.
And given the amount of stuff that's going to be on the roof, it's kind of a moot point to have
No,
gardens on the roof.
I was actually thinking you might have some sort of recreational area since there's no outdoor patios. I mean, you've got the balconies, but
In order to have a recreational area on the 4th floor, I would have to have 2 means of egress on the 4th floor, on the 5th floor, which is the roof, which means I would have the stair tower would have to go all the way up above the roof line, which
Okay.
I don't think you or I would like.
well,
And what about-
we allow it though, but you'd have to set it back.
You
For
well,
6/127.
We currently can't set it back, so
Right.
I don't think it's necessary, and we need the room for the equipment and the solar panels. And given that we have a park right across the street, I think we're
Right.
good with outdoor space.
And you said somewhere in the comments, I saw that you had full fire access, but I didn't see fire comments, so we're gonna get them at some point.
If you guys provided the plans to the fire marshal and asked him for his comments, I'm sure he will comment.
Mr. LaRoe?
We did, and in fact, I caught the deputy fire marshal today in town hall. He said that his comments were, he did look at them. He was waiting for fire marshal to endorse the final comments, and he had no major issues to provide to the commission. I was hoping we'd get an email today, but I guess it didn't happen. So this is similar to what was expressed at 171 at the corner. that the fact that there's two sides that front the road, there should be adequate access for apparatus to do with the job that they need to get done if, there is an unfortunate issue over at this building.
And we also provided turning radiuses for the fire engines to be able to
Okay.
get into the building in the back as well.
All right, so we shouldn't have any surprises in that department. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah,
Okay,
no, that I can safely say that to the commission that I don't expect anything major to come.
okay. All righty. There being no further comment, we would leave this application open with the issues to be addressed. All right, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice holiday and happy and healthy new year to everybody. And Katie, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I forgot, folks, when we opened the meeting, I forgot to announce that we do have an application that's been postponed. It's number 10, Shoreline Design Group at 220 Davis Avenue has been postponed. I apologize for having forgotten that.
And Madam Chair, did we ask for public comment?
On this one?
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
Okay, good. Sorry.
Bye. Yes, Mr. Smith.
Just for the record, one of those legal procedural things, the hearing on 177 will be continued to, I think, is it June? January.
It depends
wanted-
on when the agenda has room and when you can get. I would suggest to you, Mr. Smith, that you get the sewer question answered first, because otherwise we'll look at you and say, so how is the sewer?
I understood, Madam Chairwoman, but just from a procedural one, the public hearings continue, just to indicate that it will go to the next regular meeting. If it ends up being continued
I
from
did
there, you
say-
would just announce it then, that's all. So I just
did
wanted
say that. I said it, well, in our verbiage, we say we will leave it open.
until the January 10th for now at 4.
Normally, we
Resume.
don't announce a date. Our process is that we say we will leave it open and that Mr. Leroux will accommodate you at the earliest possible opening. Are you telling me that that's not legal? So I don't have to go take the
I don't
class?
want to provide an opinion on that, but but we understand if things aren't in proper order by the 10th, that it would just go over to your next meeting. But I was just trying to cover all the bases for
And
everyone.
the way it
So-
normally works with us is that if we do that, I mean, I'm just saying, if we do that, we'll go to 18 items on an on a night, and nobody really wants to join us for that. So the limiting factor is usually the statutory dates that are in the worst shape and how many things we can do in one night by 1 o'clock in the morning.
I'm just a country land use lawyer. I think we have
I
ourselves
gotcha.
covered, but thank you very much.
All right. Thank you,
Be
sir.
well. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. So our next application, I'll get Mr. Pecora. All right. Okay. Our next application, Mr. McRae is going to be recused. Mary Jenkins will be seated for Mr. McRae. And that application is 420 Field Point Propco LLC for a final site plan to reduce the number of guest rooms from 19 to 14 by creating suites. They're also going to relocate the barn and construct a new garage, a new stable building, add 9 parking spaces, and restart the restaurant. That's not in there, but that's what we've been told. Okie dokie. And representing the applicant is,
Mr. Hegney. Third time's a charm.
alrighty, he's coming, he's muted and dark. All right,
And now out of the dark. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, members of the commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. As the chair indicated, this is the property at the old homestead, which my clients purchased earlier this year. And the restaurant has now been closed, as is the inn. And the buildings are currently under renovation. Phase 1 is interior renovations and essentially window and door replacements and refurbishing the outside. Building permits have been issued to work on 3 of the buildings, and that work is ongoing. We reviewed that with ARC and are proceeding with that work. That did not require site plan approval because we were working within basically the interior of the buildings and not creating any additional square footage. Plan is to reduce the number of guest rooms from 19 to 14 by creating suites. And that's what we're looking to do as part of phase 2, which brings us to you on this site plan special permit. What we're proposing to do is relocate the existing barn, adding a 2-car garage to it, and constructing a new building with 2 suites on the second floor and 9 garage spaces on the first floor. Pat, it might help to bring up the presentation material just to show everyone where these buildings are located.
While he's doing that, Mr. Hegney, could you clarify what you're looking for from us tonight? Because the CEO's comment is that you have not submitted the detailed and the dimension floor plans, and that you need to submit all those still.
That's true. And no, I'm
and
not
you don't
asking
have
the
the
commission
seating.
to, no,
I
I'm not
mean, I'm
asking
just
the
saying, so
commission to
what
vote
what are you
tonight.
what are you
What
looking
I'd like
for tonight from
do
us?
is to identify those issues
Okay.
other than the ones that staff has already brought up. Go to ARC to review the
garage.
the garage and the barn and the stable building, and then come back to you with the answers for the zoning enforcement officer.
Okay.
We have figures for the square footage, but Jody was looking for the floor area worksheets, which the architect is now putting together.
Okay.
So and Mr. DeAndrea is also putting together the grade plane for the existing buildings. We had it for the proposed buildings, but not for the existing buildings. So those things we're putting together, I don't think that they're going to be particularly difficult for us to develop, but we will need those to bring back to you so that the zoning enforcement officer can sign off on it. Pat, if we can go to the third slide. This is the existing property, and it shows the 4 buildings that are on site. The largest one to the right or east is the manor house, and then we have the cottage and the carriage house, which are in the middle, and then the barn, which is on the lower left-hand side right there. And that's what we're looking to relocate. If we can go to the next one, please. This is our zoning location survey. Jody appropriately pointed out that the building on the south property line needs to be meeting the side yard setback, which is a minimum of 15 feet, which we will do as part of revising the plan to resubmit to you. The barn is moved away from the property line, so it's now 21 feet away. It's only about 7 feet away right now. And we are proposing a 2-car garage attached to that. The parking is being reconfigured to be more efficient. Currently, the question yesterday was, well, how many parking spaces are out there? That's a difficult question to determine given how poorly it's organized. We're putting together this plan, which would have 54 parking spaces, including the 11 garage spaces. The goal here is to establish a high-end inn and restaurant, which people will want to attend. Not the owners of this property have also developed Gray Barns in Silvermine. This would be more focused on the inn end of it rather than the restaurant end of it versus what's at Gray Barns. But the point is to really renovate these buildings, bring them back to the charm that they have had, and have fewer units than are there now.
So
the
that was,
la-
you were talking about that in the context of how much parking you have now, and you said hard to know exactly what was available now. We were asking, I would expect your client will figure out what the market need was, and one of the things we're just looking for is that you're not increasing your nonconformity. Since you're reducing the number of bedrooms, the key would be, are you increasing the number of seats in your restaurant? You've got 9 spaces you're increasing. That would give you theoretically some more space in the restaurant. But that was the only thing, is just that you're not increasing the nonconformity. If there is a nonconformity, which we don't know.
That's a good point to bring up. The seating in the restaurant prior to its closing was 120 seats. We would have something less than that.
Okay.
And we believe that the parking can work as we've laid it out. So as I said, we'd go back to ARC and deal with the issues that they have on the relocated barn and the proposed stable building. I have had discussions with the attorney for the neighbor to the south. And if we could go to the next slide, please, Pat. This is so this is the property more just to the west of where the barn would be located, that one right there. They've asked for evergreen screening, and what I have shared with the attorney for the neighbor is that we would propose a number of spruces and green giant arborvitae, so it'd be evergreens. The spruces would be 9 to 10 feet. We've also said that we would eliminate the windows on the south side of the proposed garage, and there are no windows facing south from the second floor of the relocated barn, just on the first floor. So we think that by making those changes, providing that landscaping, we can provide privacy for not only the occupants at the inn, but also the residents to the south.
You have or will share this landscape plan with the neighbors on Mersha?
Yes, no, I did share it with them earlier today.
Okay, all right.
But it wasn't part of the material that we submitted to you last week.
So that whole line, that whole property boundary there will be fully screened.
Yes. That's the purpose. I should also add that we're reconfiguring the parking. There are 2 trees which would be removed, but we're keeping the rest of the trees there and adding additional trees and shrubbery as part of our landscape plan.
And then you've not gotten any comments from the neighbors on the other side?
I've spoken to the neighbor to the west.
Mm-hmm.
They questioned whether there could be an extension of the parking lot to the west. There had been a deed restriction that was just for the prior property owner, and I provided a copy of that to them. I've also talked to one of the neighbors on the north side who did not have an issue with what we're proposing.
Well, they're mostly shielded by that private road, right?
Yes, the private road is partially what's used to access this site as well.
Okay.
The other major issue that we started working on over a year ago, knowing that these things take time, is a common sewer line.
Yeah.
This property and 6 others are hooked to a private line that starts at Field Point Road and goes east to Shore Road. And there are 2 properties that it goes through, one on Field Point Road, one on Shore Road before it gets to the town main. We have been in discussions with Chip Haslam on behalf of one of the property owners who has the sewer line going under their house. So they're obviously concerned about it. I have drafted a sewer agreement, since a number of the properties actually don't have the right to connect to the sewer line that they've been connected to for many years.
Okay.
So to clear that up, and Mr. Haslam also mentioned that he wanted to make sure that we mention this evening. That's something that we will be working on and we'll bring back to you when we come back with the revisions that Jody and ARC will be looking for. This is to ensure that there is an understanding and agreement as to the use of the sewer line and who's responsible for what. The property owner of the inn would be responsible for repairing and maintaining the sewer line from Field Point Road to Shore Road. And that's part of the draft document that I've submitted to the neighbors and also to the sewer division.
So it's funny because when you read the sewer comments, you think, I felt like they were making an assumption that everybody knew about the private sewer line. And it took me, I was having trouble understanding. So they say, all sewer work, both the sewer lateral work for 420 Field Point, as well as the shared private sewer repair work. And so you're going to have to work, any repairs that are needed to the private lines are going to have to be done before you get final approval from Mr. Feminella. Is that correct?
So, yes, what we've been working on since the last time it was cold out has been scoping the line, maintaining the video so that we know where the line is. Mr. DeAndrea has prepared a map showing it where it's located and the laterals that connect to it, so that everyone knows where it is and what the sewer easement area, in case the line needed to be repaired, and what repairs are needed. So we first started just on this property, looking at what repairs were needed, and that's part of what we'll be doing as part of the building permits, but also what's necessary between Field Point Road and Shore Road.
And that's
so
why
all that is part of it.
And that's why you've got that shared sewer line easement agreement in our documents.
Yes. Yeah, I want to share with you what we have submitted to sewer to show what progress I think we've made, but there's still more work to be done, and we recognize that.
Yeah, I was having a little trouble putting it together. How many parking spaces are you going to have in total when you're done?
54.
Okay, so I don't remember seeing it on your application, and maybe I'm misremembering, but Arn will correct me. As of Jan 1, you're going to have to provide, I see this as new construction. Maybe it isn't, maybe it's a total rehab. New construction as of Jan 1 under the state statute is going to have EV chargers. If you don't deem yourselves to be new construction, I would still suggest that you have EV chargers just because, and did you?
We actually do. There are 2 EV chargers on site now, and we will be keeping them.
Okay. I know. So Arn, do you want to talk about them?
Well, just that, following up on Madam Chair's comments, effective January 1, any, let's say, new construction, we can debate on this, but if it were new construction, you'd need to have 10% of your total parking spaces allocated for EV charging units. So you would be light, but I'm not sure this is new construction. It looks like it's mostly interior work. There is, although you do have a new garage.
With 9 spaces.
To be debated. Yeah, to be debated.
So I'm sorry. What I was kind of thinking, and this was first I debated with Mr. Wells that no, it's not new construction, and then I said, the 9 garage spaces are new construction, so they would have to have an additional EV because it's 10%.
We can certainly talk to our client about that. I'm not sure they want to put it in the garage, given what has happened with some EV chargers and cars that are hooked up to them. It's probably better
Yeah.
outside. But
The state law doesn't differentiate between inside and outside. It just says any new construction. And so here's the thing, Mr. Hagney, you can slide out of it because it's any new construction that involves 30 or more spaces, and you certainly are not adding 30 new spaces. So, but whatever you've got is good, and any wiring you want to add is, what we're saying, because we're going to put the zoning regulation before you in January, Pat. We've already sent it to Westcog, so we're gonna hopefully have it before everybody in January, and gonna require it pursuant to the state statute. Okay, all right. Does anybody else on the commission have questions? I think I've been asking a lot of questions.
Well, I just had one, Madam Chair, just following up yesterday. On your phase one, you're planning on replacing the windows. I've already seen that that's been done. I commented yesterday that there seemed to be an extended period of time where the windows have been taken out, but the plastic hadn't been put in. Now, thankfully, in December, there's plastic covering for the windows, but I just wonder, has there been any damage caused by, the exposure over 5 months? And any particularly, I know you're going to completely renovate the inside, but particularly damage to the envelope, which is going to remain. To your knowledge.
We one of the things that the building department asked as part of the issuing the building permit was to bring in a structural engineer, and my clients hired Jim DeStefano, specializes in historic structures as a structural engineer, and he has gone through the building and assured that it is structurally sound and added beams where necessary. But the goal is to maintain and preserve these buildings, and they've taken the steps that they need to make sure that the buildings were protected. Windows are on order, but that's one of the longer lead items, so they haven't yet been installed, and that's why the plastic is up.
Okay, well, I would request, it's open in the rear now, so I would request that as soon as possible they put the plastic on the rear windows as well. As of yesterday, they were open to the elements.
I will review that with my client right away.
Thank you.
Also, we were disappointed to see that you haven't done, but we assume you haven't done the detailed design. So when you get there, you're also going to do a good EMAC narrative.
We'll work on that as well. Yes.
Okey-dokey.
The current building meets the building code that was in effect at the time the permits were issued, which was prior to October 1st of this year. And the new buildings will meet the new building code.
Gotcha. We were wondering about that yesterday. Okay. Any more questions from the commission?
Another question.
Mr. Yeski.
Yeah, Mr. Hagney, are you completely eliminating all restaurants? It looks like you are. Or I haven't seen the final plans.
The third phase is going to be the restaurant, because that's more involved and detail oriented with the health department in terms of equipment, and that has not yet been finalized. So the kitchen is still an open issue, but that will be phase 3. We are intending to keep the restaurant and with a reduced number of seats, but probably not a lot reduced number of seats, but certainly a reduced number of seats.
Now that obviously would impact parking, right?
That will be an issue for parking, but in speaking with my clients about it, they are intending to have fewer seats in the restaurant than currently exist.
Okay, that's their call. Okay. Yep. All right. You guys ready to turn to public comment?
Sure.
Mr. Haslam has his hand up, so I'm wondering if he's representing neighbors. I'm going to let him go first. And then we have one of the neighbors, Ellie Brown, you would be next. Mr. Haslam, if you would unmute and go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Chip Haslin for Diana and Jim Higgins. The Higginses own property at 297 Shore Road. This is the house that Tom previously mentioned has the sewer line running through it. So it goes actually to the foundation of the house down to Shore Road. So for obvious reasons, the Higgins are concerned about what work might have to be done on the sewer line and what coordination the applicants will make with them. We have been talking to the applicants and Attorney Hegney since July of 2021. There are 3 properties that have the deeded rights to access the sewer line. 420 is not one of those properties. It has no deeded rights, but I'm sure they're claiming prescriptive rights. We're willing to work with them to try to work it out, but we have not agreed to the easement language that Mr. Hegney has submitted to the commission and to sewer. And although we've allowed them on their property to do testing, et cetera, we feel that the information that's been coming to us has been fairly slow and not necessarily that transparent. And I've mentioned this to Tom before in the past. I think he's aware of that. And I'd like to see, hopefully, between now and the next meeting that those discussions will speed up a bit to the point where everyone's happy with what the overall plan is, because obviously sewer for commercial use like this, which they're sharing with residential uses, and particularly if a restaurant's going to come back into play. And as you can see from the sewer notes, there's been some issues in the past with the grease trap and with grease going down the line into the Shore Road hookup. So you're leaving it open tonight, which is great. My only comment is there was concern here on the part of the Higgins, and I think on some of the other property owners as well, as to the extent of the use of this property and exactly where the easement's going to be, what improvements have to be made, et cetera, down the line before the commission can approve it or the sewer division can approve the application. So I think, as I said, Tom's aware of that, and hopefully you can speed up the process and a little bit more transparency as we go.
Okay, and I would say to you, Mr. Hegney, that I mean, I think we're all agreed. You need to resolve that. It's the same thing we just said to the prior applicant. You know, if you can't move forward with that and we can't get a sign off.
So that's why we started this process over a year ago. We realized it would take time. We have a number of property owners we're dealing with, a number of issues, besides just the condition of the sewer line itself, that we have to resolve with the sewer division. So yes, we understand that this is something that needs to be resolved.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Haslin?
No, I won't take any more time.
All right, our next speaker is Ellie Brown, who I believe is on MRSA. And ma'am, let me try you again. She's declining to join. Ma'am, when the little thing flashes up on your screen, just say you're willing to join us. There she goes. All right. And you made bye-bye with Mr. Haslin. That was weird. She disappeared.
She might have clicked on the wrong button.
Okay. Does anybody else from the public wish to speak on this application? Yeah, Peter Alexander.
There we go.
Ellie Brown is not back though.
No, I do not see her.
Okay.
Oh, there she is. I found
Wait. Okay, can you click her in? All right, Ellie Brown, if we're going to try one more time to have you join as a panelist. If that doesn't work for you.
It's working.
Oh, yay, we hope. All right, hello, Miss Brown. If you unmute now, you just muted yourself. Do you know where your unmute is? Ms. Brown, if you could unmute.
There we go.
Yay,
Do you
good
hear-
now.
you do hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Got you
I'm
now.
sorry.
You got it.
I'm sorry. I'm old and I'm having a hard time doing this on my phone.
Oh, you're
I
doing
am-
it on your
yes.
phone. We could have told you. It's
Yes.
*6.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
But you got it now. You're good.
Okay, I'm on One Mercia Lane, and my property is going all the way down where they're going to be building.
Yes.
And this is very alarming. I've lived here almost my whole life. Has anyone actually, if they're saying that they were looking at the construction of the inn itself, has anyone looked at this barn? This barn is like almost 200 years old. I mean, I can't possibly see how it could be moved. And it's within 10 feet of my house. I'm right behind the barn.
So ma'am, do you know where Kids in Crisis is in town?
Do I know where?
Yeah, Kids in
No.
Crisis, the building. Oh, that's the best one I can think of for you. That is a 200-year-old building and it was moved to a completely different location in town.
But
It can
But
be
the
done.
scary thing is that the front and the side, which is painted and looks really nice. Has anyone gone to the back?
Okay, well, we'll go
what I
look at it. I did not. I did not go back and look at the barn, but we're happy to do that before these people come back. So you're
I would love to.
concerned. Okay.
There has been, I have, as I said, I've dealt with almost everyone that's owned the homestead. We even stayed at the homestead while we were when my parents in 51, and then my parents bought the house next door. So I mean, I've had so many problems with people in my garden, people parking their cars in my driveway. Why they would think I was connected to the Homestead Inn, I have no idea.
Oh, people do that. Yeah. Okay. So you want clear demarcation. I think what you're saying is a couple of things. You'd like us to look at the barn and how it's going to be relocated so we
Yes.
understand the building, and
Where?
we're happy to go do that. So Mr. Hegney, if you'll just let your client know that, we'll be trudging around there. Then
There's been feral cats over there. There's rats.
Okay, feral
There's
cats.
raccoons.
Yeah, okay, so you're gonna have to address the cats and the rats and the raccoons, Mr.
Well,
Hegney.
no, when Hinkleman owned it, they knew that they had feral cats, and I went to him and I said, "Listen, we need to trap them," and he did nothing.
Yeah.
So I got them, and I trapped them and brought them up to just cats.
A lot of people get the cats to address the rat issue, but I have it on good legal advice these days that a better way to address it is Jack Russell Terriers. Many restaurants generate rat problems. They smell the food and they begin to look for it. So Mr. Hegney has heard you on that and he will address it.
Now, the other thing I want to address is I want to know where the garbage is going to be placed.
Great question, ma'am.
Where the recycling is, because the recycling where they had it before, I have a side door on my house. And I could tell if they were having a good Saturday night by the bottles going into the recycling.
You're not the first neighbor who's talked about a restaurant with that. When we get the detailed site plan back, because I don't think we've got enough detail on it now, you'll see that it's back on the agenda, but we'll make sure we ask that the garbage and not only that they not be where you can smell and hear, but also that they be well enclosed.
Well, actually, it looks like the stable that they're making is going to be just sort of directly back at, well, not directly, but part of my house is going to be by part of my house. And this is very, I have a great big, huge window upstairs. And so the people that are staying in the stable will be able to look right in.
Well, what Mr. Hegney explained earlier is that they're not going to have windows on the second floor of that building. Is that correct, Mr. Hegney?
No, that was on the barn, relocated barn, not on this building.
Not on the stable building. So
not on the stable. So they'll be able to look in and if it's as tall as I think it is, they'll be able to look right smack in the windows.
So you will need to get the thujas there, Mr. Hegney, along the property line. I hate to say it, but that's the tallest, fast growing thing I can come up with. And they get to be 2 stories high in fairly short order.
And according to the plans, I'm still going to be 10 feet away from that.
Mr.
I would
Hegney,
like a fence. I would like a fence besides the evergreens.
Mr. Hegney?
The building will now be 15 feet. That was one of the things we talked about off the property line with the zoning enforcement officer. And I can certainly talk to my client about the additional evergreens and fencing along the property.
Yeah, I thought there was a
would-
picket. Isn't there a white, am I imagining that a picket fence down there anyway?
No, there's a,
On the front, isn't there a picket fence in the front?
of the homestead?
Yeah,
Of
for
the-
some reason I have this idea of having seen a picket fence there. Okay, so Mr. Higney, that'll solve two problems. If people are coming out of the building and walking into Mrs. Brown's lawn, if you have a sort of a fence demarcation, that would solve the problem. And the second thing is if by your new guest rooms that have a second floor view into her place, you're going to have to do something that'll be 2 stories high and evergreen in fairly short order. And I can't think of anything else. Maybe Mr. Levy can.
My
He's
other
being
comment
silent now.
is, if it's gonna be 15 feet now, right now, it's a wind tunnel back there. Between the barn and my house, it's a wind tunnel. I
Mhm.
mean, it's, I don't know if they can, what they can do about that, because we're very windy, because the thruway is right down there. And
I
we get
think we should go
wind
take a
from
look.
that.
We'll go walk it. We'll all
Oh.
take a look at it and then we'll be in a better position, Ms. Brown, to comment. We've
I
not,
would
I
really
think nobody's
appreciate it.
been down there yet, but I think we all assume we knew the property pretty well because everybody's been there at some point, but we'll go back and look at it.
And that's sort of alarming that they're not concentrating on the restaurant. So that we're gonna have people coming that we don't know. This is a residential area.
But
And-
they're
and-
reducing,
And they want the rich and the famous. And it's like, how do we know who's, I mean, you know, who's gonna be here for a week, who's gonna be here for a weekend?
Yeah.
That's a little alarming too.
but they're reducing the number of bedrooms, so you'll have less strangers rather than more.
No, I'll have them right behind me now. Instead of the empty barn, I'll have them going
Gotcha.
the whole length, this
Gotcha.
stable going almost like the whole length of, I mean,
Okay.
it's gonna totally depreciate my property.
All right, well, we're gonna do, okay, so we're all gonna walk it. We'll look at the site plan. And once because by then Mr. Hegney will have given us more detailed information and we'll look at how we can protect your property better.
Thank you.
All right,
Well,
okay.
there is a fence on one side that's falling down, which I asked Mr. Hinkleman if, I said, I will pay for half of it. And he said, he just ignored me.
Yeah, I think they had their reasons at that point. I think they were probably thinking of getting out. So, ma'am, that's what I remembered, that there was a fence somewhere. So Mr. Hegney's going to
Yes,
talk to them
there was-
about getting a fence and getting 2-foot tall screening, but we also need to look at the barn location, et cetera, for you. So we'll do that.
Okay, I really appreciate that. And you can see
thank you.
where, you'll see a whole bunch of fencing in the back of the barn where Hinkleman decided that he was gonna put a fence across, which is not his property. But, that's neither here nor there, but yes, I would love to have you come down and look at this.
We'll do that.
Because I'm amazed if this can be moved. And it's scary because it's 10 feet away from my house.
Okay.
To be moving this huge barn.
All right. Well, thank you.
thank you.
And so don't forget to come to the next meeting, okay? Because we'll be talking about all
No.
this. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Our next
thank you.
speaker is Laura Gladstone. And then Mr. Alexander, you're after that. I clicked on you before and you didn't come in, so just be aware. All right. And then after Ms. Gladstone is Mr. Alexander. Hello, you just need to unmute. There you are. Hello.
Hello. Just a couple questions. Why is Mr. Macri recused?
I didn't ask him. I assume that he has got some sort of involvement with this project.
Oh, do we know what it is?
Did he tell you when he wrote the email? I don't remember seeing it.
No.
No. When he comes back, we can ask him and let you know.
Okay,
I'm
that-
sorry.
that'd be
I'm
helpful.
supposed to ask and I actually forgot. My bad. It's normally that he's doing the permits for somebody.
Okay, got it. And then just curious if there's going to be less rooms and less seating in the restaurant why they need more parking spaces and 11 garage spaces.
Mr. Hegney, would you like to comment on that?
Would you like me to do that now, Madam Chair?
Sure.
So the number of rooms or the number of guests will be reduced since we're going to have from 19 rooms to 14 rooms. There'll be suites, so there'll be a sitting room associated with it. The restaurant will continue, however, rather than 120 seats, it will be something less. We've talked about 100, but that hasn't yet been finalized. But it's going to be something in that range, where the 54 parking spaces would address both the seating in the restaurant as well as the guest rooms.
I understand that, but so you're making more garage spaces and more parking spaces that are there now, but you're having less rooms and less seating. So I don't understand how that works.
And maybe, Mr. Hegney, one of the things that you could do when you could come back to address Ms. Gladstone's question, and I hadn't gotten to this yet, is what are your plans for events? Because your parking might indicate that you're thinking about having more events than previously.
I do not think so. I have talked to my client about that.
Okay.
This is not intended to be an event space. This is intended to be a smaller restaurant and a high-end boutique hotel.
And did you find that your parking was insufficient before?
Yes, that's why we're bringing it up so that it does meet the parking requirements under our regulations.
But our parking requirement, oh, you're saying you've got 120. Oh, so there it is, Ms. Gladstone. I can do the numbers. If you have an 120 seat restaurant, because I know you're faster at numbers than I am, but just quickly, you would need 40 parking spaces for the restaurant. You have 120 seats, you need 40 parking spaces. And then you need 1 parking space per guest room. So you need 54 parking spaces because they have 14 guest rooms. So bingo, there you are. That's the 54 spaces.
Okay, so sorry. So is the 11 garage spaces
9.
included in the 54 total?
Yes. Yes.
So
Yes.
it's not 65.
No, it's 54 parking spaces in total, of
Okay.
which 40 are the 1/3 that's required for the restaurant, and then 14 for the 14 guest suites. Now, it's a weird thing, right? Because the way the town works, you don't require space for the staff. Right? You assume that the people who are sleeping there go away during the day when the housekeepers come in. And that's just the way our regulations work, but that's the 54. So they're increasing their parking to come to compliance. And I know I've seen Ms. Gladstone do math, do arithmetic in an RTM meeting, and she's very fast. So, all right.
Sometimes. Okay, so I just would like to reiterate too that, you know, we definitely need more trees around,
Yes.
and especially if you're going to be taking away green space to put in that parking. You know, as many trees as you can put in, and as many trees as you can put in behind that 9 garage space, whatever that is, because we drive down and up that, and we'll see a huge building now when we drive down our street. So any way that you could cover that would be appreciated.
And you know, my hesitation was just that, you know, the fastest growing tree to get to 2 stories and give you full screening is not our environmental favorite as a commission, but it's a good solid thing that grows quick and everybody uses them, and it's fabulous screening. So that's what we just asked Mr. Hegney for after Ms. Brown spoke. Anything else, Ms. Gladstone?
No,
Okay,
that's it. Thank you.
we'll see you when it comes back. All right, I'm going to try Peter Alexander one more time. Mr. Alexander?
It might work this time.
There you go.
I wanted to say hi to Ellie. She looks like she moved in 3 years before I did, directly across the street. And I hope this can be sorted out, because I'm really kind of excited that the building is going to remain essentially as is. One little bit of information I think that you may already have, but long before the sewer plant existed, the septic systems in the backside of the building were pretty heavily used. I wonder if some soil testing's been done for the downstream implications. I know they're old, but I was just wondering if that's been done.
The sewer implications will be fully addressed by the sewer department. There's absolutely no chance of anything else happening if I know Mr. Feminella.
No, I
They're
meant
always-
the existing in situ soils. Have they been tested? Because we lived there also when they moved our house from the harbor to there when the thruway came through. So I'm just trying to help. I want to see this project come off successfully.
Yeah, well, Mr. Hegney can bear that in mind and verify it.
And one little tidbit or two, actually, I wonder if some of the electrical charging stations are still in place, because back in the 50s, the person next door and the people there had the electric cars that were given away free 133 years ago, if you'd be crazy enough to buy an acre in Bellhaven. So it'd be fun to bring those back somewhere. And
Yeah.
I really, really want to appreciate, I miss Katie DeLuca already.
Well, we do too.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander. That looks like it does it for the public speakers. And so I've learned that I should say we will continue this application, Mr. Hegney, unless you wish to close.
No, we would like you to continue this application. We'll address the items that were just brought up and come back to you when those plans are revised.
And
Thank you.
And don't expect January 10th.
No, it will not be January 10th. No, we have to go to ARC. We'll probably look to get on their February 1st meeting with those plans. So it would be either later in February or March.
And I take it you did everything you could to move off the property line and get farther from the neighbors, right?
Yes, that's part of what we're working on,
Okay.
and is part of the revised plan.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
We don't have you for the next one, I don't think, right?
No, I'm on. There are 4 more before you get to me again.
Wow, they weren't nice to you tonight.
Oh, I'm all spread out.
I guess they didn't like your speech.
Wait till I bring it to the end of the meeting here. It'll take
Okay.
at least an hour.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hegney. Hello, Mr. Cohen. Hold on a second and okay. Our next application is Greenwich. Oh, Nick, Mr. McRae. Mr. McRae, you have to come back. You can't take the night off.
I'm texting him now.
Where does he thinks he can take the time off and just wander around, vacation? There's Arn. Well, I'll start announcing it. The next application is Greenwich Boys and Girls Club Association, 4 Horseneck Lane, for final coastal site plan and special permit to add and alter the club's existing main building and do some other work on it. Now, this application is a must close tonight, although it has been filed as a final, so it's one of the things that we're going to ask you about, Mr. Cohen. Hello, Mr. McRae, welcome back. Okay, Mr. Cohen, you may proceed, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a continuation, as you noted, of the hearing on coastal site plan and special permit application that the Boys and Girls Club filed. We appeared before the commission last May on a pre-application hearing. Our final site plan and special permit application was filed last August, and since then we've appeared before ARC on 3 occasions. And at its last hearing, which was held earlier this month, ARC
approved the massing of the project, but requested that we return to ARC either, as they put it, during or after the P&Z process to further review details of the project. And as you note, Madam Chair, because the matter must be closed at tonight's hearing, and because we believe that all site plan issues will have been fully addressed, as I will review with you in a minute. We hope that the matter can be closed tonight with a direction that the applicant return to ARC when plans have further progressed toward construction drawing stage for the purpose of reviewing those details.
Just to comment on that, Mr. Cohen, in the discussion yesterday, which I believe you were listening to, we were a little bit uncomfortable because we close it and we move it, for example, and we don't know what it's going to look like. So we wondered if you might be willing to convert to a preliminary and come back after you've been to ARC and gotten their sign off, because they're still not happy with how it looks. And we wondered if you would be willing to entertain that option.
We really hope, Ms. Albin, that at the end of tonight's hearing that you will have a very clear understanding of what the building is going to look like. As you see, Eric Kyer, the project architect, is on the screen, and he's prepared to discuss that fully as reviewed with ARC. Most of the comments of ARC have been taken into consideration and addressed, and we'll review that with you. It would really be very onerous for the Boys and Girls Club, who I think everyone knows very well, to go turn the clock back with a preliminary application. As I tried to point out, this process started with a pre-app last May, and the club is not really in a position to start the clock over again. So hopefully after we've made our presentation.
I'm confused. I'm confused. You did a pre-app in May, but you didn't come back to us until September 20th. So a lot of that intervening time you must have used productively. It isn't our fault that it's been so long in the works.
No, don't be so sensitive. I'm not saying it's
Just
your
making
fault.
sure you're not trying to make that point, Mr. Cohen.
Not at all, not at
Okay.
all. I'm simply describing the process to you, and with the hope that you understand that the Boys and Girls Club would like to move forward tonight. So if I may turn to the images that we provided, Pat, just to quickly describe the property and the location, and then I will turn it over to Eric Kyer. The property, as I think you are all familiar with, is on Horseneck Lane. And it's shown in the first aerial photograph that Pat is digging up. Thanks, Pat. So this aerial shows outlined in yellow the 2.4 plus acres of the Boys and Girls Club property. It's located in the R6 zone as a special exception, now special permit use. It's located between the Metro North right of way on the north, and to the south, Horseneck Lane, town parking lots, and then I-95. Pat, the next aerial is a kind of a bird's eye view showing the campus. The building, which exists now, is something over 50,000 square feet in gross floor area. It was built in 1939 with some upgrades which were done about 20 years ago. It was approved as a special exception under 6-40-94 as a nonprofit club use. And as I think is known, the club offers affordable programs to kids, including lots of after school programs, athletic programs, college prep programs. It serves about 300 children a day, most of which are known as club kids who arrive after school hours and are involved in club programs until their parents or caregivers pick them up, generally about 6 p.m. Briefly, to describe the project, let me turn to the existing site plan, which is the next image. And this shows the existing building. There is, as you know, an artificial turf field to the east of the building itself, a drive-through driveway with a drop-off area in the open parking lot, and the main entrance at the parking lot, notwithstanding the fact that the building currently has a entry door at the front. But because of ADA compliance that was done about 20 years ago, the main entrance hasn't been used there in that period of time, but now is shown in that red symbol. Pat, the next image.
So just one quick question, if you
Uh-huh.
could, this one's good too for that. Can you explain to me the desire of ARC, what the impact would be of moving that driveway, what they're looking, can you just like point or?
Yeah, I will, but we've got some better images to
Okay,
show
all
that.
right, okay.
However, this isn't so bad. If you notice the proposed addition, which really is for the programmatic purpose of adding a full-size gym to the building. The building is built over the existing outdoor parking lot. The new entrance, which you'll see when Eric makes his presentation, is now in that little square area leading to the proposed addition. Shown there, shown in kind of brown overlay in that entry area is a plaza that has been created, kind of a brick-faced plaza or brick-lined plaza that serves as a kind of a waiting area, an entry area, and it's performs the function that ARC wanted us to try to achieve. In fact, we from the original design, we moved the driveway over for that very purpose, and I think we've achieved it very nicely when you see the renderings. Eric will describe a little bit of the issues that we face in trying to move it any further over, but it's one of the two important issues that we wanted you particularly to pay attention tonight that came from the last ARC comments.
Mr. Cohen, quick question. The new brick patio there, was that something that ARC saw or just something that ARC had suggested?
They saw it, but since seeing it earlier this month, we've actually increased the size somewhat of that brick area. But they saw a slightly reduced version of that, yes.
Thank you.
Is essentially the purpose of the application is, as I said, to add a full-size gym, to upgrade all of the mechanical systems of the building, make the HVAC system a new one and a more efficient one. Are the comments that we saw from the various departments. I'll review with you quickly, and then I'll turn this over to Eric. The DPW comments you've seen have now been approved through the zoning process with the additional usual details to be provided at zoning permit. The zoning enforcement officer raised an interesting issue about how the FAR was calculated. We've recalculated it in the way he suggested, and we come up with the same FAR, which is still less than permitted in the R6 zone. The comments that we received from Beta have been addressed by John Canning in the Kimley Horn response that we submitted on December the 6th. An important part of that is the adoption of a traffic management plan, which will be done and submitted to the town again before zoning permit. We've addressed the conservation comments, and we have provided to Mr. Feminella an acknowledgement regarding the comments that he made regarding the sewer division's interests. I'll introduce Eric Kaya to review the architectural issues. There are two site plan issues that you identified in the list that you received from ARC. The first one had to do with the driveway modification. We've talked about that briefly. Eric will discuss it a little further. The other one was moving the chain link fence that encloses or that separates the turf field to the east from the town's right of way along Horseneck Lane. That was picked up at ARC quite correctly, and we can modify that fence so that it is exactly on our property line with the landscape screening that we propose on the interior portion of that fence, so that any encroachment will be ended. Those really are the site plan issues raised by ARC. The balance, I think, are design issues, and Eric is much more capable of addressing those than I am. But in addition to the driveway point, the other matter that they raised that we would like P&Z input on has to do with the new entryway, which Eric will discuss. The comment that they had related to the blending of the old portion of the building with the new portion of the building, and whether or not that is successfully accomplished by our architect's design. I raise that here because this was, interestingly enough, one of the architectural issues that was raised by the commission before we began the ARC process. So I know it's something that certainly Mr. McRae and I believe everybody on the commission has an interest in. And so those are the two things that I'd like to highlight as we move forward. But to briefly describe the process, the project as a whole, and the architecture as it's changed through the ARC process, I'd like to introduce Eric Kaya.
Good evening. For the record, Eric Kaya, KGD Architects. Bruce Yackton is a pretty good architect there. But before leaving this slide, I kind of would like to touch on a couple of those site points. First, the turf field. We talked to a turf specialist. We were originally planning to just remove and replace the carpet of the turf. The carpet is about 22 years old and it's past its useful life. But based on the fact that the fence itself is over the property line, we looked into the removal and replacement of the curb that's parallels Horseneck Lane. And we can replace that. We can replace it with a slightly wider curb so that the fence itself can be through drilled right into that curb and be on the property line. So that should eliminate the issue with the fence being off the property line. The other question in terms of the egress point, and I think if you could zoom in again on the entrance area where it's the orange number 2. Just slide it over. Perfect. And show Horseneck Lane a little bit if you could. Perfect. Thank you. And if you can just slide slightly to the left. Perfect. That's good. So one of the questions that or comments that the ARC had was the drop-off loop that loops around when it gets to this entrance, that there was an odd zigzag in the curvature of the driveway. And after looking at this slide, we're going to go back one slide and look at the existing, and you'll be able to see that there's a slight S-turn that made them uncomfortable. We agreed by eliminating that S-curve, it actually gave us a little bit more space in front of the canopy. And then the other thing is right where the red arrow is that exits the site. We shifted the driveway over to the east 5 feet so that there's 5 more feet between the entrance egress of the parking garage and the egress of the loop driveway. And that allowed us also to have a sidewalk, which you can see just to the left of the driveway. Most of that has to do with this brick paved terrace entrance plaza. But that also leads directly out to the street and to the sidewalk that's along Horseneck Lane. This, I think it was Mr. McCree asked about this, whether the ARC had seen this exact design in the plaza. No, this 5-foot shift as well as the driveway modifications were in response to their comments. And the enlargement of the plaza was also in response to their comments that they really wanted to see kind of a unified front in front of the proposed addition from the driveway, parking garage, entrance, egress, right to the front door. And we feel that this successfully did it within the confines of the space that we had to work with. If you can go back one slide, I think we can show that sort of slight jog S-turn right where it's the number 2 there. If we go back one slide to the existing. And now if you can zoom in there to a sort of similar area. All right, stop right there. That's perfect. So you can see where it says drop off on the far right, it's sort of a straight line, and then the whole driveway bends up towards the building and then bends way back. We were able to reduce that bending motion so that it was a smoother transition from the straightaway and then ultimately turning into Horseneck Lane. And we felt that that was an excellent compromise to what the ARC was asking us to do. And when we go a little bit farther down through the deck of slides, you'll see that the other comment that they had to do with the curvature of the entrance driveway. And when we get there, we'll talk a little bit more about that. But at this point, let's go to the 2 slides ahead, if you would, which will be that slide right there. Thank you. So obviously this is an existing condition. To just point out a couple of the existing conditions. There's mature trees in the island between Horseneck Lane and our drop-off loop. Those trees we want to maintain. We want to make sure that we don't undercut any of the root system to them. You can see here the gentle rise of the driveway, which rises up to the building and then descends back down the other side. You can also see to the right of that an existing stone wall. There's a lot of existing features in the front of this building that are part of the tradition of the original Boys Club and now the Boys and Girls Club of Greenwich that we feel is part of the history and we want to maintain. And before going to the next slide, I just want to point out one other aspect. You can see that there's a direct service road pathway up to the back of the building, but there isn't any direct path for the students or the children that are in the club going down to the turf field. They either have to walk along the sidewalk here, they have to walk down the grass, they have to walk across this unmarked service drive. There's no protection between the street and the children that are going back and forth. Next slide, please.
Mr. Kerr, actually, before you go from the slide,
Sure.
can you go back? I just a quick question, just kind of straight up my confusion. The service drive goes to the top of the hill. It's kind of like to the back of the building. But it's also where the trash enclosure is going to be relocated to.
That's correct.
So the service drive gets used more frequently by a garbage truck going up to pick up trash out of that dumpster. That's the intent.
The intent is, yes, the trash dumpster will be up there. So on a regular basis, there will be a garbage truck that goes up there. We currently use it as a service access to the back of the building for any supplies that are coming into the building. That's the direct access to the main level at grade. And there's also staff parking back there.
Right, and the current dumpster is just down in the parking lot out in one of the spaces, sitting in one of the spaces.
That's correct. And that's obviously being displaced because of the new addition that's being proposed.
Okay, thank you.
And by the way, feel free to interrupt me at any point. I'm happy to field questions along the way. Next slide, please. So this shows how we are planning to maintain the existing driveway, which bows up towards the original building. Plan to maintain the stone walls and the evergreen planting that's on top of that stone wall. To the right, you can now see that access road, the service drive that's leading to the back, now has a gated entrance. And there's a gate system that basically goes so that students or kids that leave the main building can exit out from the south terrace. They can walk along behind the stone wall and behind that evergreen screen between the building and the stone wall, down a pathway behind the fencing directly to the turf field and to the amphitheater without being in the pathway of oncoming people that are dropping off in the drop-off loop. So that's an important feature. Another important feature, which I think that you will appreciate because it was brought up at the last planning and zoning discussion, has to do with the dormers on the top of the roof. After a lot of consideration and review of different options up there, we've determined that we are going to maintain the existing dormers in place, restore them, and not make any modifications to the front of the existing building, with one exception. And that one exception was actually a recommendation by the ARC, which had to do with the shutters on the existing building. The existing shutters, you can kind of see in the bottom picture, you'll see in the next photograph a lot better that they're kind of a hunter greenish color, pretty faded. And because of a lot of the detailing on both the existing building and the proposed building, it was suggested that we change that color and consider black. We feel that when you see these shutters in relationship to some of the work that we've done, it aligns better than the forest green shutters.
Mr. Kerr,
yeah, go ahead, Nick. Sorry.
The front door, if you would, the original front door, that's now just a terrace outside that door with steps down to the drop off and then a path out to the field. Is that correct?
That's correct. If we go to the next slide, I think you'll be able to see that better.
Mr. Kerr, you're confusing me a little bit.
Go ahead.
After their December 7th meeting, ARC had a list of concerns. You're referring back as well to what they had mentioned at their Friday, December 2nd meeting. Could we, so it's hard. My big question is, what is it that is open in your mind from December 7th? Not what have you already agreed to that you're good with, but what is open in your mind? For example, they say that, I love this quote, the architectural language of the arrival portico and canopy is not resolved and is inconsistent with both the old and the new architecture. So we would send you back to finish working that with them. And then they go on to talk about that. For example, okay, so what I'm more interested in right now is what are the things that they've left pending that you and they have pending that have not been resolved? Forget the December 2nd meeting because y'all were happy campers and you made some steps, and then you have the December 7th. Next question is this relocation of the driveway, of the western driveway. What does that do? Why I gather that you're making the point of why you're not crazy about it, but it's going over my head. So why are you not crazy about it? What did they hope to accomplish?
Okay, I think there was a series of questions there, but the two main
Okay,
ones.
so the first one was, don't talk about anything that you've already agreed to that they suggested, because that's water under the bridge. Everybody's happy. Let's move on. Don't touch on that because it's just going to confuse this somebody who's trying to figure out what remains to be addressed, which is our job here.
Okay.
And then in that what remains to be addressed, I take it that in terms of the site plan, you've got this driveway question. And I'd like to understand why you're uncomfortable with ARC's suggestion that the driveway be relocated. Am I going to do this right? To the west? Is it to the west? Somebody help me.
That's to the
To the east, I think.
All
To the
right,
east.
so I had a 50-50 chance and I got it wrong. Okay, to the east. Why are you not comfortable with it? What were they trying to accomplish and why were you not comfortable with it?
Okay. Well, I started this discussion with the site plan because I
Yeah.
thought that site plan actually probably did the best job of that. They were uncomfortable that they didn't think there was enough space in front of for a plaza. Or they wanted a larger plaza. They wanted a little bit more space in front of the canopy, and they didn't like the geometries of the driveway and how the driveway descended down and then made it sort of a right turn before making a left turn and exiting the property. And they wanted to take the entire driveway and shift it over. At different times, they said 5 feet, 10 feet, 15 feet. They said different set of numbers. We shifted it over 5 feet.
Okay.
And that was the discussion that I said at the beginning. We shifted over 5 feet
Gotcha.
to provide more space for that plaza. And we modified the S turn, eliminating the S portion of it so that it came straight down and turned left so that there was more space in front of the entrance. It wasn't such an awkward bending motion. And so that we provide more space in front of the canopy and more space to the left of the canopy. Now,
Gotcha.
they would have liked us to take this whole driveway and cut it down level so that we didn't go up before going down to the entrance.
Okay.
We looked at that, and A, we have mature trees next to this, and B, we have bedrock directly underneath this driveway.
Okay.
Bedrock within 14 inches of the surface. And so for us to do what they're asking us to do would be to basically blast this out, and we'd have to modify all these existing stone walls that we're planning to maintain, which we feel is part of the history of this building, and
Gotcha.
we want to respect that.
Okay, I got you now. I totally get you. I hope that other people were confused and that I didn't waste everybody's time, but I've got it. I've got it now. You moved it 5 feet. This is the most that you can do. So from a site plan, the two open issues were the chain link fence and the driveway, and both of those from a site plan perspective have been addressed as best you can in your mind. Well, one you will totally address, and the other you've done what you could do. Then there's some architectural detail that we could send you back to ARC on, like, and if I'm correct, you then there are no other outstanding comments, and that would be a question for Mr. Cohen, but I'm going back to the staff report.
The other question had to do with the front entrance and the architecture of the entrance.
But we could let you resolve that. That's not a site plan issue. That's a design issue. We could let you, unless Mr. Levy and Mr. McRae want to reincarnate as ARC right now, we could let you go back to ARC and resolve that to the satisfaction of all.
I think
But
from the December 7th,
yeah,
there were A through I.
Hold on.
I think it was B.
Yes. Hold on. I'm scrolling back. I had just left that page. Hold on. All right. I'm there.
B
Okay.
with the details.
No,
E,
A,
the
A through
shrubs.
H, Nick, A through H for December 7th.
Oh, I see I.
I do too.
Ooh,
Okay, so
Okay.
B is details, E is the shrubs, F is architectural language,
got
G
it.
is the canopy, H is the door, and I is sections and elevations.
So
The
we've
other,
got, go ahead.
other ones are site plan issues that seem to have been resolved.
Right, so we could let them go back to ARC. We don't have any outstanding staff comments, right? On this?
Not that I see of, no.
So, I'm sorry, Mr. Kyer, but I think the best and the most efficient use of everybody's time would be if you've got these design issues, A through I, that you go back to the ARC and we would just ask you guys to resolve them prior to, what do you figure, zoning permit? Nick?
I've been thinking about that. I'm not too sure. Yeah, it would, no matter what, it's got to be done before, it says done before your zoning permit. But I want to get at a situation where they're not so knee deep in that they can't change something if need be, and or they've developed it actually to a point where it actually now makes sense to go back to ARC. There's a weird line in there. Mr. Kayer probably understands that. You know, where are we with actual developing the design as, you know, to bring it back to ARC, but not so far that where it's actually now, you know, written in stone, if you know what I mean.
What
So,
about at a percentage of design?
we usually say 50% of construction documents, but to my mind, I think we'd be too far gone on that. So I would say just prior to the construction documents. And so that way, I think Mr. Kyer probably have a lot of the details all banged out, ready to go. They just need to document them and, you know, the materials, that kind of stuff, because then, you know, they're just basically applying it to the building itself. So it's something we can consider. Okay. Actually,
Okay.
I do have one quick question for Mr. Kyer, just another confusion. In the garage, there's 42 spaces. I was looking for the door that goes from the garage into the vestibule, and I only saw like a 36 inch wide door. Am I missing there another bigger entrance in that floor plan?
No, there's just a single entrance from that garage into the vestibule, and that's
Okay.
a secure vestibule. And we have a transaction window there, and you check in, and if you're checked in okay, then you move into the rest of the building.
And
Okay, 'cause
36 is ADA?
Yes,
Yeah,
it
but
is.
it's 42 spaces. People are parking in there. You know, I'm kind of walking around. How do I get into the building? And it's one little tiny door in a corner. That was just me looking at that. It's a garage. If I'm in space number 7, which is really deep inside, it's that question. How do I get in? I got to wander out to that little door.
So signage would be helpful.
Anything, but it's just something I noticed. So
Yeah, Mr. McCray, it's really a function of we need to get people back to an unsecure area to get them in the building. Now, whether
no,
that's a single
I
door or a
understand.
double door, I think you make a good point. Maybe it's a double door. Is it glass or something like that, or something translucent so it's a little bit more friendly looking? All that stuff is worthy of discussion and development. Thank you.
Right. You just throw it in the mix of things when you're developing the design. But I
Sure.
completely understand the secure vestibule. You've got door from the outside, door on the inside, that kind of thing. So great, thank you.
So Mr. Kyer, what we're trying to do is to not have you, because we got feedback from the attorneys in general, just they gave feedback to the commission. ARC says something, we say something different, and people go back and forth a lot. So we're trying to not opine on the things that ARC has already raised and can resolve, because that's going to put you into a ping pong game. What we'd like to do is do the site plan, do the zoning, do the staff reviews, make sure it's okay. Since Mr. Cohen isn't being nice enough to me and converting to a preliminary so I can see where you end up, send you on to ARC. If the commission votes in favor, send you on to ARC to resolve these, and then the commission would take a look, see, maybe we could see it as a discussion item afterwards if people are interested what the final renderings are like.
So we could do this,
Just to look at it. I'm just curious how they
Right.
come out.
okay,
It's only out of curiosity. It's not because we would have approved it by then, but we would just, if people wanted to see what the building, what the changes were. Like the
Right, and we could-
portico. I think the portico is important.
right. We can include whatever's left over that's not site plan as specifics for them to look at when they go back, and let them go back prior to zoning permit, but before construction documents, I would say.
You know,
Would
I
that work at a schedule
you-
work for you?
don't pass out. What do you think, Mr. Kyer?
Well, first of all, I thank you for not wanting us to be a ping pong ball. I think that's terrific. I would, I don't want to be, I'm pretty good at ping pong, but that's not a process I want to be involved with. And the fact that we don't have to go through the things that are approved by ARC already is terrific. I would say that we may have a difference of opinion in terms of how this entrance gets ultimately developed. And, we will make one more attempt with ARC or two more attempts with ARC to try to appease them. This set of presentation drawings today has been developed since that December 7th meeting, specifically focused on that entrance. And I appreciate that you all don't want to opine on it, and that we'll go back to ARC and we'll do our best to convince them that this isn't going to be an awesome project.
Well, I had a read of it that the ARC, and I said this yesterday, and I don't know if I'm right, but I said the ARC seemed to be more interested in the Department of Interior guidelines that want you to do something radically different from the old structure in the new versus where we leaned originally, and which was to have more similarity between the two. If ARC is trying to get you to do something radically different, then they're saying, look, this is an old building, and just make it pop, make all the new stuff pop. And is that what you're uncomfortable with?
No, I actually think that the gym and garage addition and massing, they seem to be good with. We actually asked that specific question. And they said they were good with that. I think actually they even understood why we wanted to maintain the masonry, the rake masonry on the exterior, because we did show them alternatives and they were okay with that. It really just, I think their focus is on the canopy and that entrance area, and making sure that that entrance area is consistent, whether it's consistent amongst itself. It is radically different. If you're talking about the Secretary of the Interior's, the entrance is radically different, and you're not going to pretend to think that it was part of the original Georgian architecture. But as I said earlier, I'm happy to go. We're happy to go back to ARC and battle this out with them again.
And if you don't succeed, we'll come up with some language to resolve it.
Thank you.
Okay, for us to resolve it, but we do hope that you succeed, because you have a very nice ARC that you're working with.
But the goal, Ms. Albin, is to do this as the prior to a zoning permit. But
No, it was construction. What did you say, Nick?
Prior to zoning permit and pre-construction documents, I would say, Mr. Kyer, I would say when 100% of schematic design is finished, that point, then you go back. It seems that there's a lot of information I think you may have actually developed already since your last meeting with them on the 7th that they may want to see. I think if of the points that are left over, you may have actually revised some of the drawings already, or have answers for them to take a look at. So I would say if we can get to that point for Mr. Cohen's purposes prior to zoning permit, which he's got other things to deal with, and at a point where the details are sufficient enough for ARC to actually make an informed decision with.
We agree, Mr. McCray. We have developed our elevations and building sections beyond what they saw on the 7th. They asked for a set of more detailed drawings, and we're planning it, and we're going to provide those drawings before our next adventure with them.
And so
Yes.
just to confirm, the 5-foot shift of the driveway is resolved, right?
Yeah.
So it's,
Well,
so C and D
we're
are taken care
accepting
of.
it.
Right, so
What-
that's, okay, and so it's C and D are taken care of and everything else is being discussed with ARC.
Yeah, so it should be item B, item E, item F, item G, item H, and item I.
Are to be discussed with ARC.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
And I mean, the commission has to agree to that, but what we were offering, I think we were offering as okay, we'll take the 5 feet as a compromise, given the constraints of the site. Okay.
Yeah,
So-
I just want to make sure I had the summation of the conversation correct.
Okey doke. Does anybody on the commission have any other comments? I'm sorry.
Yes, I have a comment or two. I just,
Okay.
I'm assuming that the rendering is not as, it is supposed to replicate the photo below. So you're not touching the stone wall in the photo. So it's, and I think it's, I don't know exactly how high it is, but it looks a lot higher in the rendering. So
Mr. Levy, you're correct. We are not altering that. These renderings we do a decent job with, but sometimes the actual detailing is a little bit off, and your eye is dead on. It's a little bit off there.
Yeah, I'm just a comment. I'm a little surprised that there was a preference for the black shutters, given how the rendering looks versus the photo. The photo there's a certain kind of residential quality and a softness of the paler green, but whatever you decide is fine. It's just kind of strange. It looks a little bit more corporate to make it black. That's
It came from the ARC.
yeah. So the other thing I wanted to ask you about is on the addition, the face of this plinth. You have which is what the garage is. Do you have can we go back to that?
You want to go forward a few shots.
Yeah, just
there you go.
Okay, so that's are you adding this plinth on both sides of the entrance?
We are. If you go another slide or two, it's easier to see and sort of the overall.
Yeah,
that's a good slide right there.
Okay, so you're coming down the hill and you're creating this plinth. So my only thought is that that plinth is there's a starkness to it. Anything that you could do, and you're making a soft curve, which is an element which is creates some interest, but it's a rather tall blank wall and people are sitting next to it. And if you want this to be a nice gathering plaza area, there are a couple of thoughts that I had. One is seating. You may want to think about making it more inviting by adding more seating. This is a very long high wall, which may not be as welcoming as the entrance canopy is. So one of the things that can kind of help break it up is by putting some elements in it that make it look a little bit more like the building and not separated from it. So instead of it being a wall, making it look more like a building that has some windows in it or something maybe breaks it up. I just think that, you know, if you want this to be a nice plaza and a nice gathering place, to have I don't know how high that is, 9 feet high? A 9-foot high wall there is pretty imposing. And the stone is certainly appropriate for a plinth, but this is, you know, you're trying to do a lot of little things here to try to create, you know, this is part of an entrance. You want it to be a gathering spot, and you want it to be nice. So the plaza above seems like a nice area to view down, but down in this entry little area here, that I'm just hoping that you could make it a little bit more inviting.
If I may say something, first of all, thank you for those comments. Very nicely stated, and I appreciate that. I like the comments about the starkness of the wall. We actually had windows before. We took those windows out because we didn't want to look into the garage, but putting something there, and if you go to, you know, you go to Italy and you see a base course of Italy, they often have details in that bottom plinth, even if it's not an opening, to break it up a bit. So I think we can definitely do some detailing there that will address that.
It might work very well, and I would say that even if it was open, as so many garages that are made to look like buildings in downtown areas on college campuses, it is very successful to have the openings because it's dark in there. You don't really notice it. So if you're worried about the light coming out and seeing in, yes, you can actually put a window in and make it opaque. But anyways, you get the idea, and appreciate your thoughts.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Levy. If it's okay, Mr. Cohen, could we turn to public comment now?
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody from the public wishing to speak on the Boys and Girls Club, please raise your virtual hand. If you're on the phone, it is *9 to raise your hand. Otherwise, you just click on the little icon. *9 to speak on this. And I thought we had public, I know the public went to the ARC meeting, but maybe it got resolved. Okay, nobody from the public. So based on that, are there any further comments from the commission? No. Okay. So does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
Okay. And while I'm at it, I'm just going to ask you guys, does anybody object to our deciding it later on tonight at this time? Does everybody feel that they've got enough information?
I think I do.
Okie dokie. All right. So you object or you have enough information?
No, I think I have enough information.
Great. Everybody's good. So we will now close this application. And thank you very much, Mr. Kyer, for your time. And I'm sorry I interrupted you, but I thought we didn't need to hear the whole thing. I thought we were going to just have a resolution for you that would work. Thank you, sir. All righty. Okay, I understand a little bird has told me that people are hungry. Okay. I'm just telling you, there's a long night still ahead. Mom is telling you. It's all right. So 20 minutes, 7:26? No, 7:36. That's why I need Laura Gladstone around to do my arithmetic. Yes, 7:36. Did I do the math right? Yeah, right. Now 7:37. to the Brunswick School. An application for a preliminary site plan and special permit to modify the conditions placed on the use of the property at 270 Lake Avenue. And there's Mr. Phillip.
Mr. Haslam, I've been
Oh,
trying
Mr.
to,
Haslam.
I've been trying to promote Mr. Canning and Ms. Harrington, and I'm not successful. So,
Okay.
Well, let's start, and we'll see if we may not need them. I think Tom has to escape at some point. He's got a meeting to go to, but
Well, cross
see
your
what we do.
fingers, we can do this quickly.
I think we might. I'm reporting back again, Chip Haslam from the Brunswick School, and with me is Tom Phillip. Hopefully Kathleen and John can join us if need be. But if you recall, we met 2 weeks ago, and I'm pleased to report that we've gotten a lot done in 2 weeks. Thanks to our traffic consultants, our engineers, sewer division, planning and zoning staff. Really, I think we've accomplished quite a bit in a short period of time. We did submit an updated traffic study from Kimley Horn to the commission, and I believe Beta has it now. Also, additional responses to Beta's previous comments have been submitted. Tim Peck, architect, has gone through the existing building plans, which took a long time to actually access or find, and has done a conceptual design of what faculty housing might look like in the former JEI portion of the campus. We were at your briefing yesterday. We got a comment today from the sewer division after our very successful meeting with them on Friday, where we went point by point to their comments, and using David Gintner from Redness and Mead, to the point where Rich Feminol feels very comfortable that, and I think he sent you an email today too, they received midday, that please accept this email as written approval from the sewer division to move the comments from the division from P&Z phase to the sewer and building permit phase, which is great. But we've indicated to sewer that we're going to continue to work with them, and they've indicated to us that we can submit things to them whenever they're ready. And there'll be an ongoing review of the sewer issues, which obviously was a big component. I think what we're thinking of now is we're hoping that the commission will grant us preliminary, if not tonight, but on January 10th. And then depending on what the preliminary states and the laundry list, as Mr. McRae referred to it, that's contained in each, we'll then make the decision how far down the road we want to go by way of acquisition of the campus without getting final approval. I think we're probably going to want to get final site plan approval, at least on the early childhood education portion of this project before we proceed with an acquisition. But that's for discussion with the administration of Brunswick and obviously with the board too, is what the comfort level is. We recognize that, as Katie pointed out, if we want to actually start the early childhood education program next September, we're going to have a much more detailed site plan showing how traffic's going to work, circulation, et cetera. We recognize that. We'll attend to that. We've got time to do that, and also to respond to any other issues as they arise. But I think that's the strategy at the moment. And as I said, we're feeling fairly comfortable that we're able to get a lot done that will help us proceed down this path. And we hope the commission feels the same way.
Okay, the sewer, this whole thing about that 60 foot, the 60 feet of clay line that has to be addressed, not a problem for you guys, right?
Yes, I think there's a comfort level for both the applicant as well as sewer that first of all, we're going to get the flows to them, and working on that right now to establish what the flows would be under 450 students and what they will be under the proposals, both for the childhood education as well as faculty housing. And the rest of the issues, I believe, going point by point with sewer, they feel confident that once Brunswick acquires the property, if in fact they do, that these issues can be addressed and that they will be addressed, which is good because they've been lingering for a while.
Does anybody on the commission have any comments on the changes in the special permit?
No.
Mr. Haslam, how did you do? How did
Mr.
you
McRae does.
How did you talk to Mr. Feminella? This is I was in reading the comments, initial comments. This was almost to me it was a deal killer. I mean, it just seemed there was a mess underground out there.
We had a really good meeting, and I have to compliment David Gintner of Redness and Mead. As I said, he went point by point. We resolved all the issues and just did a great job. And I think there's, as I said, confidence in Brunswick too, that there'll be follow through.
Okay, because I think the only thing that kind of concerns me is you have a kind of a blanket statement that he's good to go and the division's fine at time of prior to zoning permit. But we may actually be kind of splitting this in half where we have the early childhood first and then the housing later. That's probably to be hammered out later on, but kudos to you for getting this resolved.
So Nick,
We're not going to, I'm sorry.
I just want to ask Nick something. So as I'm seeing that, site's currently approved for 450 kids. Right now, all that's before us is going from 450 to 150. So that part, Feminella should be okay with. Then they come back in and they have to do the housing part, and that's going to be different. That may be a different Feminella answer.
Kind of, but not really.
Okay. If you, so you think, I mean, I'm thinking zoning.
Because actually it's an issue where with the I&I project program that you have an open application here and he wants to actually look at and explore and actually take a look, resolve any I&I issues. It seems that this particular site has a significant amount of I&I issues spread all over the place, things not connected, connected illegally, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
To me, that was a big, heavy lift to do, but it seems Mr. Hasland
worked a miracle.
and the division will actually be able to handle this as things proceed. From our point of view, I think it's more of if for some reason this gets split in a couple of different phases, how do we proceed with that? But again, as I said, it's something to hammer out down the road.
So, but what I was saying to you was a little different, which is Feminella kind of has to say yes to the student use, because the deal from DPW is whatever you're zoned for, you get to do. And right now this is zoned for 450 kids. And what DPW has been saying to us is nobody loses what they're zoned for. And they're zoned for
it's
450.
450 kids, but what Mr. Feminella is looking for has nothing to do with zoning.
No,
It's all underground.
No, but I'm saying he can't. Okay, it's not worth pursuing. All
I will
right.
say that we're not going to drag our feet, even though he indicated that these things do not have to be resolved until later on. It's our intention to proceed under the same timeline we planned to before he wrote that comment, that we're going to go full speed.
So let me go back to the first question I asked. Does anybody have, I think we need to tell the applicant now, if we have any concerns with the changes in the special permit conditions. Because
No.
that's part, okay, so if we're okay, on that, we can move, the rest of the preliminary is site plan conditions. The applicant, the next question is the applicant would rather go to ARC than to HDC. They've offered to go to ARC. I'm assuming that that's because that's their preference. I lean in the same direction just because not all the buildings are historic. And I think some of the issues require more of an architect's thinking. Eventually, if the ARC does the educational part, they can then do the faculty housing part, and that is a better fit for them. So
But
I'd
they're-
like them to stay with the app the whole time.
They're also respectful of the HDC issues, right?
Of course, because both Conti and Hein at the very minimum are trained in that. Okay, so I'm okay with it going to HDC, going to ARC. Does anybody object to that?
No.
Okay.
Well, just want to think about it because I'm not looking at anything in front of me at the moment. So, the part of the campus that was built later is still over 40 years old, so it's still
historic, if you will.
It falls under that designation, but it's not that interesting a building. But there are features that are interesting. So the siding, the plaza, all those kinds of things. So it seems like ARC will be able to deal with more issues than just the HDC. But I just want to think about that just for a moment, because the other buildings, which are historic, have a lot of issues. There are a lot of maintenance issues. And there are a lot of peculiarities about these older buildings that have been maintained in, kind of in a slipshod manner throughout the years. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. And I'm just wondering if there's something to be very sensitive about.
So let me give you the thinking out loud that I did over the weekend on this and see what you see your reaction. There are more people on ARC who understand construction and construction issues than there are on HDC. And from way back when I walked it, and I think you guys saw the same thing, it will be good for people to understand what the structural issues are, what the maintenance issues are, the water damage that they may have. There's a bunch of things that someone who's built things is going to have a much better sense for. Some of the HDC folks don't have a construction background at all. They're great. I'm not disparaging them at all. They're completely grounded only in the history. And I was thinking that because this needs so much improvement, I was leaning towards ARC. But one thing we could do, Mr. Haslam, rather than debate it now, is if we see you're doing something when we get it back that makes us really uncomfortable, we could change our minds and also send it to HDC and really mess you up. But my leaning is you've got people who build, and you may want to be working, since you're doing the units, the units for the faculty, you may want to be working with someone who understands that.
I think that's true, and particularly given the fact that although right now our work that we plan to do is all in the interior, undoubtedly, even that interior work may have structural issues, et cetera, that the ARC would be more apt to understand, I think, than the HDC. But giving a nod to the HDC too, obviously, our intent is to preserve the historic buildings, particularly the chapel and the gymnasium, as much as possible, and the general look of the campus. But again, too, with the landscaping, I think it might be more suitable for ARC once again for the reasons you stated.
Okay, we'll go with that for now. Everybody was okay with a special permit. Sewer, they have to resolve. On the traffic, since we don't have Mr. Canning, I think we can resolve all those traffic and drop off in the circulation and whether you can accommodate. I had some questions for Mr. Canning tonight. My sense is they can wait. I didn't understand how, for example, with the 30-minute gap, I didn't understand how you still get an increase in the afternoons and the afternoon peak, but we can have Mr. Canning walk us through that at a later point in time, with the understanding that we might push back on the 150, but your 150 is a stretch goal right now. You've got there's Mr. Canning. Okay. In the meantime, Madam Jenkins, you have your hand up.
Yes, Mr. Haslam, just a request. I appreciated the modifications to the current conditions, but it wasn't clear to me, or it wouldn't be clear to someone in the future reading this, what happens to those that you haven't specifically changed. I'll just give you a quick example. Your student enrollment, you clarify the number of students and the grades, but you don't restate annual certification. Just to avoid any ambiguity, if we can just have a clean list of exactly the conditions as you intend to abide by them. And again, it's just, we all know on this call, we all know what we're talking about, but 10 years from now, somebody's going to go, oh, they omitted the annual certification, so we don't have to do that anymore. Just a clean list of the conditions as you intend to abide by them.
I'd be happy to.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, Mr. Canning, your AM peak trips go down by 21, your PM peak goes up by 5. Can you just tell me in layman's term why that happens?
Sure. So we took the existing peak hour volumes, and the enrollment is currently 90, it's going to 150, so that's 67% increase. So we increased the existing volumes by 67%. And then we looked at the scheduling that was provided by the school, their 30-minute staggering scheduling. And that showed that there would be a 25% reduction in the morning, but only a 15% reduction in the afternoon.
Why is that?
Because right now in the afternoon, they're more staggered than they are in the morning. And it's true of most schools.
Oh, because some of the kids get out anyway, have shorter
Yes,
days. So you
yes.
stagger the morning, it doesn't buy you as much change in the, okay, I got it. Okay,
Okay.
got it. All right, that was, and the rest is just, you're gonna have to work out the circulation, the queuing, all of that. We can wait for that. Just that the applicant has to understand that they may have to reduce the number of people if you can't work some magic, Mr. Canning.
We're confident that we can. We've looked at it with the staggering. It's relatively modest, so we're confident that we will.
Okay. What else, you guys? What other questions does the commission have? You're gonna only do Lake now. You're eliminating using the other one, the other
Correct.
driveway. And actually, I think it was someone on the commission or staff who told you that we didn't think that was gonna work anyway. What else, you guys?
When you say they're only going to do Lake, they're only doing the north entrance.
Correct.
And so it's a one entry, one exit. Right.
It's a single, for the purposes of most of the operations, it's a single point of access from Lake Avenue at the north end of the site. The driveway at the south will be used for emergency purposes and perhaps for refuse, whatever it's used for now. There'll be no school activity added or no added school activity.
It has a limited permitted use under the prior approvals, and we will not change that. We'll limit ourselves to the exact same uses per Ms. Jenkins' comments. We'll add that
Okay,
to our
and,
list.
and that's the other thing, we're gonna make sure, we're gonna ask you, make sure you've got updated fire. I think you're good on the other staff departments, but you haven't turned in details yet, so Jody may have some issues at some point. Go ahead.
Just at the risk of displaying ignorance about the process and the regulations, et cetera, I'm assuming that, and the neighbors have been incredibly supportive of this, it seems like. But if there were to develop an issue with regard to traffic and what have you, there would be another opportunity to address that should it come up. Is that correct?
Yes, when we come back for final, for either on one of these activities or for both together, they would have the opportunity to speak again. Plus, there are existing agreements in place with both the Lower Lake Avenue group and the Rock Ridge group as to what's the permitted uses, which are private agreements in addition to the zoning conditions. So we'll have to satisfy the neighborhood.
But right, I know, I understand that, Mr. Haslam. I'm just thinking, looking farther ahead, a year down the road, whatever, we can do all the studies and everything, but in practice, if suddenly something goes awry, there's an opportunity to redress that situation somehow, right? Or not?
Are you talking prior to final approval? Or you're talking after?
No, I'm talking about, after this has been approved.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that the school, we want this to work, and we want it to work for obviously the students and the parents, but also for the neighborhood. And so if we have to tweak it, make changes to it, come back to the commission and say, let's rethink this, ask Mr. Canning for his advice. I think we would be more than happy to do that.
Yeah, okay, that's all.
And the other thing that we would entreat you is that you continue to talk to the neighbors. Because that's been huge for every time this campus wants to do something, where it's located, if there's those summer camps, you know the history of it, you know that it's been an issue. If you can continue to have the dialogue you seem to have had, it would be very helpful to us because we get really stuck, as you know. Commission, anything else? Mr. Yeski? No. He's been quiet, so I'm probing.
Well, he's muted. Yeah, there you go.
No, it's been a wonderful application. This is an applicant that has bent over backwards to work with us. It's a refreshing, and everything they're suggesting fits what we're looking at in the town. The staggering of the traffic worked with the increase of cars. The future residential is to be determined, and everything else is there. I mean, wish all applications went as smoothly.
I had one more question for Mr. Canning. Once, I know this application is not before us yet, but when you do the faculty housing, there's 10 units, but 13 of the faculty are going to probably live on site, you said?
I think that was what was in our report, but a unit can have more than one bedroom, I believe.
Okay, that it can, it's 1,000 square feet and it could, and so you're assuming some people will double up or maybe even be spouses or something. Okay.
Yeah,
all
you'd
right.
have to ask the school. I mean, that's
This, yeah, this,
Okay.
if you look at the Tim Peck plans that we, you may not have seen them yet, but that we submitted, it shows what we envision, how we break up the various units, whether they're one bedroom, et cetera. But that may be tweaked long-term
Okay.
too. We're just trying to.
It was, now that you pushed it, am I still on yet, right?
We hear
Yes.
you.
Yeah.
Yes.
The last two times we've heard this, there was an urgent time to be into a position to control this property. What happened to the timing? Is it past?
That's what we're
or-
doing tonight. That's why it's a preliminary.
It's still urgent, we believe, but we don't have a set date, and it may be out of the, it's out of our control, but it may be out of control of Carmel too. We just don't know. But we're trying to move forward as quickly as we can and get to a comfort level where we can make a commitment. And the board's comfortable with making that commitment.
Okay.
But
And
that's
so-
where we are. We just don't know.
And so we're trying to be helpful
Thank you.
by addressing the most important issues we have, which is there a problem with sewer? Is there a problem with drainage?
Yeah, we
Which
got it.
they can revise that. Is there a problem with overall traffic levels and can the parking and the queuing be handled? Those are the key things that we're looking at, because and are the neighbors okay with having this as a neighbor? Because this has been a problem for this property over the years, not any specific applicant, but every time an applicant comes in here, it's a problem. Does the commission have any more questions? Okay,
No.
let me, Mr. Haslam, shall I turn it to the public?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application at 270 Lake Avenue? This is for the Brunswick School to have its early childhood education center move to 270 Lake Avenue. Please raise your virtual hand. It's *9 if you're on the phone. All righty, no comments from the public. Any further comments from the commission?
No.
Does anybody object to closing this preliminary application at this time?
No.
Okie dokie then.
Thank
We
you all
will-
so much for your time.
Thank you.
Therefore,
Thank you. And have a good holiday, everybody.
Yes.
okay, you keep writing those executive summaries, John Canning.
I will.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was a great point you made, Mary, about the special permit, because over the weekend I was doing the exact same thing. I'd open it up for a second and I'd be like, okay, so this one stays and this one goes. So it's good you said it.
Thank you.
Our next application is La France Development for a final site plan and special permit for a single family home, guest house, pool, tennis court, and shed with landscaping, hardscape, etc. at 60 La France Road in the RA4. And this, by the way, we either close it tonight or try to get an extension to our next meeting on the 10th of January. And Mr. Wells, you are seated on this application.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Casey O'Donnell on behalf of the applicant, La France Development LLC. Katie, Patrick, I observed the briefing, so I'm happy to respond to your comments.
Okay, you've addressed the health issue, which was, and the conservation comments. Can you walk us through what you did with conservation? Because they have not come back to us since you revised your landscape plan. So we don't have comments from them, as you know. And looking at this, the two outstanding issues that you had were those, the health and conservation. I don't think you had anything else. Does anybody remember anything else?
Well, the EMAC, Arn can respond to this. Seems like EMAC requested more detail, I think, but I'll leave it.
And I don't think we're gonna hold up this application for that.
No.
I mean, they made comments, but
Okay.
Yeah, he's just asking for more detail regarding the geothermal. I won't understand the answer.
Yeah.
I'm being honest here.
Madam Chair, I'm sure you'll understand the answer, and actually the conservation response and the EMAC comments are tied together.
Oh.
If acceptable to the commission, and then what I'd like to do is all of the conservation I've gone through, and I can go by point, but I think really I can just go through it in summary, and probably the same for EMAC. So please interrupt me, but I'll try to be succinct. I know you have a long agenda, and I'm grateful for your time. I characterized basically all of conservation's comments from the beginning, and I think we have resolved all of them, are protecting the existing woodland line and creating a buffer between the development area and the existing trees. We updated the survey, we provided that line. That indicates that we have a comfortable buffer there. As far as having a little bit less steep slope at the back of the house, there's 2 balance points there. And one of those balance points is, again, just trying to keep any site disturbance away from that woodland line. And that's one of the issues there. And we'll touch back on that again. Conservation had also generally asked us to consider shifting the development south. Unfortunately, it's difficult to accommodate that request along with the goals to use geothermal on this project. Generally speaking, the geofields work best when where there's less topography for this site. And the initial soil testing and initial site design placed the geothermal immediately south of the house as sort of the ripest area on the development, in the development envelope in which to place geothermal wells. So since we spoke last, the testing has come back, the initial soil testing has come back, and the project is anticipating, if when the site plan is finalized, that this commission sees so fit, that we will be able to use a closed loop geothermal, so ground source heat pump system. It should be 12 to 16 wells. And then, so again, so in the area that's soil testing, that's the substantial development pressure pushing the house back. And that's leading to a little of the steep slopes, along with our desire to stay away from the woodland line and have the least disturbed areas of the site. So while we weren't able to address the conservation's interest in moving the site forward, we think there's a substantial advantage to conservation with the way the site has been presented. Finally, the Conservation Commission in their first go round was looking for more specificity in the planting plan, and we have addressed that. So currently our planting plan is 70% native. The substantial portion of the non-native plantings are Norway spruce. This commission's familiar with what coniferous trees are currently working in this area, and that is a pretty good one. I don't think there's an arborvitae on this plan, which makes me happy. And you've also seen that we were able to do something pretty exciting with the seed bank, and that was something that made my client happy, certainly made me happy to be a part of it, and some creative ways to address conservation comments by adding the bird boxes.
Good about the bird boxes. Let me ask you something quickly. In terms of what impacts us, I mean, we could leave you to settle it with conservation. In terms of what impacts us, there's a couple of places where, there's a simple one, and Nick, I'm sure you saw this, that they should mark on this, that it should be clearly noted what the no-mow areas are. But then she's got the issue with the grading. The revised, this is her point number 4, I believe it is. The revised planting plan does not address the grading along the northern fringe. Preserve as much of the existing natural meadow environment as possible. That point number 4. Is there any change that you might make to your grading? That's really, and that she raises again the steep slope going into that newly graded slope, that it's going to sheet flow down it, and then it's going to make that area unstable.
I appreciate that perspective. We reviewed that very closely with Brian Muller, our professional engineer, as well as Matt Pop, our landscape architect. And everybody's confident that this is not going to lead to erosion. I could artificially go in and disturb those grades and add topsoil going back to the woodland. But we felt that the stronger position and the position that was closer to conservation's interests were to leave the slope steep and have a less disturbed and keep our development and disturbance away from that existing woodland line.
So on point 4, where revised planting plan does not address the grading and the right approach is to scale down the grading, you are saying you are going to leave the grading as is?
The grading is proposed we
To
can't
taper?
Correct. Because I mean, if you'd like to make a commitment to reduce the grade, I would ask that we are allowed to work with that in staff. But that just means we're going to be adding topsoil closer to the woodland line.
Okay, then we'll figure out how to word that. And can someone remember us not to forget that later? Because I not see.
But Madam Chair, what I would like you to do is to see the balance and the substantial improvement by using geothermal on this project and not adding fill.
Yep, I
Because we have
understand. I understand your point. Okay, I'm just going through all of her comments one more time.
If there's anyone that sticks out, I have them all noted so I can address that for you.
She wants more to support what local wildlife. You could easily work with that. So that's not a problem. That's not anything you're going to change in the site plan. That's just the landscaping.
Are you looking at the November 10th comments?
Yeah, I'm looking at the old comments that she has because we don't have new ones.
The new comments are the November 10th comments.
Yeah.
Those comments are in response to what is substantially similar to today's landscape plan. And if it's a little challenging to read the comments quickly, but if you read them, she points out the issue and then she discusses how we address it.
Yes, she does.
Last thing is during the briefing, I heard Mr. McRae asked us to consider additional shade tree plantings over that.
I'd forgotten that.
My clients has authorized me to commit to plant another 2 pin oaks or other broadleaf tree and to work with planning staff to locate those to reduce the heat island effect and provide the most shade for impervious covered areas, particularly the parking court. So I would love to accept that as a condition of approval if it's acceptable to the
Mr.
commission.
McRae, you pleased with that?
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. I think actually, just a recommendation, you've got 4 pin oaks out there, I think it is.
Yes, sir.
So 2 additional pin oaks and push them in towards the center of the parking court, whatever that is.
Yes.
Make a note of that and we'll see where we go. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so what we would do if the commission was to agree is we would just make sure you keep working with conservation since we don't have her new comments yet until everything is resolved. And if you hit an impasse, bring it back to us, I guess.
I think we've done it. I met with Alex. I was able to just chat with her. And again, other than understanding the push and pull of the siting, she was satisfied with the landscape plan. Her comments state that we've increased our native plantings, that we have, I think we can add the 2 pin oaks and work with planning staff to address how we site them to provide shade for impervious area. I would ask.
And as I remember, you were the one who'd looked at the draft landscape regulations and was trying to work with it within the context of them.
It was trying, yes.
So I think you were the one who asked that you would be willing to do that. Any other comments from the commission on this application at this time? Mr. Lowe.
No.
Mr. Wells.
Mr.
Okay,
Wells.
Mr. Wells. Whatever.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Just kidding.
Congratulations on determining that you're able to go geothermal. I think when the narrative came in, you were exploring it, but that's just fabulous. Give you a triple for that. You always have to request more, but if you could consider maybe solar on the main house. I know some people aren't happy with how they look, but apparently there are these Tesla solar shingles, which, hopefully look like regular shingles, but, collect the solar power and can be turned into electricity. That might be a possibility. Again, we can't require it. Main point is thank you. And then the other thing is, are you considering EV chargers for your parking areas?
Yeah, there's definitely going to be provision for electric vehicle charging in the garage areas. That's no question about that. In addition, the applicant and I met, the entire design team had met Friday and again Monday after your briefing, and we are exploring photovoltaic, and so that's still an active conversation. Don't think that because we're not committing to it, or we're not committing to it this time, that we're not provisioning for it and continuing to look at it. Geothermal really had a substantial, an order of magnitude, and that's where the resources and the thinking went. And this was an honor for me to work on this project, so I was very pleased to see how it came out.
Very impressive. Really, thank you for your commitment.
Oh, that's the applicant is wonderful. I'm pleased to represent him.
Okay. I'm
you.
going to turn to the public then of the commission. That was the only question we had from the commission. All right, I'll turn to the public. We have this application is La France Development at 60 La France Road. If you would kindly raise your virtual hand if you wish to speak, it's *9 to raise. And Stephanie, if you are the first and only speaker, when okay, so ma'am, if you would go ahead and just tell us your last name and spell it for us for the court reporter. If you would unmute and tell us your last name. Stephanie, if you can hear me, to unmute, if you're on a phone, it's *6 to unmute, *6. Oh, Katie, you're nodding like I got it right. I have it written down in front of me because I always forget. *6 to unmute if you're on the phone, Stephanie. Okay. Ma'am, you're not unmuting. We're going to move on, but if you want to send us an email, I guess it'll be too late maybe, because we're probably going to close this tonight. Well, you could email us right now, right this minute. You could email Katie or Patrick or both and send in your comments. And we will have closed the application probably, but we'll try. You try one more time to unmute? No, okay. Okay, and then she went away. Maybe.
Madam Chair, I just got a text. Sometimes the kids watch me when I'm on, and I think they wanted to say that I was inadvertent. So my
is Stephanie one of your kids?
For the delay. Stephanie's my wife, but the kids are usually watching me at home.
Oh, that's too funny. You've just made our night. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, that's great. Love it. And I'm like, Stephanie, so they had, so tell them to never raise their hands. It's like being in school. When you raise your hand, people call on you.
Tell them it was good they stayed muted.
Right. Flynn, James, I love you. Hit the sack, boys.
All righty, guys. Oh, so no, all righty, guys. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time? No, seeing no objections, this application is hereby closed.
Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell.
Not going to go anywhere. I think we're going to talk again very soon.
Okay, but you don't have Darien Partners, right?
Yes, I do.
Oh, well, then you'd stay right where you are. Okie doke. We move to the next one. Darien Partners LLC at 26 Homestead Lane for a final coastal site plan and special permit for a 2-unit residential building.
Good evening again. For the record, Casey O'Donnell for the applicant Darien Partners LLC. I did observe the briefing. If you have a specific item you'd like me to address, I'm happy to address it. It appeared that you did understand the nature of our approach.
Well, I had a question after the briefing because I went back over the material last night. Is a garage that doesn't have a door still a garage?
I would say it's indoor parking. We were attempting to find a balance between Mr. McBride's comments and DPW Engineering's comments to provide a more open approach to the ground floor.
I just didn't know if on our regulations where we require 2 garage spaces, whether it's still a garage if it's doesn't have a door. I was just asking the question of myself last night because I didn't have
I
anything
think there
else
may
to
be
think about.
some, Madam Chair, I think there may be some history where we've had lean-tos or, you know, 3-sided structures for parking complexes that we've counted as that. So I don't think it's.
As a garage?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the names of some of the.
Okay, if you think there's history, I'll take your memories on it,
Right.
staff.
If it's enclosed on 3 sides.
Okay.
It's, you know, that kind of thing. You can even have a garage that has similar to what Mr. O'Donnell's proposing with a garage door.
Okay.
Kind of weird, but it happens.
I mean, the regulations define a carport and then they define enclosed space. So as Mr. O'Donnell's saying, I think that an enclosed car space, what did you call it? I think something to define.
Enclosed parking.
Good enclosed parking, yes.
And
not a defined use, but not a defined thing.
right. And as we're talking about parking, I did want to clarify that there is going to be a provision for level 2 charging. So there'll be 2 40-volt receptacles, 1 for each unit located in that lower level, obviously above the flood
Wow.
elevation.
Okay, all righty. And you have no problems aerating the soil, I take it. Okay,
Nope.
now we get to, the big issue. So, is everybody okay with how the parking's gonna work? At this point, does anybody have any issues?
I think actually, you know, as we've previously discussed on a lot of different other applications, he's got all of this parking spaces on the site. How they kind of juggle it around is up to them,
Okay,
but they're all there. I mean, you got the tandem, which is okay for us, and you've got the number 5. So it's they've got to juggle in and out, but it actually now solves their problem kind of in a very novel way. But I think it works.
okay. Any other comments from the commission? Any questions?
Well, you know, the opening, they're showing that the cars are 9 feet wide. No, I'm trying to understand this. Is it?
To address the parking requirement in Greenwich is a 9 by 18 space unless you're in an end cap. So we've just indicated that space exists, to be clear.
Yeah, so you have that space in there. What are these? You have dotted lines, then you have these columns. What are those in the garage?
Yes, those are columns. That's the way I wrote it. Those are the
They're
beams building up.
lollipops or something.
Yeah, and then they're
Correct.
just 4-inch columns all over the place.
Okay, I mean, I would say that that looks a little problematic to have, you know, a little lollipop column right in the, you know, in the midst of the garage that where 2 of the cars have to go past it each time, but that's for you to work out. It just seems like the openings are tight. I guess it's.
No, actually,
We have a
a
7-foot garage door at home, so I agree. It's
It's a little tight, you know, if you have a big car, it's not so comfortable, then, and then you have to
9'10"
get out.
A
You
9'10"
have to open your
garage door
door.
is actually quite wide. A 9'10" garage door is actually quite wide. And Mr. O'Donnell, if I understand, you're dimensioning the actual space 9 foot by 18.
correct. That's just the parking space, but the dimension is bigger because you can see that the 9 by 18 fits within that area.
Right, and a
Okay.
car is smaller than that 9 by 18 significantly. So
Correct. An 18-wheeler can't be wider than 8 feet without a wide load permit. Most cars you'll find are maybe 5 feet wide, maybe
So
6.
you think it's fine. And these are overhead doors?
No doors, which does actually provide a little more width because we don't have the door frame.
Oh, okay, so I'm sorry, so there's no overhead. Got it, because you were talking about that.
Hey, I have to let people out of my car before I drive into the garage. So I'm just telling you guys. You live in an old house, that's what happens. Okay, anything else from the commission?
That's it.
All righty. Does anybody object to closing the application at this time?
No.
All righty.
Just last comment before I close. Katie, it has been such an honor to be your colleague and to present before you. So thank you, and I look forward to the next time we get to chat.
Thank you, Katie. You too. Thank you.
All righty, this application is hereby closed. Okay, thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. Now you're going to go away, right?
Now, I promise. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hegney has his hand up, so I suppose, oh, you got him? All right. All right, hello, Mr. Hegney. Our next application is David and Gail Gluckman for a final site plan and special permit to make additions to the existing dwelling, increase the size of the portico, roof over the patio, pool pavilion, shower building and shed. It increases the building. As I remember, it's what, 2,000 extra square feet or something like that? When you're done?
Actually, a little less than that, because a lot of this is overhangs rather than
Right.
enclosed space.
It's not
Like-
enclosed space. I know, I was trying to do that math. Okay, so Mr. Hegney, I did not understand, I didn't open the email we got this afternoon from DPW on this.
I wasn't aware of a email from DPW this
I
afternoon.
think it was on this application. Hold on, I'm pretty sure it was.
We did receive comments that were part of the staff report, which indicated
I know,
there
it
were
came
few
in this
things they
afternoon.
wanted us to address prior to a zoning permit, but I wasn't aware of anything else. They did find the
Madam Chair, you
summary
talking about 45
report itself.
Glenville?
Oh, maybe I am. Oh, maybe I am on Glenville, but hold on a second. Something came in from Bianca at like 3:50. I'm not seeing it now. Okay,
255 today? Yeah,
yeah,
I think it was from Jackie. I'm looking for the same thing.
We got something with two drawings, Mr. Hegney, or a letter and a drawing concerning conservation comments. That would have
Yeah.
been yesterday late.
Yes, that was something I submitted yesterday.
Okay. And it was a letter addressing comments and then a revised landscape plan from Mr. Pop.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think
That's the
that's the real outstanding item to discuss. We had to resolve things.
you're
with the
right.
health department,
45 Glenville.
because they required a separate septic system for the pool pavilion and a 100% replacement area for the existing house. So that has been approved. I sent both of those approvals from the health department to staff. The engineering comments can be resolved prior to zoning permit. It was just the conservation comments, and this lot is not all lawn. More than half of it is wooded. There are many specimen trees on it. We are building the pool pavilion next to the existing pool, and it's over just a lawn area. And Mr. Pop's landscape plan adds 5 additional trees, 47 shrubs, 75 ferns, such as is shown on the screen here. Thank you, Pat. So areas along the forested area are enhanced, somewhat within the forested area. And you can see there are also ornamental trees along the driveway, parking area, and adjacent to the existing pool itself. So with what I would describe as a very modest modifications to this property that only use up about 1,000 square feet of lawn area. And they've taken the steps of having the pavilion patio as a pervious surface. I think that the plan that we have on the screen here more than adequately addresses any concerns that conservation has about the construction of the pool pavilion.
So one quick question, Mr. Hegney. She says to move the Caltech units closer to the pool pavilion, so that you have to do less trenching. And boy, I didn't think you could.
That was a question I put to John Giancola, our engineer. And because the health department required a separate septic system for the pavilion, that's located directly behind or north of the pavilion. And so moving those Caltech units over there is problematic. And the level spreader, frankly, is next to another level spreader, and they want it to be parallel with the contour lines. So his feeling was that this was the appropriate way to develop it. Plus, this is where the test holes showed good soils for drainage.
Okay, and that makes sense. I mean, it makes sense to me because you wouldn't have any reason to object to moving the Caltech unit unless it was real. I mean, who cares, right? And if it's gonna, it would have saved you money to do less trenching. Okay, and we generally don't tell people to get rid of lawn, even though we'd like to see it, because it's not in the regulations at this point.
But it will be soon.
And we do have a fair amount of additional landscaping that has been added here.
Yep.
Including 5 trees.
All right, anything else from the commission on this application? All righty. If you don't mind, Mr. Hegney, I'll go to the public.
Thank you.
Anybody from the public wish to speak on David and Gail Gluckman at 717 Riversville Road? Please raise your virtual hand. Nope. Okay.
All right.
Does
Thank you.
anybody, wait, you can't leave yet. We haven't closed it yet.
Oh, I thought you were about to do that. So I apologize for rushing to our next application.
Oh, you do have the next one too?
No.
Okay.
But I have one later on.
All right. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
All righty. Thank you very much. This application is now closed. Goodbye, Mr. Hegney, for a little while.
Thank you, Madam Chair. See you later.
All right. So now, now we have the Eagle Hill Foundation, Inc. By the way, we postponed 10 as I forgot to announce earlier. Hello, Mr. Hegney. Eagle Hill Foundation, Inc. at 45 Glenville. As you all know, this was the covered patio off the Hardwick House and the playground, which is gone, correct?
That is correct. I would like to clarify the scope of the project just to make sure we're all on the same page.
You go. Okay, you go ahead. You're going to change the internal circulation that we were good with. The biggest problem we had was the playground. Okay, go.
We are moving the playground as we discussed with the commission at the last hearing. We've relocated the playground in conjunction with our comments from our neighbors. We are currently investigating other locations on the west side of the campus with the wetland agency. Obviously, Horseneck Brook runs along the west side of the campus here. So we will need their approval before we come back to you to seek approval for the playground.
So you're just going to do a new application for your playground?
That's correct. After meeting with wetlands.
All right. And we will put that into, if we were to approve this, we would put that into the decision letter and make it very clear you got no playground till you come back. Right?
You know, the funny thing is Bob Clossy put that in the wetland file back in 2005. So I don't know if anyone's getting around that requirement.
All righty. Okay, so just going.
I do want to also note, obviously we have the canopy as part of this project, and then the entrance improvements. I do want to clarify, just for the record, that we will be lighting the sign. We did get signage approval or conceptual approval from the ARC subcommittee for signage. We're hoping that they are receiving our electronic submission that we sent to them last week, and that they'll be approving that shortly. We are removing the lighting from the tower, as per our last discussion with the commission and our discussions with the ARC on that topic.
But you have not addressed the DPW comments on the traffic circulation in which they ask us to not approve it until you have, correct?
You know, I haven't gotten a chance to meet our new traffic engineer yet, but I was hoping to meet him under different circumstances. I will say that we took a close look at this, and we have a couple of things that we'd like to evaluate with the commission to determine whether or not there's an alternative for us to proceed with here. I sent over some site plans to Katie and Pat in the event that the commission would like to review them. DPW has been very interested in a intersection that's internal to campus. So obviously it has no impact on Glenville Road, no impact on the surrounding properties. But they're concerned that they want to make sure that this is a safe intersection for the school.
Well, obviously, you know, we would tend to agree to that.
I think it's an admirable thing for them to investigate. I think that when you look at the 2017 plan that we were proposing that was reviewed and approved by DPW, it runs very closely to what we had proposed in our June 2022 plan that we had originally come to you with. Here, we were looking to modify traffic flow so that the cars headed south on the intersection may continue to straight through the intersection and no longer required to turn right to go loop around the parking lot. Essentially, if you're using the parking area over by the playing fields and faculty houses, you should be able to go down that road south out to the main entrance. That is in keeping with what DPW reviewed in 2017. We had dropped that from the plan in response to the September DPW comments because we thought we'll keep the existing conditions to avoid the need to bring in a traffic engineer to confirm that this is a safe condition. And we would maintain those same conditions that are on the site. DPW was uncomfortable with that. You know, as shown by the most recent comments that we've received, they're looking for a traffic engineer to come in and again certify this. My pitch to the commission and to DPW, hopefully with your permission, would be that we can reinstate those 2017 conditions as part of this, similar to what was proposed under our June 2022 plan, which would go back to a traffic pattern that was evaluated by Frederick P. Clark Associates when that original design was approved, obviating a need for a new traffic study, because we'd be going back to what DPW has originally asked for, the September 2017 design. Or alternatively, use the September 2017 design.
Well, here's the problem. We have a request from DPW for us not to decide it. And the problem is, I'm looking at this agenda and it says we've got to close it tonight.
Madam Chair, we would ask that the commission consider approving this subject to our getting DPW approval for any traffic layout that we propose in this intersection as part of the zoning permit sign-off process.
What do people think? Katie Pentrick?
Are we talking about a new traffic layout, Mr. Hegney? Are we just trying to, I mean, not to be glib about it, but it seems like we're just trying to make sure that the arrows are pointing in the right direction here.
I don't think it's going to be a substantially different layout from anything that the commission has seen. If you take a look at all of the site plans that we've brought to you, they're all substantially similar. And I do think, Pat, you're absolutely right. We're looking to make sure that all the arrows go in the right direction.
Well,
I don't think, Madam Chair, I don't think the issue is traffic in the capital T word. I think it's just that there's confusion with the existing site plan, the existing conditions, and then the proposal where there's just discrepancies with the direction of flow on things.
And there's also, let me put it differently. In 2017, they had they got an approval, and the work that was the traffic improvements were not fully implemented. yes,
correct.
they appear not to have been completed. The traffic improvements are in that 2017 plan. What DPW is saying is the traffic study needs to be updated and it needs to compare the current traffic circulation, approved traffic circulation from 2017 and the proposed improvements for the current application.
To simplify it, Madam Chair, I would say that we're proposing to return to the 2017 plan
But
and implement that.
But let me interrupt you just for a second, because where I'm stuck, Mr. Hegney, is what they're saying to you is that they want an updated traffic study to say that that 2017 that was approved is still okay. That's what they're looking for. They're not just looking for you to say, oh, okay, we're just going to go ahead and do them. They say that traffic study needs to be updated. It needs to compare what is currently going on with what was approved in 2017. That's what they're saying. So I'm trying to figure out, you guys, how do we work this? Could we ask the applicant, say in a decision letter, that they provide an updated traffic study and that then come back to us if their traffic study says they're doing something wrong? I don't know what to say, because
Madam Chair, I'd just like to clarify one thing. I believe that we have an approved traffic study that DPW did take a look at for that 2017 layout. What we don't have is a traffic study saying that the existing conditions on site are acceptable.
Right, and they want you to say that the updated, no, what they want you to do is update that 2017 study. It's very specific. That traffic study. Yeah, and so I'm trying to figure out how we could do this, because you've already converted to a preliminary once. You did come in as a preliminary, right?
We came in as for pre-application review.
Okay, so this is your other option, because can you do I know that all you were doing with this application was improving. I mean, the thing that I'm stuck on is this application was mostly to improve your on-site circulation. So it does make sense that you have a study that says, wow, that was a smart thing that we're doing now, because now here's what we're doing now. And yes, this is going to work. It does make sense that you update it so that we know that it's going to work. And it seems silly for the commission to approve you when you haven't.
We have been in touch with the successors to Frederick P. Clark, our traffic engineer, Greg Del Rio, over at Hardesty in Hanover. We believe that we can get Public Works comfortable with what's out here. But I will say that by enacting or implementing the 2017 plan, we will be going back to a plan that's been fully vetted by a traffic engineer.
But the problem is that you've come in with a revised on-site circulation with the plan that we're approving now. And that is no longer the 2017 plan.
We thought that by going back to the existing conditions, that we would obviate the need for the traffic study. And in our discussions with DPW, that simply hasn't been the case.
Okay, I want to help him solve. I mean, I'd like to help solve this. That's our job. I mean, how do we do this? And just to give you guys one caveat to think about, even though Mr. Hegney doesn't totally agree with us, our number one job is to keep people safe and children especially safe. So it's important that we know that as on-site circulation is good, works. Okay, go ahead, Mr. McRae.
So if Mr. Hegney gives us converts to preliminary, it'll give him time to hammer this out, get it resolved, and then come back so we have something on the books to say this is what the traffic is going to be inside the site.
And I was trying to save him that and give him some kind of approval now, but I don't know how to do it.
Well, hold on a second, Mr. Hegney. If we move this subject to, we won't be able to see this unless it comes back someday later. Yeah. Right. It's going to come back for the playground someday later. So can we tie it into that, or I'm really, it's the kind of thing is that they're saying wait to final, engineering is saying wait to final, and we're kind of have our backs to the wall here. So if we do move this, we have to kind of word it in such a way where we see it again somehow, or somebody sees it again somehow.
Well, I think we take advantage of the zoning permit sign-off process. You know, I would tell you that I'm very familiar with it being a double-edged sword, but I also think that it does what the commission wants it to do, which is ensure that any decisions made are followed through as part of the permitting process, and gives the commission a level of comfort that while we take meetings with Public Works later on to flesh out these details, we'll be in keeping with your decision.
Katie
And-
Petrick, help us here.
It's, I mean, go ahead. Well, I was gonna say, this is, so when you said you went back to the pre-2017 condition, that's one thing I didn't understand. Or you have implemented the 2017?
So the 2017 conditions were never fully constructed.
They never did them.
And that was the issue that we ran into with Public Works. And so we asked them if we could go back to the existing conditions or leave the existing conditions in place. And those are conditions that Public Works doesn't have a traffic review for, which is why they're asking for the traffic report. My proposal to them would be, we'll go and implement the 2017 conditions, which you do have an approved traffic report for, and that we can use that as a way to move the project forward.
And then the difference between the pre and the 2017 conditions is what though? Because, well, go ahead, answer that one.
It's for site circulation. The existing conditions require people traveling along the Easterly Road, which services the faculty housing parking lot and the field house parking lot. It requires them to take a right when they get down to the bus drop and go around a traffic island before exiting out through the main campus entrance. By implementing the 2017 plan, anyone using that road, accessway, and parking lot would be able to go straight south out the main entrance.
So DPW is asking this due to interiors or how it impacts the roadway?
Correct. And we do believe that by going back to the 2017 plan, we are going to prevent cross traffic, which would theoretically enhance safety as part of this.
So the problem that DPW has, Katie, is there was a traffic study done when we approved the site plan for 2017. Now they're revising their site plan, or maybe they'll just do the 2017 one. And DPW says, have circumstances changed in the last 5 years? We would like to know, because now you're changing the circulation and you never did the 2017 stuff anyway. So now we want to know where you stand.
Well, circumstances have changed. Our traffic engineer, Mike Galante, retired. But like I said, we do have him on board through Hardesty and Hanover.
Okay, Mary Jenkins has her hand up. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I'm probably going to just say the same thing a slightly different way. It sounds to me like the problem is DPW doesn't have any factual basis to determine whether the 2017 worked or whether it's working now or whether you're proposing is better or worse. They're simply in the dark about the entire circumstance, and I don't know how you sign off if you haven't got a factual basis for it.
And there you go. Engineers have been translated by a lawyer. It doesn't get better than that.
Once every century it happens.
All right, so that's what DPW is saying. Mary nailed it in simple, plain English. How do we say yes if DPW is saying we don't know if this works? And on-site circulation is an issue because if it's not working, it impacts your surrounding traffic.
I can understand that. You know, we would say that our hope is to get our new traffic engineers at Hardesty and Hanover to speak to Mike Galante and explain how all of this will continue to work under the 2017 layout. That's why we have confidence in going back to that based on all the work that had previously been done in order to get to that point.
So stupid question, Mr. Hegney. Hasn't this application been floating around since a long time? I mean, the pre-app was a long time ago. You've never heard from DPW on this, or just something happened?
Well, Madam Chair, I would tell you that DPW has been very consistent in what they've asked for.
Yeah,
We
okay.
did feel that we had strong arguments to keep the existing conditions in place.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
there you go. I don't know why we didn't badger you about it before, because we should have badgered you about it when you were here before us in November.
Madam Chair, my concern with that is that, when the Public Works looked at this in 2018 and 2017, they gave us a certificate of occupancy. That tells me that the town has agreed that everything on site is safe. So when we ask to maintain existing conditions,
I know, but you know what they're saying to you. We don't know if in
Yeah.
2023, it's the same as 2017. And I can tell you right now that the vehicle mortality, the mortality rate for mile driven is the highest it's ever been in the history of the United States. So right now, I'll tell you that the circumstances are not the same as they were 5 years ago.
But I would say that the town's opportunity to review those should have ended with the issuance of the certificate of occupancy.
But you're
No,
proposing,
because you have a new plan. You
That's
open
the
it all back up now.
right?
Because you're before us with a new plan that you never built.
I have a crazy idea.
Yeah, go ahead. Did we all go to have a second dinner and leave Mr. Hegney by himself?
Hope I get the countdown clock at least.
Go
So,
ahead.
Mr. Hegney, you've got work on the Hardwick building, you got work at the front gate, and you've got the islands and reconfiguration of the parking. What would you think of actually just doing the front gate in Hardwick now, removing the parking from the plan, and then coming back once you hammered it all out with engineering?
I like that a lot.
Mr.
Now,
Macaron,
now,
that was
wait, hold on. You're gonna come back with us. You're gonna come back to us with the playground after you go to wetlands. Just give me a sense of timing with that. Are you close, like a couple of weeks or a couple of months on that?
We believe that will be filed with wetlands in January and hope to meet with them in February.
Okay, with that, if you came back with parking after hammering out with engineering, would it be okay with you guys if you came back with parking lot and playground at the same
Mr.
time?
Macaron, if that's something that the commission is willing to allow us to do, we would greatly appreciate that opportunity.
So then is it safe to say that you're hereby withdrawing that part of your application that deals with the traffic circulation?
I think he wants to know if we're good with that. I don't know. Are we good with that?
You guys tell me first.
I'm good with it. How do you guys feel? Let them go ahead with the part that's okay. We've been pulling out all the stuff that's not okay as we've been going. So let them go ahead with what's okay. And they got rid of the uplighting. They're not proposing the stone wall anymore. All the stuff we wanted is done. And then they just update their traffic study and come back in with that. Maybe with the playground.
We're definitely with the playground.
No, we can, Mr. Hegney can visit us as much as he likes.
Well, Mr. Lowe, I believe the zoning enforcement staff is going to keep us on a tight leash to ensure that we come back to you sooner rather than later.
Yep. All right. Okay. So with that, if you're okay with that, Mr. Hegney, does anybody on the commission have any other comments on this?
Just is that procedure okay, Katie,
Yes.
Patrick?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
and technically, all he's got to just say, he's just got to agree to it today, right now, when give us an email to say we're okay with that.
Yeah.
No,
No, he doesn't even have to. We
Yeah.
can.
We can,
You can
yeah,
eliminate it yourselves, but I think it's better if Mr. Hegney it's just easier if he just says that's fine, and sounds like he's fine with that.
We make it so by putting it in the decision letter.
Yeah.
Well, it's conditioned for Nick's purposes, right?
No, it's not a condition, it's a modification.
Right.
Just being technical.
Good.
It's a
No,
modification in the application that we're
I'm
making.
delighted to try to learn the lingo. Go.
All righty, guys. Okay. I'm sorry. It's just so, all right. So Mr. Hegney's good. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on the Eagle Hill Foundation application? Eagle Hill, anybody wish to speak on it? No. All right. So with that, does anybody object to closing this application at this time with the agreed upon or discussed modification? No objections being heard. This application is therefore closed. And we
Thank you,
move
Jim.
on.
Pat, don't kick me out yet. I promise.
I will not, John. John, you gotta go again.
You don't have to bring him back in.
All right.
Go.
Oh,
No pleasantries. Let's go. I'm just kidding.
okey doke. L&M Orchard Street. L&M Orchard Street LLC, 25 Orchard Street in the R6 for a final site plan and special permit for another 2-unit residential building. This, folks, has an extension available. They have not given it to us yet, but if you have issues, I wanted to ask you that, Pat. On Eagle Hill, it was opened 11/22, and we have to close it. The max we could close it by is 12/31, but L&M was opened on 11/10, and we have an extension to go to February. How does that happen?
It depends on the days of extension that were used to open or close it. I believe on Eagle Hill, there was extension time used to delay the opening. And then, so that it gets taken off the back end. I don't believe that was the case with the
Got it.
application is open. So there's 3 buckets and of time. There's the pre-opening, during the opening, and then the time after you and you can use it to each section of that. And then, so if you don't use it in the beginning, you have more at the end, or vice versa.
Got it. Okay. Very confusing. All righty. So with that, L&M Orchard Street. And Mr. Hegney, if you would go ahead.
Good evening again, Madam Chair, Commissioners. We were last before you back at the beginning of November. At that time, we didn't have enough information to show how we're interacting with our landscaping in the front yard to screen the front yard parking that we're proposing, and how much space we had in the public right-of-way before we got to the roadway. What we've done is we've updated our surveys and landscaping plans to show exactly how all of that will work. As a reminder, we need the commission to make a finding that the screening that we're proposing in the front yard is adequate in order to permit the front yard parking, and that we did make sure that we had our landscape architect, Bill Rutherford, review that in particular as part of this project. We're currently proposing a privet hedge along that front yard parking area. We believe that we have a sufficient area. If you were to shift the landscaping line from along the property line to tracking directly along the front yard parking curb, there'd even be room to install a 4-foot sidewalk on the town side of the right-of-way that would run up and down Orchard Street in this stretch. There is a town sidewalk across the street. Currently, parking is available pursuant to the town charter on this side of the street. So I don't know how likely that is, but I do think that should give the commission a strong level of comfort in seeing that there is plenty of space in this area to ensure that we properly screen the front yard parking here. Based on the discussion at the briefing, our landscape architect, Mr. Rutherford, offered Taxus Hatfield as an alternative here.
Instead of the privet?
Instead of the privet. I know that the
because it's
commission spoke about-
deciduous.
That's true. We believe that this would provide a more year-round screening, which is, if it's of interest to the commission, we're happy to pursue. As an added benefit, this would be more salt tolerant, which would make it more viable along Orchard Street during the winter months. I do believe that we have enough information here to make sure that the commission is comfortable with this. And that's not to say that Public Works hasn't also been looking for this information and will continue to update those plans to make sure that they're comfortable with the project when we return to them for zoning permit sign off.
Comments from the commission?
Well, the issue, I'm not personally familiar with the Hatfields or the McCoys in this case, but is this truly a year-round evergreen, this taxus?
Mr. Glow, I'm not familiar with it myself. I have privet on my property. But I will say that the two comments that our landscape architect focused on were evergreen screening to make sure that even in the winter months, there'd be a robust screen there on the front yard. And two, something that would work well on the roadway. So that is what led to the selection of this plan.
Mr. Hegney, what was the name of it again? Taxus what?
Taxus Hatfield.
Thank you.
So, okay, you're gonna look it up. In the meantime,
I've looked it up.
okay, go.
Well, it's a broad pyramidal form that typically grows to 8 feet tall over the first 10 years.
And is it deciduous?
It is an evergreen,
Okay,
an excellent evergreen. It's described as in my little write-up here. So
okay,
there you go.
all right.
Taxus is a very hardy evergreen.
Um,
I think this is the kind of thing we were talking about yesterday about the, what is it?
The hollies?
The Hampton's hedge.
Oh, right, the privet versus the, yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be more of a spiky needle type hedge. But I think if it's actually grown and trimmed the way it's supposed to be in terms of the shape you want, it actually could be, it could stay pretty well green and tall. It's got to be manicured though.
Yeah.
you mean trimmed?
You got to make sure that it grows up correctly, and that it,
Shaped.
to get that,
Got to be shaped.
get that right hedge thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be shaped. Couple questions for you guys. I'm blanking on something. What does Jackie mean about the green area comment she makes? They're proposing to go to 39.5 from an existing of 35. And she makes a comment about it, which it says, the site may gain more usable space for future tenants if greater green area is prioritized and designed into the project now, but that's what they did.
I believe that's a carryover comment from one of the earlier
Okay, all
editions
right.
of the staff report.
All right,
The
so
earlier
I'm
iteration
just gonna
of-
look at the updates. Okay. Okay, sorry, Mr. Hegney, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I did.
Mr. Hegney, did you, I'm sorry, I did hear you say something about a fence as well. Is that proposed that a fence is going to go in there in addition to this Taxus Hatfield?
We proposed to remove the fence as part of our latest landscape plan. It's because the prevailing theme in the neighborhood, if you look on Orchard Street here, is that every other property features the picket fence.
Okay, now I'm just curious. I'm not suggesting that or recommending it. I just was clarifying. Thank you.
We will have
Okay.
that, and then we will have the fence along the northerly property line as directed by the commission as part of the pre-application review.
And
That's the
that-
one with the two driveways.
That's correct.
Okay.
And that, and again, that fence is what type of fence?
It is
Picket.
a
6 foot high white fence.
Yeah, he said picket. I don't see.
But
picket
it's not,
anywhere
it's not a solid stockade-like thing. There are gaps. Is that?
Our clients have been in discussion with the neighbors to the north. I don't know how far along their negotiations have come on a fence agreement. But because of the location of the fence, because the two driveways are right next to each other, a high level of coordination is going to have to occur between the two parties. So we look forward to making sure that we select a fence that works for everyone.
Sounds like a staff follow-up thing.
I think Ms. Pruitt would be more than capable of making sure that we do this properly.
Yes, she would. And you.
Me too.
Yeah, we all trust her. Okay. Does anybody have any more comments?
Nope.
Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? Sorry, Mr. Hegney, I didn't ask your permission. I apologize. Anybody on the public wish to speak on this application? This is for 25 Orchard Street. Nobody from the public. Okay. So it looks to me like we might be able to close this. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
All righty, this application is hereby closed.
Thank you
Goodbye,
very much.
Mr. Hegney.
Have a
And
very good evening.
now we put the departing town planner on.
Thank
We
you.
now turn to applications 13 and 14, which will be handled by the town planner.
Good evening. So the briefing yesterday, we went over the proposed changes that are seen in red in the staff report. Some of them are just clarifying language, but the ones that are substantive start in number 2, where we talked about what happens when a restaurant is in violation. And we agreed that we would just add some clarifying language that when we're talking about the closure that may occur if you're in violation, that's the closure of the outdoor dining area, not of the restaurant itself. And further, that you will be potentially in jeopardy of not getting an outdoor dining approval the following year. So again, making that language clear. So we're talking about adding where it reads, any restaurant found to be in violation within a given outdoor dining season is subject to immediate closure, and we would add of the outdoor dining area, and shall be ineligible to reapply for such approval of the outdoor dining area during the following outdoor dining season, just so it's clear what we're referring to. So that was the first point. Go ahead, yes.
My comment was that we're saying violation, but then we were talking about the severity of violations. So, I mean, if there's a violation that that's imposed on them, they have too many seats out, and they had them out all week. And is that the same as something more serious? So, a violation constituted how? I mean, do you have to be more descriptive about that, or do you want to keep it general?
I would like to keep it general because, it depends on what the violation is, how much of a public health and safety issue it is. I mean, I think there has to be a certain level of trust on both sides. There's a certain level of trust that when we give the approval with an approved plan, that the applicant will abide by that. And there's a certain level of trust with the applicant that we're not going to be out there measuring to make sure they're not an inch over their, given area, and that's it, their outdoor dining's closed. I mean, I think it's just trying to be practical. Having said that, there's some health and safety issue which may be more prominent in a given space and in a different space. And if it's found to be something that is in violation and causing a problem, then I think the language is going to be very helpful should we get there. I think everybody likes the outdoor dining scene. Everybody recognizes that it's a wonderful thing to the town. So if there's an egregious violation, I think it's beneficial to have language there that puts everybody on order, that on notice, rather, that, if you're just completely running wild and adding, 50 seats where you're only permitted to add 10, that's not appropriate.
Yes, I'm just wondering if this language is a little wishy-washy and not instructive enough. So my point is that if you're in violation, okay, and then you list A, B, C. So and then you become ineligible to reapply for the subsequent season. Is it that plain and simple, or is it a little bit too fuzzy? That's what I want.
I mean, it's a very harsh punishment. I mean,
Yes.
To that end, maybe the commission wants to remove the part and you should be ineligible to reapply. Or maybe
or do you say that in another sentence, the commission may, or the CEO or whatever may recommend that you're ineligible to apply for the following season. I don't know.
Or maybe it says and may be ineligible instead of shall be.
Maybe, yes, it maybe is, or yes. May be deemed ineligible or something. I don't know if that's,
Okay, hold on.
softening it is good. It's just that it's a little wishy-washy.
Okay, well, two things. First of all, Mary Jenkins and then Bob Barilak are going to comment on the conversation you guys are having. Mary, you go.
Okay. Yeah, I think the idea is it's a statement of warning and authority. So that people who are subject to this know if you're in violation, you're under this cloud. And it doesn't mean that everybody has to be enforced against. It means we have the power to go after anyone and say, but we warned you that this might happen. And I think we discussed yesterday, choosing an example. You always make somebody an example by choosing the worst. And the first or second time that you use this theoretically, then it's self-enforcing. I just see it as a statement of authority, not a statement of everybody out there is going to be losing their license because they're 6 inches over where they should be, or they have 2 seats extra. But that's the way I read it. But again, it's a warning and a statement of authority.
Bob Barilak?
One comment to that though. So how does this apply to a restaurant that gets new ownership? And they had a violation. They ended up selling, and now somebody else owns the restaurant.
Not the same restaurant anymore.
It's not.
Presumably, if they continue with the violation, they don't get it right either. And if they clean up their act, they're not carrying over the burden from the prior owner. I think this is another situation where the CEO is going to be kind of in charge of how this gets applied.
Yeah, just very quickly, I was going to echo the same direction Mary was going, but simply to say that I think when you start a new rule like this, you don't want to be soft in your enforcement abilities you give yourself. You really don't. You leave yourself more room to get into trouble. Be considered inconsistent if you don't be very clear. I would keep the enforcement stronger.
Okay, does the applicant sign? They're signing this application with all of these directives on it, so that they understand what they're obliged to do.
I would have that sentence in the form, but I'm not drafting the form. There probably already is a form, Katie.
There is a form, and they sign that they're going to meet all the conditions of their approval.
Okay.
There we go.
And just two things for you guys. One of them is, Peter Levy, the problem is if you say the following things shall be cause for you to lose your permit, a new thing comes out and it's not on your list and it's really horrible and you can't do anything about it.
No, you just say including. Now that's an easy one. You just say including.
But then you say including but not limited to, and you're right back where we started.
Yeah, and then the other thing is that we're not talking about you've left some scraps of food on the floor or something. We're talking about poor little building department and talking to Bill Maher having a meltdown because there's exposed wires all over the ground and they're a tripping hazard and they're a fire hazard. We're talking about real things. Yes, there's a ton of violations, people who have too many tables out there, but our focus is really our first job is health and safety. And so internally, we would be smarter, and any future commission would be smart enough not to be frivolous about how we close someone's outdoor dining.
And
but
if the bulk of these 70-odd% violations are having to do, for example, with too many tables because they're keeping the inside fully open and they're just increasing their capacity by offering outside dining, why aren't we going after those people? Is that the case? I mean,
the case is because you go against the most egregious, horrible thing first, And then people take you seriously and you
Not
say,
those
I've
people. I
drawn
don't-
the line.
no.
Wait, you say you've drawn the line. Then you work your way down through the pyramid until folks understand that we mean it. But you start with something where nobody's going to argue with you.
Okay,
No.
it just sounded like we're signaling here. We're gonna just do the big major egregious.
Start with those
parties.
Yeah.
You
But,
start with those till people
Those of
take.
you who are sort of skirting the edges of this regulation or adding a couple of tables here or there, we're not gonna go after you. I just don't want to give that.
No,
out.
we're not going to do that. We're not going to close one eye. What we're going to say is first you shut down what's really dangerous and you give people the signal that you mean it. And if they don't understand that you mean it, then you work your way down the list, but people will begin to grasp it. And we know these folks, we go to them, a lot of them we can just go to and say, guys, you got to stop. Jody will send out the notice saying, hey, you're in violation. He has to do that by law.
Yeah, we're all gonna have to go in disguise because they're gonna recognize what
Well,
we.
I think it gets back to the broader issue and efficacy of regulations, right? It's the intent, and then there's the strict interpretation, right? And I think the intent is clear. I don't think there's any misunderstanding for anybody who's reading this as to what the intent is. If there are technical things that are happening that are creating problems for the town, we'll have to address those. But I don't think we have to worry about the 1% of applications that come in that have these small nuance things. I think we're going to know it when we see it, and we'll go on from there. And I also think that it can't just be major violations. I think it could also be just blatant disregard to all sort of standards that are put out, and the accumulation of those things could also result in a major disqualification of the outdoor dining for this restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point about the literal reading versus the intent, because I was actually thinking about this from the other standpoint, that someone calls and says they played their music too loud. They're not supposed to have music. Let's just say you need to shut them down based on this language. And then how you have to, how do you then address that? If one is then saying, well, it literally says X.
But it says they're subject to. It doesn't say anyone found in violation is closed immediately. It says subject to.
And I wonder if we should say any restaurant found to be in violation by the zoning enforcement officer. I wonder if we should add that language.
As against a member of the public.
Wait. No, also, Katie, it has to be the building department, right?
No, it doesn't. No, they don't issue permits. It would be and that was the other thing that we talked about yesterday, is if there was a major health department violation or a major building department violation, this is just covering the zoning violation.
Well, and can I bring this up again?
But I'm sorry, one more thing, just quickly. But if the health department says, by the way, there's a major health violation, they could then revoke their sign off to us, which would then prompt us to revoke our sign off.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Which is more serious if the health department gets involved.
Right.
Okay.
So, is it possible, if there's violations, if they have a refundable deposit, but they could forfeit it because there's a violation, isn't that a good thing?
No, it's not enough money.
Well, it's something.
No,
Yeah,
because
but
actually it's how much is it and who's get refunded to? And
Well,
honest
it
to
almost
God,
doesn't matter. You could make it $100 or $200.
No,
But
because
that's a
they won't.
huge go ahead. I was gonna say it's a huge administrative burden, and I'm not sure it's gonna change anybody's behavior.
Right. If you're going to do a monetary penalize
You can
somebody with
use
a
the money.
monetary thing, it's got to be something that's going to sting. But threatening to shut them down, that will actually make them sit up and notice.
No, I mean, in addition to all this, if they, I mean, you're trying to hit them as on all different fronts and make a point. So not only might they be their license revoked, but they can lose their deposit, maybe, or some kind of penalty.
It's not enough.
That
People
way.
don't care. They don't care.
But might be a nice thing just to impose.
But Peter, this regulation as it stands now will hit them in the pocketbook. That's the point. And it'll hit, it is a monetary, financial hardship that they're going to be experiencing if they are found in violation. So I think it serves that purpose as it is.
The other thing is, and I say this in all seriousness, there wouldn't be outdoor dining on Greenwich Avenue in the middle of the street if it wasn't for the P&Z Commission. We moved heaven and earth to get this. Okay. Now everybody's breaking the rules. This cuts both ways. We'll bend over backwards to help you, but you got to respect the system because we've knocked ourselves out to make this possible for you. So please respect the system. That's what we're saying. That's how I see it. We did this for you, but respect the town and respect the system.
Well, should we put some language just to that effect in
No,
there?
'cause-
So
No, we
it's
are.
just,
We're saying rules are rules, folks.
no, but if you say that, respect others around you.
Mm.
And these are for everybody's benefit and put that in there.
Well, we can put that in the application forms and we can say all that kind of stuff in those forms.
But
That's
not in the
not.
regs.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
I think it's a good idea.
We'll put it into the form when people fill it out. I, the undersigned, hereby acknowledge that I'm going to respect my neighbors. I'm going to send it to 60,000 residents in Greenwich. Because I think
I
it's a
will do
lesson.
good and be a good person. You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Dennis, you feel strongly about outdoor dining. Are you good?
Well, I think you know the answer to that, right?
No, that's why I'm asking you.
I agree with you that we pushed this idea. I remember the meeting that we brought it up. Initially, it wasn't favored by the town hall. And I think we pushed it all the way down. I disagree. My gut, having walked the avenue and talked to owners, is it's a relatively small number of people that are causing the problem. I asked Katie that once.
72%.
How much?
72%
No,
are in
that
fact.
wasn't a number that was made up. Katie, you told us at one point there were 8 infractions and then it was 20. I don't know which number it is.
No,
But
the
72
right.
was somebody made that up.
No,
Katie.
the 72, there are 72 that have some sort of minor thing. Too many tables.
Correct.
Not to say it's minor, but too many tables, blah, blah, blah.
How many major? How many major
There's 8 that never
violations?
came in. There was 8 that never came in, or what, some number thereof. And then there was 20 that did something similar where they wouldn't.
Right.
So
So, you know,
70
somewhere between 8 and 20
Yeah.
people that have
No,
a
no,
major violation.
72%, right. And there's a small number with a major violation. We addressed the major violation. We fixed the only thing that really bothers us.
Yeah, and that, I think we're exaggerating that. And I think a lot of the owners, when told they're in violation and the threat that we're putting in all this language, they're going to clean it up. And the ones that don't, wish them luck because, we're going to go and do exactly what we've said a couple of times, which is pursue a possible loss of their outdoor dining. So, I do think we were the birthplace to this idea. And, we want to make it work, continue to work. It's working extremely well. There are some violations. I don't see that as being unusual in the business world, quite frankly. You got to go clean it up. That's why we have an IRS. That's why we have audit firms. And I think we'll do it. I think between the cooperation and the enforcement, it'll be better than ever.
So
I think all these provisions are good to get your comment. This is a way to enhance the town even further than what we've already done. And we've made a lot of changes. Well, the town made a lot of changes too along the way. And it's made it better for the overall experience.
So that was the proposed change to number 2, Nick, in terms of specific language for any future resolution. And then the changes that you see in B, C, and D, that in E, there was no comment on that. In F, this is the one that talks about public address systems and music and what have you. There was a comment that that music not be permitted in the CGBR zone. If one has already received an outdoor dining permit that has allowed them to have music, then the regulation changes, then that might be seen as an issue with non-conforming rights unless they come back in. The language does read that the commission may impose any restrictions upon the playing of music it deems to be appropriate given the location of the proposed outdoor dining. So it may make more sense to just leave this language as is, and then when one comes before you, you make the call based on the specifics of that project, as opposed to a statement that it not be permitted on Greenwich Avenue.
Quick question. Okay, so prohibited in CGBR, it's seasonal. It's got to come back to staff. With the statement that you just said, could you kind of perceive the caveat that if last year you had live outdoor music in the CGBR, you have a new application this year because it's seasonal, and that statement is the caveat to say that it's actually now what the commission says is that it's prohibited in the CGBR.
Yes.
So that way we're not
do that.
grandfathering or, the non-conforming rights thing.
Yes, you can do that. So the only thing is though, right now it's allowed every, it reads that you may need to go back out to public hearing to renotice that, because that's not that is a substantive change. It is not a grammatical thing or a clarifying language.
And we had a public hearing already on this, Katie?
No, you would have to hold this open so that you can properly legally notice in the newspaper the new language, which is a requirement under the statute.
Right.
Okay. We'll invite you to
I
that
don't know. I
meeting.
think I'm the only one that, is concerned about music. I'm just listing that, nurse in Greenwich Avenue who can't get to sleep because it's too loud.
You're not the only one. I mean, we have got, there's a restaurant about which we have gotten endless complaints from people who are disturbed in the area. It's not on the avenue, and it's just endless, and it's not fair to people.
Then maybe we have to have another, postpone it, put in newspaper, whatever. I personally think there should be no music outside for any restaurant that has, period. I mean,
Well,
let's have some peace and quiet, not just Greenwich Avenue. That was sort of a compromise, but if we have to go back out and have public hearing, then go ahead.
This is all of town. This is every restaurant.
Well, I know, but
No.
You may have left before this happened, but we sort of talked about having a compromise just on Greenwich Avenue. If we have to go back and Republic, I'd like to get rid of music everywhere.
Amplified music.
Amplified, yeah.
Yeah. Well, they are forbidden. I mean, haven't we been working on that with that one restaurant in Old Greenwich?
They've had music permitted for a long time. The only reason that became a problem recently is because of the location of their temporary outdoor dining under the executive orders, which was in the parking lot. So it changed the location, and that changed the impact dramatically.
Well, I sort of say too bad. I mean, there are too many complaints. It's noisy. Let's just get rid of it and not have a problem, and not, spot check it here, have it here, but not have it there. Then we just make it clean and it goes away, and some people will complain, but we're providing outdoor dining. That's the main thing. I mean, I don't go to a restaurant to hear the music. I go there to get good food. In fact, a lot of times I don't want music because I can't hear what the people I'm with are saying.
So Arn, what you're saying is actually instead of just CGBR, it would be anywhere.
Any outdoor dining.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'd agree with that.
So you could still have your music in the restaurant, right? Just
We all
to clarify.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That's different, because that is actually the way it is now that I'm thinking about it. Aren't the ones that I'm thinking that have had music for a long time is the music is in the restaurant. It's not on the outside.
I was surprised you said that, because the one we're thinking about that's been in violation since the beginning of COVID, since the beginning of this in Old Greenwich, it's the outdoor that's amplified, and it's against the regulations. It's always been against the regulations in all of town. And every time we tell them, they say, oh, okay. And then they turn on their amplified music again, and it makes everybody crazy because you can't sleep.
Yes. No, I'm glad we clarified that, because that's what I had. That's where I was going in my head, thinking that we were talking about eliminating all music, period, in any restaurant.
No.
Because a lot of them have, so it's just in the outdoor dining area.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because you're right, we have not allowed that historically in any of the decisions.
I'm sorry, are we just talking about amplified or all music? I got confused.
Amplified.
Oh, just amplified, okay.
So in all due respect to my brothers and sisters musicians, I think actually Aaron's got a point here, but then again, amplified is one thing because that could get really out of hand, but one guy playing a guitar probably is not going to be a big deal.
Exactly. A guy playing a guitar is not a problem. Remember, we even had a problem with that patio area in the J House because it was amplified. It's indoors, kind of, but it was coming out through that open space through those trellises in the ceiling, and it was making the neighbors crazy. So yeah, we got to address that. Okay, so we have to leave this open, and Katie, we're going to invite you back.
What about this? Hold on. What if we just said public address systems or other systems intended to convey verbal messages through the use of amplified sound should be prohibited, and erase the whole rest of the sentence? Does that cover music, public address systems, other systems? No. Okay.
No, because you're playing the instrument. Led Zeppelin.
Convey
No one
verbal
plays, no
message.
one's singing.
Okay.
I think if you boil it down to amplified music, it will cover anything from somebody playing a loud radio to, some monkey playing a bass too loud.
It won't cover the acapella.
So, well, what about if it said amplified sound or music?
Yeah,
because
that's it.
that
Yeah.
would work. And then you just
Yeah.
add the words or music and erase the rest of the entire sentence. The rest of the paragraph.
Yes.
Does that work for everybody?
Yes.
We're in F. So it would read, public address systems or other systems intended to convey verbal messages through the use of amplified sound or music shall be prohibited. In the outdoor dining area. Should we say that in the dining area?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and then lastly, in H, H, lighting shall be limited to the minimum level necessary to illuminate the outdoor dining area for patrons and staff. And then we talked about eliminating, and LEDs should be prohibited for this purpose.
Yep.
Just take that part. Okay.
Well, so are we, I'm asking the question, are we sure that an LED is a problem?
No, we're going to take it out.
I know, are we sure that it's a problem?
No, yeah, Peter, because think of it this way, Peter. We're the way it's stated, it's specifically stating that LEDs are prohibited. But if just an LED, so somebody goes in with a halogen or, one of those little sulfur lights, that kind of thing. I think it's more of actually understanding we want the light to be at the minimum so you can actually read a menu, but nothing higher than that, no matter how you make the light.
So you can still have LEDs. It just is, you just have to comply with minimum level necessary.
Well, and guess what? Aren't we moving in the direction of all LEDs? So I mean, we got to be careful about that. We're not restricting any lighting because that's what the direction that.
And there are LED table lights too. So
right.
But that's what everybody's moving to.
So you can still have the LEDs. And then everything else, there was a couple of things about a shall and a should in the comment, whatever. But actually, Mary, the shall in H, I think would be eliminated because we're taking out that part of the sentence anyway.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And then everything else is just minor grammar, nothing substantive. So it's just those, 3 areas really.
Katie, can I take you back to F for a minute?
Yes.
Public address systems or other systems using amplified sound or music, because music isn't a verbal message.
Yes.
So public address systems or other systems using amplified sound or music shall be prohibited.
Actually, it needs to be to convey. No, that's the wrong place to put it, Mary. Sorry. Because the amplified, you're not using amplified music. So it has to go sooner. It has to go public address systems or other systems intended to transmit verbal messages or music through the use of amplification.
That would work. That's.
Got it, Katie? To
Well,
transmit,
What if this public address systems or other systems?
listen,
Used,
used
intended.
to
Use
convey
amplification too.
to convey verbal messages or music through the use of amplification
And,
shall
yeah.
be prohibited.
Yeah, and
yeah.
not to be too picky, but verbal just means of words. Oral would
Exactly.
probably be a better word there.
No, okay.
We need
Well,
a
you're
scan-
gonna be-
Spoken,
we're picking
actually,
over
what
every
you
word
meant
here,
is,
so I'm telling you.
okay, whatever. Okay, just don't send it to Lo, okay? All righty. Okay, are we good? We're gonna leave it open. Katie's gonna fix it and then she's gonna come visit us.
Oh, I thought with that, we could actually close it.
Oh, we can close it. Okay,
Yeah, I
Nick
think 'cause
doesn't,
clarifying that sentence, it already exists.
and you said, so what you said before about you don't have to, you have to re-notice it, you're taking that back?
I think I am, because that first sentence, that's why I'm saying, does everybody agree with me? And you tell me if you don't agree. The public address systems or others, the issue with music is it's an amplified sound.
What
So I
was the
don't-
criteria for having to public notice this?
That she
If
thought
we
we
were-
were changing the substance of the regulation and not just fine tuning the words.
Okay.
Katie,
Right.
you don't realize that this debate is a ruse to keep you here for the next year and a half, do you?
Well, we can keep it
Well-
open. That's okay.
Actually, Pat and I,
January 10.
Pat and I actually talked to her about whether at some point she'd want to come back and work on regulations with us.
I think
Subdivision.
the people that have music have it on the inside. So with that clarifying language, which is very important in that first sentence to say in the outdoor dining area,
Yes.
that changes everything, because the people that have music already can do that, continue to do that on the inside.
Yeah.
So that I think now is something that has been there in the past. It's not a surprise for anybody, and I don't think it changes the intent of that first part of the sentence dealing with amplified sound.
That's good.
And unless people disagree, and that's fine too, and we can hold it open. But I think you're okay.
And you don't worry about the fact that a restaurant with a little alley next to it and has windows, they can open the windows and have the noise bleed out. You don't care about that, right? Just to be clear.
As long as they conform to the noise ordinance for the town, which is, that's, which they, again, that comes down to please be respectful of your neighbors.
Good.
And they're signing the application.
That's
says they're gonna be-
that letter they're gonna sign.
Yeah.
Okay, folks, let's do domestic animals. Oh, because we
Oh.
can,
So you
wait,
Can I
wait. I gotta ask for public comment. Okay, does anybody from the public wish to comment on our outdoor dining regulations now that we've all duked it out for half an hour? Anybody wish to comment on our outdoor dining regulations? No,
There's no
I
one there.
do. I do.
no, there's 24 people here and nobody's been commenting all night. It's really weird. I mean, there were more people when we started. Okay,
Maybe they're
So-
bots.
so
It's
you
a-
guys are all agreed that we can close this application?
Yes.
I just have one thing that just nagging at me. In H, it says and LEDs, and to me
We
somehow.
took
that's-
that out.
You took out and LEDs?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, so that whole thing, and LED should be prohibited for this purpose. That whole thing's removed.
Yeah,
Now
we
no
said,
one-
Never
we
mind.
said to you the first 2 times you told us you didn't like the fact that we were prohibiting LEDs, we said we took out that phrase already.
never mind.
I'm gonna talk to Nan about how you don't listen, Peter Levy.
You'll
I don't think you need to talk to her about that.
you'll be talking to her all night. So start chewing your ear off. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I know. I just love to talk to spouses about how they, and since I'm single, y'all can't get even with me. Because I'm not letting you near my sister. Okie dokie, folks, let's go to the next one, which is the text amendment for the domestic animals. Katie.
Okay. So the text amendment on domestic animals shows there are changes that have been made since last time in red, basically clarifying language to specify the sections of the town ordinance regarding animal control to sections 111 through 117. Reason being, before it had just noted Article 9 as a blank statement, and this way now it just refers to those sections it deals with site conditions. And then, of course, the big change is further down where I removed all the language dealing with chicken coops and behind the rear plane and blah, 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 and have just eliminated all that in favor of saying it has to be at least 50 feet from any property line, which does mean that you need to have a pretty substantial sized property in order to have chickens, because it's from any property line.
Now, we got comments, just so you guys know, we got comments in both directions on this. We heard from people who've had chickens for a long time. I don't know if you went through all the emails we got,
Yeah, well,
but
you're gonna have opinions on both sides, and you're gonna have chicken lovers, and they never saw a rat in their life, and they're the cleanest animals in the world, and da 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 da. But you've got to make a, we got to appeal to the greater good and not be imposing upon neighbors.
right. And that's exactly right. And the greater health issues. And so anything else, Katie?
No.
All right.
Yeah, just minor clarifying things.
And we did 50, and to Dennis's question, we went back out and there are people who have 50, there are people who have 75, and we found one town, what did I tell you guys? New Canaan has 300 feet. Now, 300 feet's really a lot. So if we keep having a problem, we could go there, but
Okay.
I'm good with 50.
I'm pretty sure New Canaan has fewer chickens than we do.
Okay, Dennis.
I like the 300.
I know you do. But we
Every
did,
time you tell this story, it ends up a different foot. So I like the 300.
And I
Okay.
realize also, Margarita, you're gonna have to stop saying the phrase, us chickens, blah, blah, blah. You do say that
right,
from time
right.
to time.
I know, and I know, but it's worse when I say among us girls, because all the boys, yeah, okay. All right, so that's it. Let's get some comments from the public.
Good idea.
And the first person to speak is P. Adams. T. Hen. Oh, this is what people were waiting for. I was wondering what everybody was here for. Okay, you guys. Thank you for all your patience. Mr. Adams, if you will unmute and just give your full name so the court reporter can take it down.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, and I'm sorry I called you Mr.
That's okay. So my full name is Patricia Adams.
Okay.
And as a local food advocate
There you go.
and a former naturalist at the New Canaan Nature Center, since the neighborhood was just mentioned, while I worked there or volunteered there, I cared for injured and rehabilitated birds of prey. So I have experience with both domestic and wild birds. So I want to voice my opinion regarding these changes.
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically to the setbacks and the fact that the chickens represent health hazards. And most of these health hazards have been exaggerated in the local news, which led to the text amendment that's under consideration. And this suggested language of locating the chicken coop 50 feet from any property line is inherently discriminatory. It greatly restricts a large swath of the current backyard chicken keepers, and it perpetuates a socioeconomic discrimination. So this is an onerous condition for residents that do not live on lots that are at least a half an acre or larger, depending upon the lot shape. So people who become chicken keepers typically do so for many reasons, right? There's environmental, financial, food quality, food security, and because they're animal lovers. This overly restrictive zoning requirement or ordinance change is exclusionary to town residents who do not have the financial means to live on a large lot with a 50-foot property line setback, and is inherently violating their personal liberties to produce their own food, and it takes a toll on people who would otherwise might have to use food stamps or forego the health and nutritional benefits of eggs. So it can reasonably be assumed that people with less property, less than half an acre, are more in need of their own food sources, and that shouldn't be dictated by affluent neighbors, especially since there has been significant inflation on food costs and eggs in particular, which is one of the very few affordable protein sources. So encouraging local food production that has traveled hundreds of miles to support environmental objectives, such as reducing intrinsic carbon footprint in food, and allows people to know directly where their food is sourced, is essential. Reducing carbon emissions that is created when food is transported is directly tied to increasingly powerful storms that are creating flooding situations throughout town. So any steps, albeit small, that we can take should not be hampered by a town ordinance. And this town has a history as a farming community and as a coastal community, and we're especially trying to plan for climate resilience today. So requiring this setback of 50 feet means that only affluent families who can afford to purchase a large property lot in Greenwich are eligible to participate in a reliable, lower carbon footprint lifestyle and food security, which discriminates against less affluent residents. So when I look at the current Zillow property listings, which I did while I was listening to all of the other cases this evening, no problem, it was educational for me, but the least expensive Greenwich property that would permit this setback for chickens is an undeveloped land for $849,000. If I wanted a home on the property, the cheapest would be $1.55 million based on current listings. So this restriction limits chicken keeping to the hobby of the affluent, rather than supporting families that might be food insecure or unable to ingest food that animals were fed antibiotics or chemicals to encourage egg production. And antibiotics resistance is a very real health concern, which is important and critical to people that have antibiotic allergies to penicillin, which is often used in commercial egg and large chicken operations. Furthermore, this 50-foot setback ordinance takes away the autonomy of people who have a right to choose foods that are safe and healthy unless they can afford the high price of organic eggs or Greenwich residents or Greenwich real estate. So residents should have a choice. They should have a right to access food sources that have been treated humanely the way chickens would be if they were raised in a backyard flock by a chicken keeper who treats their hens like pets. Furthermore, there have been multiple egg recalls due to Salmonella outbreaks. And in April 2018, 208 million eggs were recalled due to a Salmonella outbreak. And it's extremely rare for backyard flocks to have Salmonella. So knowing that food, especially your eggs, comes from a safe source and what the animal ate is important to people that have concerns about the industrial food complex. Knowing that the animal is living a good life and a high quality life with exposure to sunshine and fresh air is important to people who have concerns about animal welfare. But if you go to the supermarket and you go to buy animal welfare safe food, it's extremely expensive, especially for families that might be living on a limited budget. So I feel that this ordinance today is infringing on the rights of less affluent community residents, and it's discriminatory. We should be educating people who are new chicken keepers about best practices and how to address the reasonable, and the emphasis here is on reasonable, concerns of neighbors. We should be educating residents who are not chicken keepers about the benefits of local food and creating a sustainable habitat, not discouraging residents. So enforcing this current zoning, the current zoning requirements, I believe is a solution, not changing them. So I'd just like to enter those comments into record.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You've made many of the points that we discussed over the months that we worked on this. We've been working on this for a really long time, and many of the things you've raised so eloquently, we also talked about. I got to tell you that when I started, I was a lot less eloquent on this. One thing I can tell you is that the people asking for this specifically are in a small lot. It came up from small lot residents. So just so you know, it isn't rich people that wanted to get rid of it. It's the very people who live on a small lot. But I hear you. The counter argument we heard is that given our proximity to New York, we are increasingly not a rural farming community, and we need to come to grips with that. But you've made some excellent points. I wanted to really hang on to the chickens, and if don't go away. I mean, since you've stuck with us for almost 6 hours, don't go away now, because we'd like you to hear one of the next people who speaks, and you'll understand from where we're coming.
Okay, I'd be happy to stay on the line.
Thank you. Mr. Lowe.
Just to say, I'm sympathetic to Ms. Adams' position on this, but I wonder whether it is more or less onerous for neighbors. And what about the personal? I think what we're talking about is the personal liberties of others, and to the extent that there may be more people who are inconvenienced by the presence of these chickens on small lots. I think that's what we are concerning ourselves with. And it's a delicate balance. And I think there's obviously an argument on either side, and I think we've tried to discuss it and weigh them. That was all.
My original understanding was that the setback was 40 feet from a dwelling.
No, actually, we had no required setback for anybody that had less than 10 chickens. And that was the problem. So stay with us and listen, and you'll hear what the debate was. Mr. Dillon, I'm going to call on you next, because you are. I know your position from having heard you before. And
Ms. Albin, before we move on, I just want to make sure I understand. We're not regulating keeping chickens. We're talking about just a coop. So if somebody wanted to keep chickens, they could. It's all about just a coop and where that goes. So if you wanted to keep the chickens inside,
I'm not sure that's the case, Nick. Is that the case?
And not you got to have the chickens got to go inside, Nick, at night, or they get killed by the raccoons. You can't.
No, that's what I mean. Yeah. So you could have them, the chickens in your basement. We're not regulating the keeping of chickens. It's a coop that goes with the chickens, right?
Well, except that wherever you keep your chickens has to be 50 feet from the house.
Well, and it says the keeping of fewer than 10 poultry, provided there is no roosters, no on-site slaughter, no sale of eggs, and the site complies with, is how it reads. So theoretically, you could have free-range chickens that as long as it meets the sections of 411 through 417 in terms of keeping the site clean, but
you can't. I mean, the key here from what we learned, and Mr. Dillon knows this because I passed it on to him, is that my neighbor who doesn't have rats brings the feed in at night. So if you have free range chickens and you're spreading the feed across your lot, you've just undone what we want to do. She brings in all the food at night, so there's nothing for the rats to get to. Okay, Mr. Dillon, you're on.
Oh, thank you very much. I'd like to thank the commission. First off, I'd like to thank Katie DeLuca. And I know this is her last meeting, and I just wanted to say that she's been extraordinarily helpful and empathetic and responsive and professional. in helping my wife and I go through this somewhat daunting process. So, you know, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. I'd like to contest what Miss Adams had mentioned earlier about the myth of disease. I had sent Patrick and Margarita some links from the CDC. The CDC actually tracks thousands of diseases, or at least illnesses, that occur each year from specifically backyard poultry coops. And they run the gamut, but mostly salmonella. They also transfer to pets as well as humans. This is obviously something that is significant enough for them to track. Not only that, but also when dealing with the avian flu, which is also in combination with the diseases that are brought up by poultry. The diseases of the feces and the nuisance of the noise and the dropping of the property value, as the chair had said, we have 1/4 of an acre, or just under 1/4 of an acre, and about 1/4 of it we can't use. And that's because the fact that there is a chicken coop on basically our property line. I've sent a picture just to give you, this was I sent a picture earlier today. I don't know if you have it, that shows the chicken coop itself. If you were to zoom in and look at the roof, you'll see dozens and dozens of chicken feces all over. I'm not sure if you can zoom in, or angle it.
I don't know how to do that. This is not the picture you sent today. For some reason, I didn't see it, Mr. Dillon.
Okay.
This is your video from last time.
It's the video. Yes. No, the photo that I had sent actually was from a photo that was taken, I think, 3 days ago. And it's disgusting. Nobody would want to be 300 feet from this structure. So you can imagine what 10 feet from my bedroom window is like. Not being able to open up the window. I don't mean to be a broken record. But these things are just completely exhausting. And they suck the life out of you. And I empathize with Miss Adams in terms, her love and compassion for chickens. I'm an animal lover myself. But with that being said, my lawn has rat poison, and it has chicken feces and bird feces all throughout the yard that my dog can't go out and play on. So, I would hope that me being a property owner, if you look at the roof of those chicken coops, they're filled with chicken feces and bird feces. And that's also basically what my deck looks like during the summer, and on the roof of my house. So I've had to live with this for a few years. In terms of like rights and in terms of like the pursuit of happiness, I would love a house in Malibu. I would love to live in Bellhaven, but I can't afford it. So the fact that these people can't have a chicken coop on my property line, which completely, it just inhibits our quality of life. It's just, I'm completely unsympathetic to. So, with that, I just really wanted to thank the responsiveness of the commission, at least with regards to the amendment that's been proposed. It's a good first step. As you see, towns like New Canaan, who more recently have been familiar with agriculture, and have a 300-foot line. There's really nothing else more to say. I've already said the last meeting that we had, but I really wanted to emphasize how necessary this first step is for our family, and to get some kind of semblance of normalcy back in our lives. And so with that, I'd like to thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dillon. The next speaker, I'm betting I'm gonna get another point of view. So I'm gonna do it like that, is gonna be Ali Jorzy. Go ahead, Ali. You need to unmute.
Hi
There you go.
Sorry. Yeah. Hello. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Okay. So yes, different perspective here. I'm Ali Jorzy. I'm a Greenwich resident, and I speak this evening as a local food systems advocate. I'm the founder of the Food Shed Network, the Greenwich Food Alliance. I sit on the steering committee for the Connecticut Food System Alliance. And sounds like this adjustment inhibits residents with smaller lots, as Patricia Adams said, from producing their own food, and in this case, eggs from chickens. So from my perspective, as someone who pays close attention to the vulnerability of our global and national food system, particularly in the context of climate change, a global pandemic, international conflict, we should be considering everyone's food security, not just those who are low income, quite frankly, but all of our food security. And we are really looking at this from a perspective of abundance, from a perspective of privilege, from a perspective that it's, business as usual. And again, from my vantage point in my line of work after 30 years, our food system is in very much peril. And so we are blessed this evening to be having the luxury of this conversation. And that's exactly what it is, luxury and privilege. So again, we should be considering everyone's food security, including our own, and be very mindful of making changes that will discourage residents from having the agency to produce their own food. So I really ask that we do this mindfully and carefully and understand the context of our national and global food system, and understand the context of what it is to be food insecure. So I absolutely support Patricia Adams' comments. I think she was brilliant in what she said. I am absolutely sympathetic to the gentleman who put this forth, but I do wonder if there is any opportunity for negotiation between neighbors to hold this within context between neighbors and not to limit the other people's ability who are in right relations with neighbors, who do want to foster a local food system, who do depend on protein that is humanely raised, and allow for more flexibility and allow for more, as I said, negotiation and agency. So thank you for your consideration and for your hard work and for your long evening. And I appreciate you listening.
Thank you for making the time, Ally. Very much appreciated that you hung out with us this long. All righty. I think our next speaker is going to be back to the other side. We'll see. And this is T. Hannah. And when you unmute, if you could just tell the court reporter your first name.
Good evening. My name is Tim Hanna. Good evening, Madam Chair.
Tim, T-I-M?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Tim Hanna. And I am not a bot. So first of all,
No, the court reporter has to do it because we have minutes from all of our meetings. We have a transcript.
the other gentleman
Oh,
thought.
yeah. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I think all of this proposal is being very reactionary to a few people in town. So I agree with everything Ms. Adams said. In addition, there's many benefits to chickens. The sound is peaceful and welcoming. The eggs obviously are a benefit. The chickens actually eat ticks. So we know that ticks and Lyme disease is a big issue in our community and in our state here. And the chickens are the ones who eat the ticks. So we need the chickens. The chickens can also be beneficial to children. It teaches them responsibility. You see the joy in a child seeing the eggs hatch and the mother hen sit on her eggs for 21 days and then care for the young chickens. Like these, we need children having these experiences. These are the kids who's going to be your future doctors and veterinarians if you don't have kids experiencing these things now. I acknowledge there may be some issues. We can take care of that with education and the existing ordinances. There's the health laws. There's the recent blight ordinance, and there's a blight officer. Like the chicken coop that may become a blight issue, it could be taken care of under the existing ordinance. We don't need to make changes to the, as proposed. You know, the gentleman raising the issue, he's got a history of lawsuits and conspiracy theories, so he's going to keep coming up with all kinds of things. That's what he does. Roosters are obviously necessary. That's how we get more chickens. Okay, the roosters also protect the hens. They maintain order with the hens and help maintain a healthy flock. And the young and the old roosters rarely crow. We don't have issues at night. All the chickens, the hens and the roosters, all go to roost at dusk. So, and when you get chickens, you don't know whether you're going to be getting, if you get young chicks, whether it's roosters or hens. So sometimes you're going to have roosters and you're going to need to deal with them. That's why I don't think you need these parts of the proposal talking about selling eggs, slaughter. I get people can be inconvenienced. I'm inconvenienced by dogs barking. I'm inconvenienced by 3 leaf blowers in the summer around my house.
They're not
Like,
legal in Greenwich. That's, you
Right,
can't have
but-
3 leaf blowers at the same time. Just so you know, just call it in and report it. The
Right,
ordinance
but-
prohibits 3 simultaneous leaf blowers.
And nothing ever happens with it.
You have to
Okay.
report it.
And, okay. Going on, I worry now that the gentleman is so concerned about his neighbor's chickens, but according to what I've read, that's going to be existing use. So they're going to be able to keep having the chickens anyway. So this language doesn't help his situation. And I think we should take a pause here, figure out under the existing regulations how to fix the situation with the neighbors, and let's let people have chickens. Let's let children learn how to take care of chickens. You know, and I'm not sure what this definition of domestic animals is. It looks like you're trying to define pets, but I don't.
No, we did a legal definition. The definition we have of domestic animals is from the legal dictionary. It's, I forget the wording, Katie, you have it. It's animals that are habitually kept by humans in a domesticated. We went through, there were 2 different legal dictionaries. That
Yeah,
we-
I looked at several definitions
Yeah,
as well.
we
and I
researched
didn't-
it.
Yeah, I didn't find the one that talks about sufficiently tame to live with a family, because I don't know any chickens that are sufficiently tame to live with a family. That just doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
And like honeybees as well, right? You know, they're not sufficiently tame. So I just hope you guys take a pause on this and, take care of existing issues under the existing ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hannah. We have one more speaker, you guys. And it is Claudia Shiamakura. And she is coming on her way in. All right.
Hi, my name is Claudia Shiamakura, and I'm also here with my son, Luke.
Hi.
And we are in support of everything that Patricia talked about this evening. While we understand Mr. Dillon's points, and I do think there's always two sides to a story, I don't feel like one individual's issue should have a ramification for the whole town. I also strongly believe that there is a discrimination factor in this. I mean, it is eliminating basically anybody with a small property owning chickens. And my coop is, we have a Ring camera on our coop. Like, we have power, we brought water back there. Like, our chickens are part of our family. And I have 3 kids. The kids are always over at the house playing with the chickens in the yard. It's like everybody knows that we have chickens, and it has also, my son is totally into it, and I got it for him when he was young, and it has become part of his identity. He actually wrote about his chickens on his college application, like, for real. It was his main essay. So it has been a part of our lives. And so my neighbor's dog barks all the time. There's noises in neighborhoods, and I understand not wanting a rooster, but to a 50-yard setback from a property line.
50 feet.
50 feet from a property line will eliminate.
50 yards would be 150 feet.
I'm
I
sorry.
mean, just if you're not good at math, I don't know. I'm just saying.
It's so restrictive. And so I have the chickens, we have a coop, it's completely sustained. The chickens eat the ticks. They are like friends come over. It's like this big community. We also use the chicken manure for our garden, which grows fabulously. My neighbors want the chicken manure. I mean, but I want my son just to say something, just so you get a different perspective. He is a senior at Greenwich High School. And his name is Luke.
Yeah.
Hi, Luke.
My name is Luke. I'm a senior at Greenwich High School, and I think that we shouldn't use just one individual case to impose restrictions on the entire town. I took an environmental science class, which was introductory, but we learned that just having a couple chickens in one neighborhood can promote sustainability, and it can really take away from like a corporate environment. I mean, instead of everyone in Greenwich buying eggs from corporate, we want to promote sustainability in Greenwich. And I think that promoting chickens and
eating we have eggs and we eat our own eggs. And it's just been, I can't explain how it has just been part of our family. And it's just, I just feel like I understand where this man is coming from, but I feel like this I don't know of anybody else that has this problem except this individual. And there's clearly a problem, right? I mean, that coop, it doesn't look clean, but one person shouldn't implode the whole town from having chickens.
So I was just going to ask you, have you experienced any rodent issue, or, I mean, how have you dealt with those issues?
No, absolutely not. And what we do is we actually take in the food every night. I think someone else.
Well, our coop is completely contained, right? So when we it's like completely contained, it has the chicken wires and everything. And then we'll take the chickens out and they will roam. And then the chickens go back in, but the food is in the coop. The food is not
the food is sealed away. There's no way for the
right. So when they're
it.
roaming, they're eating the ticks and the worms and anything else. But they're not the actual chicken feed is inside the coop, and the door has to be locked, or it's just there's everything that would come in and eat it. So the food's contained in the coop, and the coop is closed. And then we take the chickens out, and we have to be outside, especially in the wintertime, because they're constantly preyed by hawks and everything else. Because we live across from Pomerantz. That's the other thing. We live across from Pomerantz. There's deer in our yard all the time. And so the chickens really do eat the ticks. I'm not just saying that, it actually does happen, but it's actually really cool when the chickens are out in the yard and the deer are out there with them. And it's just it's something to see.
So did you see the photograph of that was shown before?
Yes, I would say that
doesn't strike what you're talking about.
I mean, our coop is like what you see in pictures. It's red and cute, and everything's contained. We have a Ring camera on our coop. So
yeah, you mentioned that, ma'am.
What?
Yeah, you had mentioned you had a Ring camera. So is there anything else you want to add?
Yeah, we are supporting everything that for what Patricia said. I don't know what else could have been said better, but yes, we are big proponents of our chickens, and we hope that the 50 feet and we live across from Pomerantz, and when I got the chickens, I went down to the town to figure out the rules. 50 feet from the property line, nobody in Coscob could have chickens, that's for sure.
No, we know that. We totally recognize that, ma'am.
Okay.
Several of us live in Coscob. One of us lives, we had this whole debate at the last meeting. My property would not be wide enough to accommodate chickens. And my neighbor has them, and we have no problem because she brings in her feed, and I didn't think it was an issue. And
one
we work
person
to keep
doing
it.
For
but
everybody. I just
Ma'am,
feel like it's
I
unfair.
know that, but rats are a completely different thing, and you live in this is a very dense neighborhood we're in. And it's a different thing, and if it had been resolved, but it was not. And interestingly, Mr. Dillon is not the only person to complain.
I understand that. If I could just say, I was just listening to the other thing that you were talking about earlier about the restaurants and the music. So, I mean, that's still going on. That one restaurant is still playing that music. Why can't that one family that is having the problem with the chickens be addressed instead of this blanket where it's affecting all of like the town of Greenwich?
We've been making an effort for a year. Okay, anything else? All right. Thank you though for sticking it out with us.
Well, we're passionate about it.
Okay, good. And we're really passionate about zoning. So for someone to stay with us for 6 hours and 15 minutes is deeply appreciated.
Okay, well, we appreciate everything you do.
Thank you very much, Ms. Makora. And good luck, Luke, in school next year. I don't know if you heard me. Oh, okay. We've got more people who want to speak, who haven't spoken yet. We know one of them. I'm going to ask her to make it as quick as she can because
Can we
we
just do 3 minutes or something?
yeah, we got to make it short because people are going on for a
Or
really
2
long
minutes?
time.
We've heard
I thought
that.
Miss Makora was the last one. Myra Klockenbrink.
Yes, thank
Hi.
you
Can
very
you
much.
do me a
Good evening.
favor? Can you do
Yes,
me a favor, Myra? I'm
yes.
sorry. We thought that was the last one. We got another person who wants to speak, and we
Okay.
still have agenda in front of us
Okay.
tonight.
Okay,
So
I
can you
just wanna
tell
say
us
one
what
thing.
nobody else has said?
I think it would be egregious for you to effectively prohibit the keeping of chickens by Greenwich residents because of a sanitation issue that should be handled as an issue of sanitation, not as one of keeping chickens. And I thank you.
Thank you. You're the best. Thank you very much for keeping it quick.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, we got one more person, you guys. I'm going to say the same thing to him. And it's his, this person's name is Carl. And Carl doesn't want to speak. There he is. Okay, I enabled you to speak. Sir, could you please just give us your last name and spell it for the court reporter? You need to unmute again. You unmuted and then muted. Okay, there
Yes,
you
my
go.
name is Carl Marinaccio. I live over in Glenville.
Wait. Spell that.
Marinaccio.
All right, I'm assuming the court reporter has it because otherwise he pops on to say he doesn't. Okay,
Yeah.
Marinaccio. Okay, Mr.
Thank you.
Marinaccio, if you would go
Beautiful.
right ahead.
Yeah, I live in Glenville, and I've had chickens for years. In fact, I have a farm in upstate New York, and we have chickens up there too. And the problem here with this is, like the last speaker said, it really is in sanitation. If you have the chicken coop set up right, with a bottom, a proper run, a proper fencing on it, you won't have the problem with rats. And that's the problem. It's the problem with the rats. My chickens can get out, and they can be free range when I want them to be. And as the previous speaker spoke, Timmy was saying something about free range. Sure, at night they go in at roost. And if you have a rooster, sure, they may be a hindrance at an early point at a time when they cock-a-doodle-do. But again, the main issue here is sanitation. If this neighbor would only learn how to make a chicken coop right and build it correctly, I feel these neighbors can probably get along.
Okay.
And I wanted to keep it short and sweet, but that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marinaccio. All righty, you guys, that's it for the public comment. Okay, so what do you guys want to do with this?
In the amendment, we're talking about, I guess actually, Katie, if I'm not, if I'm incorrect here, the existing regulation says that domestic animals, so on and so forth. And it has to comply with Article 9 of Animal Control Town of Greenwich Code of Ordinances. But we never actually talked about the specific sections, right?
Right, so I added the specific sections in 111 through 117. But the problem is the Code of Ordinances defines a coop, Nick, as 10 or more. So therefore there's a gap. What happens if you have 9 chickens? It's unregulated. That's why we put this in there.
Okay, because that section 4113 actually states no person shall build or maintain a stable, kennel, or coop within 50 feet of any dwelling house unless constructed prior to the effective date. So, in a sense, regardless of the number of chickens, you know, the coop has to be 50 feet away from a building, according to the regulation that's there already. So, we're kind of like, okay, maybe we're saying and just codifying in our regulations the same thing they're saying.
One is 10 or more and the other one is less than 10.
I mean, to me, it comes down to, is there an avenue or a possibility that people would like to see an examination of a chicken coop that could be constructed in such a way that it doesn't attract this type of thing? Because, or is it just that chicken coop that will be constructed in that way has to be 50 feet and that's it? I mean,
it's not the construction of the coop. We've heard that. We've done enough research now that we know it's not the construction of the coop. You cannot leave any food out at night. Everybody who doesn't have rats has said the same thing. I went over and talked to my neighbor and I said, why don't you have rats? She said, I bring everything in. Mr. McRae, the ordinance, the town charter only speaks to 10 or more hens, 10 or more chickens. We are silent in the zoning regulations to 10 to below 10. So that's what we're addressing. My problem is it isn't the coop, Katie. It's apparently because the rats can burrow. So if there's food around at night, the rats can burrow and get to the and they'll chew through a wall.
Right.
And you do have to lock up the chickens at night because otherwise the raccoons kill them.
But
And
there's nothing that planning and zoning can do about any of that.
There's nothing we can do about any of that. We don't do health. And here's where we're stuck. Since you guys asked at the last hearing, I have talked to the town attorney. I have talked to the health department and I have talked to the first selectman. And I've said, the commission is really upset. We heard this testimony. We've also heard from another person who has the problem. And if somebody else could act on it, we might not have to. The bottom line is nothing's been done at this point, and we have to protect the health and safety of residents, and rats are a safety and health issue. That's the issue. I'm pro chicken. Go ahead, Bob Barilak.
We're protecting as best we can with the limited tool we have, the health and safety of neighbors and people's enjoyment of their property rights, which I think is what we can do. If all of the folks in town who advocate for chickens and understand how to raise chickens in a way that can coexist with their neighbors in a tiny little lot, I suggest that what they ought to do is get with their representatives from the RTM and change the ordinances in this town. P&Z can't do that. All we can do is regulate real estate.
I'm not sure I'm following you because we're not even, I mean, what we're regulating is real estate. It's the accessory structure.
That's my point. But we cannot pass a law that says people must pick up the food in their chicken coops.
Okay, I got you.
RTM can do that. The RTM can pass an ordinance that says if you don't pick your chicken feed up every night, you can't have your chickens.
And then we could change the 50-foot distance.
Precisely what I'm trying to say. P&Z cannot do that.
Myra, are you still there? I'm talking to you, okay? I see she's still there. Myra, raise your hand if you can hear me. Myra? Ooh, Myra, can you hear me? Okay, I'll email her later. We tell the Sustainability Committee, Ali Jorzy and Myra Klockenbrink are both on it. They want to get this, okay, you did hear me. Here's the deal, Myra, let's do this. And P&Z promises to keep our end of the bargain. if you can get the sustainability committee to put something before the RTM that writes a health ordinance so that the chickens are carefully maintained and they there's no hazard to life and safety from having chickens, then we'll get rid of the distance thing.
And moreover, that ordinance will be an effective remedy immediately for the people who now are suffering from too close chickenitis.
But this becomes but an enforcement issue. We have an issue of enforcement across the board, and we're woefully inadequate in terms of personnel on a host of issues. I don't know, what's going to happen. If somebody doesn't abide by this or this new RTM.
You're right, but at least the neighbor could call the health department and they could say there's something we can do about it because there's an ordinance we can enforce. Right now, there isn't. If your neighbor has 9 chickens, you are, as you say, chicken out of luck, if you get my drift.
Okay, so Myra goes to the RTM and gets an ordinance that does the health, and we lift the 50-foot distance.
Correct.
That's a solution, I think.
Correct.
And in the meantime, we say no new chickens until somebody fixes the health issue. You can't imagine how, the other person I talked to was Ben Branyan. I mean, I've been through everybody in town saying, we got a couple of people who were really upset, and if we could fix the problem, P&Z wouldn't have to regulate it. And here we are. So,
but meanwhile, if that doesn't happen, if the RTM doesn't act on it, what happens to the examples of those people who have raised this issue to begin with, including Mr. Dillon?
Well, that's the thing.
Nothing happens because it doesn't approach their problem.
No, well,
it's grandfathered. So
right,
but I mean,
but the point is well taken. Is that you do something that doesn't allow it to continue. But the problem still will exist. I don't know. I don't like the idea of 50 feet. I think it's a little egregious, but
well,
if this is the tact. I mean, I appreciate that we want to do something, and this is a way of kind of trying to force somebody's hand to actually do something that can be more helpful with this, as Bob was saying. So,
Dennis?
No, I'm always repeating myself. I think this is a major health hazard. You're telling me the town doesn't have enforcement on health. We're saying that needs fixed. The only way we can force that, as Bob said very well, is to pass the 50-foot, which jives with the 10 or more, and change the health regulations at that point in time. Then we'll take the 50 off. I think that's a great solution. And yeah, we are imposing 50, but we're not a farming community. So, let's be real here. It's nice to talk about all these issues, but we have a health issue right now that we're trying to address as P&Z. We talked about this the last time. I wish there was a better solution, but I think you've told us a couple of times that the health department has not enforced it. So here's our chance to make an impact.
well, it's not much of an impact because it's not going to really change anything on the ground right now. But it makes a point.
Nothing happens overnight, Peter.
Yeah.
When we change all our regulations, it takes a while to make them effectively fit what we think the long-term vision of the town is.
And I
nothing
agree.
happens right away, but it will stop people from doing what is done to this particular guy, putting a chicken coop. It looks like, from what I'm hearing, I'm not an expert, the picture that you showed is not a chicken coop. It's a bunch of netting or something. I don't even know what it is, but they certainly aren't being good neighbors. And I'm sure there's other situations we've heard of now. So let's do what we can do. The only alternative is to walk away from this.
I agree. The fact that
that's just immoral.
I couldn't agree more. The fact that the tool we have is not perfectly effective and therefore won't actually solve perfectly the complainer's problem is no reason for us not to use the tool we have, because we seem to be the only one who are willing to do anything about it.
I wouldn't go that far. I mean, the health department did inspect it one time and they didn't find rats and they're gonna go back out there. I have their promise now that they're going back out there, but they didn't find rats the first time and they have
But
a way
this-
that
this-
but
th-
you know,
this-
they
this-
didn't.
This is not a chicken coop. I don't even know what you call that structure, but.
A hutch.
Yeah, I don't even know what it is, but how can they possibly do it on the property line? I mean, how? Is this an accessory structure or not?
No, it's not because it's less than 6 feet, but and we had no distance requirement. This is, you just got back to the whole thing. That's why that the last meeting, I was like, let's do 12.5 feet. Let's do the standard setback for an accessory. I went through all that whole possibility and then Mr. Dillon spoke and you guys said, holy cow, this is a problem. It's not an accessory because it's not more than 6 feet tall. Although I'll tell you, this one looks like it's close, but it's not
Yeah.
more than 6 feet tall. Therefore, it doesn't have to have the accessory structure setback. And we were silent in the regulations. And so
Well,
at
that's
the
why we-
last
that's why we
meeting,
proposed-
we were going to make a lesser setback and we were going to do an accessory structure setback and we were okay with that. And then people came in and said, oh my God, you wouldn't believe how bad the rats are.
All right,
So
well, we
I
have,
think- yeah.
we have something here. We can either leave it open, right? Or vote on it, close it and vote on it.
Well, I think we've discussed this a lot and my guess is you guys have made up your minds. Has
I don't
anybody
have a vote,
not?
But I'd vote on it. We've talked about it enough and we didn't do.
Yeah, Arn gets to that point, he's like, we're done talking.
Yeah, I'm right behind Arn.
All right, has everybody made up their mind? That's the big question. Peter Levy may not have made up his mind. He's got, I know, and I struggled because I love, my neighbor has beautiful hens. I love her hens.
Yeah, but she's gonna be able to keep them.
Yeah, but I love her hens. They're gorgeous. I love them. Now they did all escape one day and that was very entertaining. All
Okay.
10 of them.
Are we closing? Are we closing?
Yeah, does anybody object to closing this application?
No.
No, all righty. And
Close.
now we go to our discussion item. I was trying to get us out of here by 11 before Yeski turns into a pumpkin. Where's Mr. Hegney?
Send Mr. Basili home.
You have to remind
And
Madam
Mr. Basili, you can go home now. Oh, don't look so happy.
Oh,
And we won't see you again. Have a wonderful, wonderful holiday.
thank you, and I hope you all have a nice few weeks. I'm looking
So-
forward to the rest.
January 10th.
Great, great. Thank you, Katie. You had a memorable last case. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're gonna go to our discussion item, which is the last one. And it's our last item of the night. Oh, whoop. Okay. And here we go.
And I saved all the rest of that speech so I can deliver it tonight. So, midnight is not going to be too far away.
That's hilarious. I was wondering what you were up to. I was like, is she trying to find the name of this? What's she doing?
Exactly. I was about to say, come on, Margarita, it's One American Lane.
Oh, and I've had it teed up for 45 minutes and then I was pushing the wrong button. Okay. So Greenwich American Inc. for a pre-application review. You guys know what this is, 155 acre part, 154.5 acres. And now they're at 309 units in 55 buildings and we're still doing a pre-app. Go ahead.
And that's part of what I want to discuss this evening. Good evening, everyone. We started this discussion with the staff well over a year ago in terms of how to move this ahead. We've had 3 other pre-app meetings, April 26th, June 21st, July 19th. And there were also, we had a very, I thought, a productive meeting that Katie set up. It had all the town departments, engineering, police, fire, health. And we had the New York City DEP, we had the Village of North Castle, we had New York DOT. So we've had a good discussion on this, not only amongst the town officials, but also with New York officials. And many of the same questions came up that we've been discussing over our pre-app meetings. Traffic, adequacy of water, proper sewerage, fire, schools, drainage, wetlands, and any impact to the airport. What I'd like to do this evening, and I know there are a lot of questions still outstanding. I recognize that, and you discussed that at the briefing yesterday. But what I'd like to do is touch on two specific things that came up in the July meeting. One was go talk to the Housing Trust Fund. And the second was look at your design and see how many units are appropriate and how you create a more open feel. So those are the two things I'd like to go over with you this evening. And then at the end, be in a position to come in with a preliminary site plan application addressing many of those issues, and also being in a position to discuss the overlay zone that we proposed, rather than the sort of the piecemeal approach I was taking before, which was changing half a dozen different places in the regulations. Now we would do it just in one as an overlay zone, which gives you a great deal of more control over how you deal with each piece of property. The first charge was go meet with the Housing Trust Fund. And they have been very forthcoming, very open with their time and their comments about what we originally proposed. Our initial proposal was a fee in lieu rather than building affordable housing on this site, which had a 0.5% conveyance tax, which was roughly the equivalent of $55,000 a unit. And that was our starting point. That came from two places. One was the frequently asked questions. That's part of the Housing Trust Fund's website, which talked about 55,000, excuse me. And the other is my client's analysis on what they thought would be appropriate for any kind of additional ability to develop affordable housing in town and to encourage projects. Since July, we've really had quite a few discussions with members of the Housing Trust Fund Board. And we came to the realization that the number that we were proposing needed to be substantially greater. As was stated at the briefing, the current proposal we have has gone up several orders of magnitude. So we were at 55,000. The discussion that we had, particularly with Bob, was an appropriate number would be 250,000. And the question that we've been discussing with the Housing Trust Fund Board recently is on what percent of units. Our proposal is 15% of the units. There would be a $250,000 payment to the Housing Trust Fund. Depending on the number of units that ultimately get approved, this results one way or another in really millions of dollars being added to the trust fund, which could be used for other developments in town, particularly with community, the Greenwich communities. One of the projects that we talked with them about was Quarry Knoll. Quarry Knoll is an old place. I helped paint it when I was in high school. That's how old it is. And it's only 50 units on a very large piece of property. That cries out for new development. It's in a great location, has a lot of good road network around it. With the kinds of funds that we're talking about putting into the Housing Trust Fund, Greenwich Communities could make a very significant dent and contribution to the affordable housing availability in town. And so what I've done with what was proposed to you this time around is put this all together in one overlay zone so that you have it in 2.5 pages, what the incentives are, what the requirements are, and what the standards are. And we have a number of overlay zones. You just adopted one last year for the project on Old Track Road. We did it for Old Greenwich Gables. And there have been a number of other overlay zones that we've adopted over the years. And I think that that is, having gone over this, probably the better way to go, rather than just trying to amend the BEX 50 zone by itself. Second issue was the density and layout. Our initial proposal was for 456 units. We looked at that over the summer, early summer, and came up with a revised number of 348 units, and that was in 30 buildings. So it was more, fewer units, but also in fewer buildings. We then took the comments that you made in July, went back, looked at it again, and came up with what is currently in front of you, which is 309 units in 55 buildings. And what that does is it makes for a much smaller community and cluster of units rather than in long lineal type buildings. Eric Zambell should be here with us, and I thought I'd ask him just to go through briefly the plans. And Pat, if you could bring up the presentation material. I just have a few slides this time. It's not pictures of everything. And if we can go just to the second one, Pat, as Eric comes in. So what's outlined in blue is the 154 acre parcel. You can see the office building on it. You can see 684 and Tamarack Country Club to the east. The reservoirs are to the left or west.
Mr. Hegney, in fact, before you go on, because we've seen this part before.
Mhm.
Could you tell us exactly the question or questions that you would like us to answer tonight?
Yes.
Because we've been here for almost, working on 7 hours, so we'd love to know what the key things that you would like us to answer for you tonight.
Is the layout that we're proposing now, which is the next slide,
okay, go ahead.
is that something along the lines of what you had envisioned when in July you talked about cluster zoning? Is this something that would be a course that we could follow, not necessarily with 309 units, but this, based on our initial work, seems to be the case? To go farther in development, we're going to have to spend a fair amount of money because we're going to have a full topographic plan. It's going to have to be laid out. And one of the other admonitions we got over the summer was, don't go spending a lot of money until you come back and talk to us. So one of the things is this concept of cluster development something that that we should continue to pursue? And the second question is, with the overlay zone that we're proposing, is the $250,000 for 15% of the units, is that another area that we should continue to pursue in order to come in with a regulation that you'd consider. Those are the two things I want to accomplish, and to tell you what our plan is going forward, to have something in front of you sometime during the spring.
Okay, commissioners, react.
Come on.
Mr. Yeski first. First hand I saw.
This is a very exciting project. It's huge. It's unique to this town. You know, you're not, Mr. Eggman, you're not going to get that answer tonight. I really think that this is the kind of thing that we need to have a separate session on, and get into more of the detail. Now, we've been through parts of it, but you're asking, this is a gigantic project, huge investment. You know, it's not like a single building. And we really need to take a studied look at it before you spend a lot of money coming up with an application. I don't know, my reaction is I'm fascinated by it, but there could be many options to this thing that we haven't thought about at this point in time. And I don't make this suggestion very often. It's been about 2.5 years since I made the suggestion to spin this out into a separate workshop or something to that equivalent, that we could get deeper into this thing. And that would be my reaction at this stage. This is not, boy, this looks so familiar with projects I've seen all over the United States. This is not like new ground, except we don't have necessarily the knowledge to figure all that out at this point. We need to do some research. That's my reaction. It's a very unique, singular, huge project that's going to put some real brain power into this thing. And it just can't be, well, here's something, what do you think? Yes, no, and we're going to go forward. I just don't think that works in this case. Am I allowed to say that?
Yep.
Or did I just violate some legal standard?
No, I think that's a fantastic suggestion. I was just thinking the same thing, Dennis. Like, boy, this is a big project for the end of the night on the meeting at this stage of the game.
And I'm telling you, I've seen these projects all over the United States, particularly on the West Coast. And there are ways to go about researching everything you can do. And when you ask about cluster and all that, I don't know. I don't think any of us are experts in this, and maybe we need to reach out. But it's a very, very unique, and everybody wants it developed too. I mean, they'd love to see a better use of the land, except I don't think we have the base knowledge to make those judgments at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Wells, I think it's Wells and then Lowe.
And then Levy.
And then Levy. Okay. Wells,
I
Levy,
guess
Lowe.
2 questions.
Wells, Lowe, Levy. Don't let me forget.
Yeah. And maybe for Bob, the first question would be the 250,000. Does that really, will that build you an affordable housing unit in this town? Number one. And then number two, I think people on the commission would feel a lot better about it if they were sure that it would go to the housing trust, number one. Well, that's the main thing, and that it wouldn't be swept away into some other town project. Because I think either the RTM or the BET or somebody has to have sign off on any funding or any large payment or a payment of this size into the Affordable Housing Trust. So, Bob, could you comment on those questions?
What we did with Bob is we had him recuse.
Okay.
So Katie, he's silent and out of the room right now. Is he allowed to speak, not as a commissioner, but as a member as the chair of the trust? I didn't know what to do, so he's recused.
Yeah, and that's the only basis on which I would speak if you guys think it's okay.
Katie?
Yeah, I think as you know, just like any other department is giving you comments, I think Bob is a member of another.
All right, we were just an abundance of caution regarding crossing the line and his two hats.
Yeah, I don't expect I'll vote on this or even comment on it when it gets to the merits of anything. But as to the trust thing, first of all, I want to thank Mr. Hegney and his clients for their incredible gracious cooperation with the trust in trying to wrestle with the question of what an appropriate number would be for a contribution to to further the town's affordable housing goals. They've done an exemplary job of doing that. I had actually thought that at the trust's last meeting last week, we would have a vote and put the stamp of finality on a letter, 3-page letter that we've been working on to give the commission our formal recommendation. Unfortunately, what I discovered, well, I should have expected this. Any human being, even though they've seen a draft 4 or 5 times, when you tell them we're going to come and vote on it, some people, that's when they really think of things. So I think this coming Wednesday, we're going to put the final touches on it. The $250,000 is 5 times as high in terms of per unit contribution than the initial 50 basis points per sale transaction by my calculations. So Mr. Hagney's right. They've come orders of magnitude up. The big debate right now that is happening on the trust, and you'll see this in the letter when you get it, is the extent to which the commission, and it's the commission's decision, the extent to which the trust would recommend to the commission that the affordability requirement be satisfied with a dollar amount, or whether the affordability standard should be satisfied with some actual construction, actual development of affordable units on that property. The proposal that Mr. Hagney has sent that his clients have suggested to the commission today is at a 15% unit count. In other words, if they build 100 new units, we would want them to somehow provide somewhere else 15 units of housing that are affordable. The trust feels that the number should be 20%. So you'll see that in the recommendation as well. And there'll be a whole lot more sort of detail to get behind it. And once we present the recommendation, I'll follow your lead on how much of that you want, how much of that detail you want to see, or how much you want me to present to you.
Bob, quick question, just the affordability, 15%, 20%, is it on the site or on a site someplace else? It doesn't.
The concept that the fundamental concept is it needs to be somewhere within the borders of Greenwich so that we get credit for it towards the 10%.
Okay.
The sort of point of debate, departure, whatever what's a little unsettled right now is whether we are more reliably certain of getting, or better off getting, the housing in the form of dollars that we can put to work elsewhere in town where we might have more flexibility and put it to better use, or whether we should ask this developer, this applicant, to construct it as a condition of building what they want to build, the thought being that gives greater certainty to execution.
Exactly.
And that's a point of debate that the trust has yet settled on. But when we do, we're happy to share our thoughts with you guys. It'll, as I said, ultimately be the commission's decision.
I don't think you answered my second question, which was more important. What prevents, how can we be assured that it goes to the AHT where we want it to go, and that the BET or the finance committee or whatever says, sorry, the town needs the money for a new skating rink? I mean, what protection do we have if we approve this, that the money actually goes to affordable housing?
I'm going to answer that question sort of softly. When we first were presented with the task of trying to come up with a recommendation, the first thing that I did, and Margarita was part of that little me group, reached out to counsel, town lawyer, John Wetmore, and asked, is there a vehicle so that we could, the trust, so that the commission, rather, not we, the commission could reliably ensure that the funds went into the trust? And the answer was yes, there is. I can't speak more precisely to what that vehicle is, but that's what I understand.
Well, it's a donation. It's clear. the way we wrote the trust document. Somebody makes a donation, Arn Wells writes a check to the trust. Nobody else can deposit it by law. Full
Yeah.
stop. That's how the trust document is written, and we were
Right.
very careful because there's a bad history. Great question, though, you guys.
But we do have a text amendment, so if for some reason we wanted to be assured of that, we could actually have talked to the applicant about actually the text amendment, writing that in, if you would, that it goes
It's a
directly
thought.
to.
Yeah,
It's a
those were,
thought.
those were the two things that I recall talking with
Hmm.
council about, and we didn't, it wasn't, the precise path wasn't pinned down, but there was very strong comfort that a path could be found that would give comfort.
So Dennis, I disagree with you about the uniqueness of this. I think Greenwich has a history, Greenwich Place, Greenwich Oaks, Lion Farm, East and West, of this type of housing. But what it does, I think actually in a unique way, is that the text amendment actually defines it in a very specific location. Kind of thinking anywhere else you could do this, and you can't. And the other part that actually may make this unique is that structure panel. But we've seen this kind of housing before in the 60s and 70s. There are some interesting things in the text amendment that we should probably discuss in bigger picture. But I think your idea of actually having maybe a separate meeting just specifically for this is a really great idea.
And Nick, and I didn't mean to say,
yeah.
I just haven't seen this magnitude of a project in the 50 years I've been here.
Yeah, exactly. So, because
yeah,
Lion Farm, Putnam Green, et cetera, it was all done, in the 60s and 70s. So here we are 1,000 years later, and this is the one of the last big pieces of private property. So it's something we haven't seen in a long time, but it's got all kinds of really kind of wonderful and interesting things attached to it.
Right. Yes.
Next person who's going to speak is Lo.
No, I'm just going to in part echo a little bit about what Dennis was saying. I mean, this tract has been there, almost begging for attention, and for a long time. And is this the most appropriate use of this land? If not, what would that be? So I kind of agree that it begs much greater scrutiny to examine the myriad issues occasioned by the massive scope of this application.
Okay. So I guess, Mr. Hegney, everybody kind of likes the idea of having a longer taking this. This is not exactly possible the way 7159 is written, but leaving the pre-app open and just having a special session. I know it's not a record item, but just talking to you in greater depth. I think the commission's looking at 309 units and saying, hey, we want to spend some time just kicking this around with the applicant and
It is
seeing.
not an insubstantial project. It's true.
Yeah.
And I'd rather be having this discussion at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon rather than at 11:30.
Can't imagine why.
10:30 or 11.
You can just do a separate meeting. You wouldn't even have to call it a workshop. You could just create a meeting with just one pre-app on it on whatever date.
So we'll just have this pre-app exactly as it is. They don't have to refile it, right?
Yes, you get, right, exactly. You can just.
Okay. So you guys.
But we should, obviously there should be agendas and whatever, just so that there's public
Yeah.
notice.
So that was where I was going next. We could post it for sometime early in January. Don't everybody get excited at the same time? How, right after New Year's, we have a meeting on the 10th. When do you guys wanna?
February is really nice.
No, I think the
April.
applicant wants to do sooner. So do you want to do it after we have the meeting on the 10th or the week before? And when are people around?
Can we do it at the briefing?
No.
It'll
Well,
take too long.
we could, but it kills us because if we have a big agenda, we're back where we are
Yeah.
right now, which is 7 hours later. We're too tired to think.
Defeats the purpose,
It
right?
defeats the purpose. It's got to be standalone. We could do it at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Peter, when you're done with work. And after New Year's the first question is, you want to do it after the meeting on the 10th or before?
After.
I had a feeling that was the answer. Everybody's tired. Okay. Do you want to do it the same week?
Sure.
Okay, that was surprising. How about we shoot for Thursday, the 12th?
That's my birthday, but okay.
Well,
39 again.
No, that's not gonna work for me, but I'm an alternate, so go ahead. It's my birthday. I'm not spending 5 hours on this on my birthday. Sorry.
Birthday was last
If
Thursday.
I could just
I wanna
make one
stay married.
suggestion.
Could you tell us a little bit more how you feel?
Yeah,
Where your priority system lies.
Yeah.
with my family and my marriage.
Just
Okay,
if I could make a personal request, Wednesday, the 11th, starting at 4 will be perfect, because that's right after an Affordable Housing Trust meeting. If it takes me 2 meetings to get a letter out of them, I'll have it for you. And I've got a conflict on Thursday night too.
I'm okay with Wednesday, the 11th. We're going to be tired of P and Z because we'll have had a very long meeting the night before. Is everybody okay with that?
I'm good till 6:30 that day.
Okay, hopefully we won't go more than.
Have we been given a schedule for meetings next year? Because I don't have a
Yes,
meeting.
I will resend it to you. Not only were you given it,
You
but you
voted on
voted
it.
on it. That's the worst thing.
I
You
remember-
voted on it.
It's
I think
supposed
what
to
you
be
meant
good.
was,
It's
what,
supposed to
how
get it.
heavy is the
I get
agenda
it.
on the 10th?
Somebody was sitting next to me saying,
We
just
know.
say yes, just say yes, yes, yes.
Patrick, how heavy is the agenda on the 10th?
Let me pull it up right now.
I'm okay with the 10th. You know, by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we should be
Yeah,
relatively
you're not, it's not as
recovered.
though you're saying, do this at 8 in the morning.
No,
I can
because
tell you right now that there's another pre-app for housing in the Pembroke section of town that will probably be on that meeting.
Oh.
But that's a
So-
20
so
minute.
200 Pembroke's going to be on that agenda. So that'll be a long night.
Wait a
We
minute,
can,
that-
we can
pre-app?
sort,
Yes, pre-app.
That's 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Good luck.
No, that's
There's
20 minutes. What do
no,
we do? We're going back to
no,
5 hours
Dennis,
on the
it's 20
application?
minutes for the applicant, but we have to let the public speak, and the public, even if we limit them to 2 or 3 minutes, it's huge, the response to this application.
So why, we need to let them speak during that pre-app, right?
Yes, we've decided a long time ago that the public should speak during a pre-app. We can't pull that.
Well, let's give them
midstream.
just 20 minutes, the way that we're giving the.
No, you give everybody 3 minutes. Each human being gets 3 minutes. We could try 2 minutes.
What
the
about
RT
each rooster?
Let's do that later. We're now at the 10th, you guys. We're gonna do the 11th at 4 o'clock in the afternoon or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That gives Mary an hour and a half.
5 is okay.
5 is okay. 5 on the 11th.
5 to 7.
Let's do
5 to
5 to
6.
5:30. Okay, we're good. So Mr. Hegney, I guess you got the answer to your question is everybody wants to really talk to you some more, which is fine.
And we're very much looking to do
Okay.
that.
Well-
Appreciate you setting up a specific time for us to have that discussion, so it's not.
Oh, because
you know,
otherwise,
late hour.
yeah, I
Would
can't
it
ask them tomorrow because they'll all be grumpy tomorrow,
Would it
including
be
me.
possible to have, in advance of that meeting, to have some, a little more detail fleshed out on some of these issues associated with the project?
Well, I can promise you that the affordable housing recommendation will be done if I have to sit on all of the members of the trust to get it done.
And remember, Peter, what we're trying to do is a conceptual thing before they do detailed plans. That's the whole point of the pre-app.
No,
We
I-
start asking people for detail to be fleshed out. We're killing the
I'm
purpose.
I'm really talking about, for example, Mr. Hegney and I talked about two things that we were referencing what we had focused on at the last meeting on this. And I'm just saying, maybe if we had an outline of what he thinks and his client thinks are the litany of issues that are before us beyond the two that he brought up tonight. I wasn't talking about detailed plans, just he can prompt us on what he thinks the relevant say and
So-
issues.
So if we kind of gave him also some ideas of what we wanted to talk to,
Yeah.
discuss.
Yeah.
I mean, I think actually one of the things is we've always talked about actually now we're doing an overlay zone consistency. We actually ask where else could this happen? There's probably nowhere else, this kind of thing, but I think it's something to look into. A deeper dive into the rationale and the FAR, that kind of thing. Talking about the bulk, the 3.5 stories, 50 feet, the accessory uses, all of those kind of things. There's a lot of little things inside the actual text amendment for the overlay that should be discussed. I think actually when they say on the plan, they're talking about 2-unit cluster, 3-unit cluster. What is that? How, flesh that out a little bit in terms of just a discussion in terms of, what are you envisioning that to be in just terms of maybe a very simple layout and bulk kind of thing. I think actually you're looking at the plan, walking setbacks lines, they're here, the walking trails, the buffers, what other amenities are on the site, that kind of stuff, and what's happening to the existing structures. Those kind of things, just things that really kind of like we've been talked about, but we should just bring up again to hammer out.
Well, it also Mr. Hagney has spent the last 6 months meeting with DPW North Castle, New York, and learning more about, the water supply, the sewage treatment plant, the schools, maybe the number of people that are going to go there, how many, expected children, where are they going to go to school? Those things, I think Mr. Hagney covered a lot of them in the beginning. If you've learned a lot more than June, then after June, then we definitely want to hear about it.
Right. Maybe invite Board of Education people, the superintendent. Would it be appropriate to actually have the people from North Castle come as well?
Right.
And maybe a site plan with a legend that's legible.
Oh, come on now.
I think that's asking a lot, Peter.
We're asking a lot.
I mean,
I'd be
seriously.
curious to see what the traffic issues are.
Okay.
You can't get there from here, sort of thing.
So remember that the purpose of the pre-app is for them to get the answers to 2 or 3 basic conceptual questions.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I think I think we're
Mary?
way beyond that though. I think
2 questions each, right?
Guys, step back. We're looking at this as a pre-app. We give him the answers he's looking for on a pre-app, and then he comes in with a real application, and we can, Katie, you're going to have to lend me your rabbit. We can rabbit hole all we want when he comes in with the real application, and we can do traffic and parking and, all the issues. I know, but Mary, it's a very long process we have ahead of us still. This is in the pre-application. I'll send you the state statute, but it is in the pre-application. What we want is conceptual overview before they have done detailed plans. That's what we're here for. That's why we do this. They're supposed to be back of the envelope right now.
Big envelope.
And
Big.
having said that, Madam Chair.
Don't you go
we did have a full
contradicting me,
traffic
Tom
study
Hagney.
done. We did have a full traffic study done.
Yes.
We have had preliminary analyses of both the well water capacity and the sewer plant capacity.
Just bear in mind that nothing we say, and I'm saying this to remind Mr. Hagney, nothing we say at the pre-app goes into the public record for this application or is binding on the commission. So if Mr. Hagney puts himself out and gives us a whole lot of detail and we go, oh yeah, that's good or that's bad, he comes back in, we change our minds and he's dead. So you got to stick to the rules of what the pre-app is. Sorry, Mr. Hagney.
That is how the statute reads, and that is our understanding.
Okay.
But we want to, before we
You want to be
start
nice to
really
the
developing a
commission.
plan,
I get it. You want to be nice to the commission, but on the other hand, I
Always.
don't want to get into a situation where we have a big, long discussion that isn't in the public record and we got to start all over again and lay the record.
Yeah, this is more big picture discussion. That's true.
Keep it big picture, you guys. I'm buying another one of those rabbits. Because I gave mine away and I bought one for Katie. Katie, I got you that rabbit.
You can, I think I still have mine
I
someplace.
love the
No, not the big one. There was only one and I gave it to a little kid because you guys hated it. All right. So Mr. Hegney, I can say this to you from my own point of view. This is fantastic, the direction you're moving in. I hear Mr. Barilak saying that the trust would like to see it tweaked, but the direction that we're talking in sounds really good. It sounds like, we're trying to craft a win-win.
That's
I
our goal
see
here.
it that way
think-
right now.
We think that this can be something very significant for the town, having spent over 30 years finding a housing trust fund and finally adopting it. We think that this is something that could actually make it valuable rather than as a trophy that won't do anything on a shelf.
The open space fund, by the way, the attempts for that are even older than the trust, the affordable housing.
That's another discussion for another day.
1986 was that one. Okie doke, you guys. So we're sorry we didn't give you answers, but I think it was a good discussion that we see this as huge and they want to chew on it.
Yeah, this is good feedback and we appreciate you setting up. the
And we're
meeting
sorry
at
it
the
took you
beginning of
sitting,
January.
you had to sit with us for 7 hours to hear you say that, to hear us say that. Okay,
It's always interesting learning about what other people are doing with their chickens in their yard.
sorry. Yep. All right. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hegney and Mr. Zambell. I'm so sorry that we kept you up so late.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, committee. And if I can just say, good luck and congratulations to both Katie and Pat. So.
Hey, Pat, this is the first person.
Thank you so
You
much.
owe
Yes.
Mr. Zambelli. He's the first person who's remembered you all night.
It's
Who's
okay.
Pat? Yeah.
Yeah. Let's keep that going for a couple years, please.
At least a couple of weeks.
Bye-bye, you guys. All right.
Speaking
Okay.
of just us chickens.
Mr. Hannah is still in the audience, but I sent him an email. Okay, for those of you who texted me, which several of you did. I just was too late. Okay, we are now ready to make decisions. I'm gonna need help just remembering what everybody's names are, because all of a sudden I've got a wave of tired.
Who's this? We make decisions, Kimasabi.
Okay. Yes, we make the decision. You just do all the legwork for it, but I'm waiting for someone to volunteer.
Okay, so we did Gregory Road, didn't we?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
Let's go backwards. Let's do this in backwards order.
Okay. Let's start out with the, you want to, so that means he wants to start with the domestic animals.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let me turn everything upside down here. No, that's not the right one. Thanks, Dennis. I'm all confused now.
I'm sorry, Nick. You know, I love you guys, but
Well, wait a
I'm
minute. If
pretty
we're
sure
gonna get
you can recoup real fast.
You want to get freaky? If we're gonna start with the at the end, we gotta
As
do
it
the
works.
minutes. So we've got minutes to do.
Oh, right. Thank you, Nick.
So let's start there. As the minutes for 5/5/20, 5/19/20, 6/20, 6/2/20, 6/16/20 public hearings have been distributed. Are there any corrections? Seeing that there are no requested corrections, the minutes before the minutes therefore motion to approve as distributed.
Do you have a second?
You can second.
Wait, does it matter if Barilak's made a
I'm just trying to
second?
move this along. Somebody else double second.
Okay, Yeski seconded.
I second it. I second it.
Okay, Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Yeski,
Aye.
Lowe,
Aye.
Levy,
Aye.
Albin, I, 5-0. Away we go.
Mr.
Animals.
Mr. Mangs will be happy. Text amendment, domestic animals, PLPZ 2022-478. Amendment will modify section 65, 694, 695 of the BZR. The commission finds that the suggested revisions are in keeping with objective 1 of the 2019 POCD. Therefore, a motion to approve the text amendments as proposed.
Do I have a second? Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Yeski,
Aye.
Lowe,
Aye.
Levy,
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. And of course, we made the caveat that we will change this if somebody addresses the rest of the issues. Next one is the Town of Greenwich for
Outdoor
the
dining, text amendment, outdoor dining,
Mhm.
PLPZ 2022 480 amendment will modify section 6100 of the BZR. The commission finds that the suggested revisions are in keeping with objective 5 of the 2019 POCD. Therefore, a motion to approve the text amendments as amended.
Do I have a second? Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Yeski,
Hold on. I'm sorry. So I know all of the changes except for that one sentence. Public address systems or other systems intended to convey music or verbal messages through amplification are prohibited, correct?
correct.
Yes.
Thank you. And I got the other ones.
Yep. And except that Lowe wanted you to say oral messages, but you can say verbal. Lowe, how do you vote?
On the oral, I'm saying aye.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
And Albin is also aye. And with that, the motion passes 5-0, and we go to 25 Orchard Street.
Okay, I think we've
Hold
got
on, I
all of
gotta
this
open
one.
it back up and pretend I'm awake.
Okay, 25 Orchard Street, final coastal site plan, special permit, PLPZ 2022-426. Applicant C, you can construct a new 2-family dwelling, et cetera, in the coastal overlays, R6 and the coastal overlays for section 611 and sections 22A 90, 22A 96 of the Connecticut General Statutes. Whereas the commission finds the commission notes that the lot is undersized for section 6205. And as required, the property came before the commission as a pre-app on February 15th, 22 under PLPC 2022-028. The commission finds that zoning issue comments indicating meets the requirements of the BZR and endorsed for sewer zoning sign off. Sewer issue comments dated 11/4 requesting applicants submit a signed letter of acknowledging receipt of comments. Engineering issue comments 11/2 indicating engineering concerns be addressed prior to zoning permit. EMAC issued comments dated 11/29 indicating recommendations of the project. Conservation issue comments dated, I don't have that date in front of me. Wait a minute. Yeah, Patrick, you're gonna have to fill that in. I think I forgot that date in my
Nobody
notes.
minds.
Okay. Conservation permit needs questionnaire at 8/10/22. Therefore, motion to approve the site plan special permit noting the following. Per the sewer division comment, the applicant has submitted the acknowledgement dated 11/2/22. The fence that is separating the property to the north and to the south, material location shall be worked out with staff. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. And we skip Eagle Hill and we go on to and Shoreline, and we go on to David and Gail Gluckman at 717 Riversville Road.
I'm sorry, I thought you were gonna do Eagle Hill with some of the pieces removed from it.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. That's right. That's right. See, I knew I was gonna mess up. Okay, back we go to Eagle Hill with some of the pieces removed. I had
45
made up-
Glenville Road, final site plan special permit, PLPZ 2022-335. Whereas the applicant has removed the parking and circulation proposal from the playground relocation for this application. The applicant will return with the parking and circulation proposal and playground relocation at a later date. The commission finds that zoning issue comments meeting the BZR, sewer requested the signed letter acknowledging the receipt. Conservation had comments from 9/3 with recommendations, and wetlands issued a green sheet. Their motion to approve the site plan special permit, noting the following: sewer received, or P&Z received the sewer confirmation letter at 12/19. There shall be no tower light or light on the tower.
No lighting on of the tower.
Right.
Yep,
The signage shall have light per the regulations limited to the face only. And the stone wall at the front of the property shall be removed. It's noted that the tree warden has given approval for removal of a tree in the front yard at the street. And the applicant shall address any and all other remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Just a quick question there. Has that tree already been removed and the walls not there?
I don't know.
I think the wall may have, Mr. Lowe. I don't know about the tree.
Yeah, all right, then, okay.
So, but I don't know if the wall was taken out of the site plan, but you said it anyway, right, Nick? That
Yeah.
the proposed wall
There's
isn't
typically
in the
no
site
wall.
plan.
Yeah.
Right. No light on the tower, no wall. And light is only on the signs.
And what is the resolution regarding the traffic circulation inside?
That the applicant has removed the parking and circulation proposal and playground relocation from this application,
Thank you.
and that they'll return with same at a later date.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okie dokie, Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. Levy,
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. And now we go to 717 Riversville.
717 Rivers Roads, final site plan special permit, PLPZ 2022-453. Applicant seeking to construct additions and alterations that would exceed 150,000 cubic feet on a 5-acre lot in the R4 zone. Whereas the applicant per PLPZ 2022, planning and zoning granted approval revision of a common lot line between 52. Oh, wrong one. Sorry. Commission finds that zoning issue comments on 1117 indicating it meets the BZR. Health issue comments dating 1213 indicating approval of a bedroom septic system. Engineering issued comments dated 1213 concerns to be addressed prior to the zoning permit. EMAC issued comments indicating recommendations to the project. Conservation issued comments at 1116 with recommendations. Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire. Therefore, motion to approve the site plan special permit, noting the following. And I think it was just the conservation conditions on this one.
Mhm. I'm just going through there right now. Application summary, drainage background. Wait, no, hold on. No,
I believe the applicant responded to them with a satisfactory comment that they've addressed those concerns. And that the other
Okay.
things can't be, things like relocating the Coltech, et cetera, are not feasible given the other underground utilities.
exactly.
Okay, then it's just motion to approve site plan, and the applicant should address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, okay, too tired. Okay, well, the next application is, oh, I'm sorry. See, I told you I was tired. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Is this legal? Aye.
Ed Lowe,
Aye.
Levy,
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Sometimes I think I'm gonna be senile one day and just be saying that. Okey doke. Now we go to the next application, 26 Homestead Lane, Darien Partners.
26 Homestead Lane, final
By the
coastal
way,
site
Nick,
plan.
if you have
Yes.
notes, can you send them to staff? Because the way you're talking, we understand you, but staff is never going to be able to write a letter from the way you're talking right now.
That's fine. that's fine. I just didn't want to go through the whole thing.
Yeah, no, we got it, but just send them the notes.
11:30.
Yep, got it.
Final coastal site plan, PLPZ 2022-402, applicant seeking construct a new two-family residence. Pursuant to section 612, so on and so forth, and 6205 of the building regulations, and section 22A90, 22A96, Connecticut general statutes in the R6 and flood hazard overlay in coastal zones. Whereas the applicant is requesting special permit approval because the lot is undersized for the underlying zoning of 7,500 square feet. As required, the property came to the commission as a pre-application January 20th, 22 under PLP 21-537. Zoning, they have zoning, sewer, engineering, EMAC, conservation, and wetlands. Therefore, a motion to approve the site plan special permit, noting the following. I don't believe we have any outstanding conditions.
No, the applicant, the commission notes that the parking is in keeping with section 6155 of the BZR for the proposed units. And the
Okay.
commission further notes that the applicant has agreed to provide means for deep soil aeration to revive soil porosity in the construction, staging, etc. areas of the property. I don't think we need to make comments on the rest of it. I think those were the two things. Okay, do I have a second? Oh, yeah, right, good. Second?
Second.
Okay, it's somebody else's turn, you guys. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Yeski?
Aye.
Lowe?
Aye.
Levy?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0, and we go to La France Development, on which we do
Okay,
have some
60 La
stuff.
France Road, final site plan special permit, PLPZ 2022-381. Applicant seeking to construct a new single-family home, etc. Where the total volume of the structures would exceed 150,000 cubic feet in a 8.048 acre ground in the R4 zone and X flood zone. Whereas the applicant has per application PLPZ 2022-380, the Planning and Zoning Commission granted approval of a revision of a common lot line between 52 and 60 lot fronts, creating the subject lot. The commission finds that zoning, health, engineering, EMAC, conservation, and wetlands have all commented. Therefore, motion to approve the site plan special permit, noting the following. Per CEO comments, all grade walls shall be limited to 4 feet in height. Per conservation comments, a note indicating no trees to remove from the site should be added to the plan. The no-mow area of the meadow should be noted on the plan. We had talked about point number 4 about grades in the back of the building.
So I think what we should do is skip that and just go to what Bianca says. Conservation, the applicant will continue to work with staff to address the remaining comments from conservation and regarding landscape and grading.
Okay.
And
That's
that way,
that's the fill in the woodland area, right?
right. So
Yeah.
because so that way we left it flexible, and Bianca knows what to do.
Okay, the applicant shall add 2 additional pin oak trees around and in the parking court, and the additional pin oak tree locations shall be finalized with staff prior to zoning permit. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Why are you seated? Oh, you're seated. Okay, Mr. Wells is seated for Mr. Who are you seated for? Oh, shoot. Wells
Why don't
was
I
seated-
unseat myself and in favor of Nick? I mean, he sat through the whole thing.
Now more the point is he just made the motion.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
makes it, you should do, Arn's right. You should kick it back to Nick.
Nick, you're
Right.
seated. Although we announced it differently, I think we're just gonna
It's
seat
okay.
Nick, right?
It's
Well, I
okay.
can, even if I'm
Is
not
it
seated, I
seat
can make the motion, can't I?
No.
No.
Man, you need us to keep you honest, Nick.
It's late. It's okay. Understood.
All
Yeah, we gotta
right,
hurry up. The second set starts in 10 minutes. so.
Mr. McRae has made a
Aye.
motion Okay, I need a second for the motion. Yeski?
Second.
Okay, Yeski has seconded. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Yeski,
Aye.
Lowe,
Aye.
Levy,
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and deepest thanks to Mr. Wells. It passes 5-0. My apologies for that. This is, all right, are we done?
No.
Got one more.
One more,
Actually,
Brunswick.
one more or two
Oh,
more?
I'm sorry,
Two
two.
more.
I apologize. Two more.
Wait a minute, how'd you get the second one?
270 Lake
270
And,
Lake.
and
Boys and
Boys and
Girls.
Girls Club.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, we gotta do boys and girls. That's right, I forgot. Okay, I just get to that point.
Actually,
Okay.
did we do East Putnam? Are they just gonna run off to ARC and do that, right?
They're
Yeah,
going to, yeah, my instructions were that they were gonna go back to ARC.
Yeah, they're going to ARC.
Okay, 270 Lake Avenue, preliminary site plan special permit. PLPC 2022-490, applicants requesting preliminary approval, final site plan for an early child education center and to renovate 10 buildings for faculty housing. The applicant is filed pursuant to 613, et cetera. And is located on a 16.25 acre in the RA2 zone, whereas the application does not include full architectural plan showing proposed elevations or a legible scalable site development plan showing parking, traffic circulation, and drop-offs. The applicant stated that preservation of the historic character of the campus would be maintained with the proposed renovations. As required, the property came before the commission as a pre-application at the September 20th, 22 meeting. Okay, zoning issue comments 11:30 indicating meets the BZR. Sewer issue comments 11:30 indicating several significant issues to be addressed. Requested the applicant submit a signed letter acknowledging receipt of their P and Z comments. Engineering issue comments dated 5/15 indicating concerns to be addressed prior to final site plan approval. Beta issue comments dated 12/15 indicating concerns to be addressed prior to final site plan approval. Health issue comments dated 11/23 indicating requirement for food service review if facilities are proposed. EMAC issue comments dated 11/29 indicating required energy narrative and is preliminary and is incomplete. Conservation issue comments dated 10/18/22 with recommendations to the project. And wetlands issued the permit needs questionnaire on 4/30 indicating no action required. Therefore, motion to move the preliminary plan to final, noting the following. Pursuant Pursuer Division email dated 12/20/22, the applicant can address the comments stated in their 11:30 DIP memo in the sewer and building permit stage. Sewer Division comment that the applicant has submitted the acknowledgement letter dated 12/1/22. The applicant shall provide appropriate documentation as required by section 614 of the BZR and the current site plan application checklist. The applicant shall provide appropriate documentation demonstrating compliance with sections 615 and 617 of the BZR. The applicant shall revise the list of proposed site conditions modifications to indicate requested eliminations by strike-through and proposed in bold text. The list shall be dated. The applicant shall appear before the ARC for review of any and all new alterations to building, landscape, lighting, or signage. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do you want to say more about the traffic and the circulation?
No, because I think actually this is the situation. What I did is that the site plan checklist, 614, so on and so forth, all of that is in there. So there's going to be more detail that they have to provide, but they've got to actually comply with that and demonstrate compliance with 615, 617, so on and so forth. So what this is, in a sense, is moving it forward. They come back with a full site
All
plan,
right.
special, site plan application that has all of the right documents with it, just not the stuff they gave us already.
Okay, I like that.
Seconded.
Can I,
You're technically not allowed to talk right now, although we clearly, yep, sorry. Oh, wait, because you didn't seat for this one. Just let me make sure. Yeah, okay, all right. But
So,
you
and I
can
think
text
actually-
staff and
Oh,
staff
yeah.
can talk.
No, yeah, sorry, Mary, that it's because it's in decision mode.
Right, and then the modifications, requested modification. It's almost in the sense I wanted to put it into the
But you can
format
text
that
Katie. Go ahead.
staff uses, where, you know, it's strike through and bold, that kind of thing. So we really kind of understand what's the difference, what's being retained, what's being eliminated.
Yeah,
and what's new.
what Mary had asked for is she wanted a separate list.
Yes,
of
they have
what-
one, but it's.
Yeah, completely
fi- it-
clean, without the
it's-
previous. This is what our special permit conditions are gonna look
Right.
like. That's what she asked them for.
Okay.
And I
And
thought
that
that
di-
made a lot of sense.
Yeah, and put a date on it so we know going forward when we're all not
Okay.
here in
Okay,
45
so
years.
you're not gonna address the parking or the traffic because you're saying 6:15 is gonna cover it all. Staff
Yeah,
comfortable with that?
What I understand, you're letting the report and the analysis determine if there's compliance. Is that what you're saying, Mr.
That's
Macra?
what he's saying.
Yes. Mhm.
That's fine.
Okay. Alrighty. The only other thing is it worth saying that we encourage the applicant to continue working with the neighbors?
Sure.
I mean, in what respect specifically? Are you?
Yes.
Because because we talk about, our special permit isn't supposed to have adjoining, impact. So that's one of the things that, that the applicant continue to dialogue with the neighbors.
Mr. Macra, I did make comment about 6:14, 15, and 17. so
17, and they're meeting 6:17. Okay, I got it. All right, do I have a
I
second?
just wanted to make sure there was something
Yeah, okay.
specific. Thank you.
Yeski has seconded. Mr.
Thank you.
McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Yeski,
Aye.
Lowe,
Aye.
Levy,
Aye.
Alvin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Could we just not make so many decisions at the next
One
one?
more.
What?
One more.
All right, Greenwich boys and girls.
Okay, hold on to your hats with this one.
Before we
This is-
complain about decision.
No, I was whining before we got to the last one. Isn't that allowed?
Well, it's always allowed, Madam Chair, always.
Okay, here we go. 4 Horseneck Lane, Final Coastal Site Plan Special Permit, PLBZ 2022-397. Applicant seeking to construct alterations and 12,101 square foot addition in the R6 Central Greenwich Impact Overlay and Coastal Overlay and flood hazard area zones. Let's see, whereas the green area will increase in nonconformity from 27.3 to 27.3 from 28.7, whereas 35 is required. The required property came to the commission as a pre-app on May 10th, 22, under PLPZ 2022-135. Commission finds that per sections 205-7D of the building zone regulation, special exception uses, the Planning and Zoning Commission supports the modification of the green space requirements as proposed by the applicant to provide more plaza space in the front entrance.
Nice.
Okay, zoning issued comments 11/26 endorsing with revisions. Sewer issued comments with issues to be addressed and requesting applicants submit signed letter. Engineering issued comments 12/20 indicating engineering concerns addressed prior to zoning permit. ARC issued comments at their 12/7 meeting indicating a return for further review. EMAC issued comments on 8/29 indicating recommendations to the project. Conservation issued comments on 10/18/22 recommending the recommendations to the project, and Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire on 7/27/22 indicating a declaratory ruling required. And that's because actually a Horseneck Brook is right across the street. Therefore, motion to approve the approve the site plan special permit noting the following. The 4x4 trellis panels for the Euronymous Manhattan train to the inside of the turf field fence shall not encroach on the town of Greenwich right of way. For a conservation comment, all trees to remain on site shall be protected from damage during construction. Conservation comment, prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall provide a construction phasing plan indicating on-site contractor vehicle parking and S&E controls. Per conservation comment, applicant shall install 2 EV chargers and provide 10% of total parking with subsurface infrastructure for future charging stations. Per ZEO comments, prior to zoning permit, the FAR worksheets shall be revised so as to indicate the floor area of elevators on at least one level and the stair areas on all levels. For sewer division comment, the applicant has submitted an acknowledgement letter dated 12/12/22. Okay. Per request, the applicant shall appear before the ARC prior to commencement of construction documents to review to their satisfaction the following. Details and materials of railings, fences, zinc and white trim details at the new addition in context of the relationship to the existing building and each other. Replacing of the pyramidal shrubs across the front wall with the Euronymous. Final architecture of the arrival portico and canopy per comments arrival canopy to have a simplified prominence and should relate to the large window in the background which connects the old and new buildings. And revised plans and renderings to clarify the effect of the Georgian door. For the review, the applicant is to provide site sections and scaled elevations. And the applicant shall address any and all other remaining or staff interdepartmental issues.
Mr. Mack, just sorry, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Those are items B, E, F, G, H, and I from the ARC's comments.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to, that was helpful who said it earlier in the meeting. I wanted to copy that, so.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Oh, wait. I want to ask a question. So they go back to ARC and they fix this. Sorry, you guys, but what happens if they don't get to an agreement? You know, the architect said, well, we'll go talk to them 1 or 2 more times and see if we can reach agreement. What do we do if it's still not what ARC wants? Do we have a resolution? How do we resolve it?
It's got to go back to you.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
the
All right.
resolution board. in the
So I think in the resolution, just assume that, why is he smiling? Nick is laughing.
Oh, goody.
Would you guys call the applicant and tell him that Nick is like getting ready? Okay,
But
so
if there's no agreement reached, they have to go back to the commission or something.
okay,
like
so
that.
that's going to be in the decision letter, and it says if the applicant is unable to reach an agreement with the ARC, the applicant will return to the commission for these issues.
Okay, so noted.
I knew you'd love that. I'm
Is
not
there
coming.
some,
I'm not coming to that meeting.
is there a formal mechanism by which we encourage our advisory ARC to come to an agreement?
I think the narrowed approach that you guys have suggested here is probably enough, but we will, if there's something, you know, that is immovable, we'll talk about it with them.
And the general nature of ARC's leadership is to try to work with people. Conti, Hein, and Graziano all work very hard to get consensus. They are not, you know, what's the word? They're not bellicose. It's the wrong word, but you know what I mean? They're not trying to build confrontation. They try to find an agreement generally.
Right. It seems that actually a lot of the things they were looking for, I think, have been revised and addressed in whatever they're going to show them the next time around. So.
Okay, do I have a second? Wait,
Second.
Mr.
Lowe.
Lowe has seconded. It's about time. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. Levy.
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. I want to tell you guys that if Dennis hadn't gotten COVID, apparently he and McRae had hatched a plan that the commission was going to sing California Girls. So for those of you who are mean-spirited, we should be grateful that Dennis got COVID because I wasn't singing California Girls.
They're not denying it. They should deny it. Please deny it.
No, I had a copy of the lyrics and had a discussion. I had a discussion with Nick just to confirm that we would not be doing that.
Thank you.
You guys
I
are
was
all
like-
chickens. You guys
was
are all
like-
chickens.
You guys are really thinking of making us sing?
There was not enough wine being poured that night to make me sing.
No.
It was, it wasn't the full song, but you got the gist of it. We didn't.
Can you
Well,
hear that?
The other song was Hotel California, which is harder to sing.
Not only that, but we are famous for opting out of PA 2129 because we said it was like Hotel California, you can't check out.
Right.
Yeah.
You check in, but you can't check out. It wouldn't have been a good one for
Those are the Roaches.
Yeah, I know, but we got it confused. I know. got
We
it
had the
confused.
lyrics all ready to go and I was gonna sing and you guys are gonna join in. It was gonna be a hoot.
Were you bringing the bass?
Yes.
No, I've got it recorded. Here, I've got it recorded on my phone. I was just gonna play it. Here, can you hear this?
Oh, goodness. Well, this has been an amazing last meeting. Thank you. Thank you for staying awake.
No, wait, there's more, Katie.
Yeah, don't run out of this room, by the way.
No, we want to talk
Sign
about
up
the next
for-
4
if you sign up
applications.
For a couple more months, you'll get a bonus.
All right, you guys. Okay, so we got Katie for another 8 days, so make sure we torture her.
Okay.
This is just her last hearing. I've been torturing her. I just sent her another thing I wanted to do.
I know. I have to read that in the morning because I didn't understand the thing with that, but I will. I'll read it in the
Oh,
morning.
so there's this cool thing where we could have a multi-agency review where multi-agency reviews are necessary. The state statute allows us, so we could always have another agency join us, but we need a town ordinance for it. I thought that was kind of cool and time saving.
Yeah.
So like so like ARC and P&Z at the same time?
Yes, and then
Oh.
you and Levy would not be able to speak because you would get shut down so fast by people like Lou Contadino and Paul Pugliese. You
You
wouldn't
think
have
that
a
would
chance.
stop them?
Yes, yes,
But
I
no,
do.
you just said they were non-confrontational. You didn't use that
The other
word.
guy, Paul would shut them right back down. He'd say, I've been on ARC for 40 years and I know much more than you do, McRae.
No one shuts Nick down.
But Paul has been on ARC for 40 years. He'd make a good effort. Okay, Dennis, hold your head up high. Okay. Everybody have a wonderful Christmas.
Yes.
Merry
happy
Christmas.
holidays.
Happy holidays.
If we
Ho,
don't
ho, ho,
see you,
everybody.
if I don't email everybody 10 times tonight.
Katie,
Take care, Katie.
Katie, one.
Bye.
Katie.
Bravo.
Bye, Katie.
Thank you.
Bye, Katie.
Thank you so
Katie.
Thanks, Katie.
much. Bye.
Bye.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.